Ringworld's Children by Larry Niven, DB 58419. Copyright 2004 by Larry Niven. Read by Alec Volz. James de L'Hotel was unavailable to continue reading of this series. This book contains 284 pages. Approximate reading time, 8 hours. About this digital talking book. This book contains markers allowing direct access to the opening announcements, preface, Ringworld parameters, cast of characters, glossary, chapters, and closing announcements. Library of Congress annotation. In 2893, Earth-born explorer Louis Wu encounters interplanetary and interspecies intrigue on Ringworld, a ribbon-like artificial habitat circling a distant star. Threatened by war and new weaponry, Ringworld places its future with its children. Sequel to The Ringworld Throne, RC 44067. Some descriptions of sex and some violence, 2004. From the book jacket. The Ringworld, a landmark engineering achievement, a flat band 3 million times the surface of the Earth, encircling a distant star. Home to trillions of inhabitants, not all of whom are human, and host to amazing technological wonders, the Ringworld is unique in all of the universe. Explorer Louis Wu, an Earth-born human who was part of the first expedition to Ringworld, becomes enmeshed in interplanetary and interspecies intrigue as war and a powerful new weapon threaten to tear the Ringworld apart forever. Now, the future of Ringworld lies in its children. Toonsmith, the ghoul protector. Acolyte, the exiled son of Speaker to Animals, and Wembleth, a strange Ringworld native with a mysterious past. All must play a dangerous game in order to save Ringworld's population and the stability of Ringworld itself. Blending awe-inspiring science with non-stop action, Ringworld's Children, the fourth installment of the multiple award-winning saga, is the perfect introduction for readers new to the New York Times best-selling series, and will delight longtime fans of Larry Niven's Ringworld. About the author. Larry Niven is the multiple Hugo and Nebula award-winning author of the Ringworld series, along with many other science fiction masterpieces. His Beowulf's Children, co-authored with Jerry Pournelle and Stephen Barnes, was a New York Times bestseller. He lives in Chatsworth, California. Other books by Larry Niven. N-Space. Playgrounds of the Mind. Destiny's Road. Rainbow Mars. Scatterbrain. With Stephen Barnes. Achilles' Choice. The Descent of Anansi. Saturn's Race. With Jerry Pournelle and Stephen Barnes. The Legacy of Heorot. This is for the firemen of California and neighboring states who fought the fires of October 2003, with particular thanks to those who saved our house and others in Indian Falls, Chatsworth, Los Angeles County. Preface. The Ringworld is about the same mass as Jupiter. Its shape is that of a ribbon 1 million miles across and 600 million miles long, which makes it a bit larger than the Earth's orbit and a few miles thick. It circles a yellow dwarf star. Its spin, at 770 miles per second, is enough to give it about Earth's gravity of centrifugal force. Walls along both rims, standing 1,000 miles high, are enough to hold an atmosphere for millions of years. Much else derives from these basic assumptions. The inner surface is a habitat 3 million times the area of planet Earth. The topography is literally a work of art, carved in by whoever built the thing, so that from underneath the Ringworld resembles the back of a mask. An inner ring of shadow squares block the sun, giving periods of night, else it would always be noon. A system of pipes leads from the bottoms of oceans, under the Ringworld floor, up the back of the rim wall and over the edge to recycle sea-bottom ooze, or flup, into spill mountains. Huge attitude jets stand atop the rim wall, buzzard ramjets using the solar wind of protons for their fuel, to hold the Ringworld against its inherent instability. There are spaceport ledges outside the walls. 2 vast salt oceans serve as preserves for seagoing life, and as something more, maps of several worlds at 1-to-1 scale. The Ringworld Floor is of unnaturally strong material, dubbed skrith, with other unusual properties. The Sun itself is involved in the Ringworld's meteor defense. A superconducting network embedded in the Ringworld Floor generates a superthermal laser effect in a solar flare. The drawback? It can't fire through the Ringworld itself. Thus, any meteorite that strikes the Ringworld, such as the one that made Fist of God Mountain, generally rams upward from underneath. Some details become clues to the nature of the builders. The plethora of harbors and fjords, plus the shallow oceans, most of them, suggest a race that uses only the top of an ocean. The nastier life forms, mosquitoes, flies, jackals, sharks, vampire bats, don't exist. Hominids have moved into some of those ecological slots. The engineers weren't ecologists, they were gardeners. The inhabitants are hominids in bewildering variety, some intelligent, some not. They fill ecological niches which on Earth are held by almost any mammal, but particularly the nastier life forms, jackals and wolves and vampire bats, as if mankind's ancestor, Homo habilis, had been protected until they numbered hundreds of billions, then abandoned to mutate endlessly. You don't know the Ringworld until you've grasped its size. After the book came out, a friend was going to build a scale model for an upcoming convention. He had a marble, a blue Emmy, to serve as the Earth for scale. Turns out he'd need a ribbon 5 feet tall and half a mile long. The hotel wasn't big enough. One guy who tried to map the Ringworld told me he ran out of computer space very rapidly. He ran into too many powers of 10. David Gerald speaks of a class of novel called The Enormous Big Thing. Today, you could fill a fair-sized shelf with them. Arthur C. Clarke's Rendezvous with Rama and Bob Shaw's Orbitsville are in that class, and so is my own Rainbow Mars. But Ringworld came first, published in 1970. It might have been laughed at. Too big, too improbable. Any normal structural material would be torn apart by its spin. I waited for the reviews in some fear. James Blish wrote that he thought it would win the Hugo Award, but it shouldn't. The readers gave it a Hugo Award anyway. The writers gave it a nebula. I didn't have a sequel planned. I was not expecting a flood of redesigns. During one of my speeches, a man pointed out that the Ringworld's mathematics are simple. It's a suspension bridge with no endpoints. An academic in England pointed out that the tensile strength of the Ringworld frame must be approximately the force that holds an atomic nucleus together, hence skrith. A grade school class in Florida spent a semester on the Ringworld. Their conclusion? The worst problem is that, without tectonic activity, all the topsoil would flow into the oceans in a few thousand years. Hence, FLUP and the spill pipes. At the 1970 World Science Fiction Convention, there were MIT students in the halls chanting, "The Ringworld is unstable. The Ringworld is unstable." Did the best that I was able, hence, attitude jets. Somebody decided that the shadow squares shed too much twilight. What's needed is 5 long shadow squares orbiting retrograde. Ultimately, there was too much opportunity for redesign. I had to write The Ringworld Engineers. All of these readers had found something worth knowing. The Ringworld is a great, gaudy, intellectual toy, a playground with the gates left wide open. Some readers just read a book and stop. Others play with the characters, or the assumptions, or the environment. They make up their own homework. We readers have been doing that for unguessable thousands of years, demanding more data on Atlantis from Plato, inventing purgatory to put between heaven and hell, redesigning Dante's Inferno, writing new Odysseys. An amazing subculture has sprung up around Star Trek. The Internet opens a whole new meta-playground for such people. A number of websites have sprung up, well, at least two, whose topic is Larry Niven's fiction. In September 1999, tipped off by my lovely agent Eleanor Wood, I logged on to LarryNiven-1 at bucknell.edu. They were arguing about whether you can clone a protector, and whether Seeker and Tila Brown might have left a child behind. If they'd been right, I wouldn't have seen a story. But they were off on the wrong foot, and I could fix it. After a few months of following these discussions, rarely interrupting, I had enough material for Ringworld's children. This is a playground for the mind. It's a puzzle, too. A maze. Question every turn, or you'll get lost. When you've finished the book, remember not to lock the gate. All this was indispensably necessary, replied the one-eyed doctor, for private misfortunes are public benefits, so that the more private misfortunes there are, the greater is the general good. Pangloss in Candide by Voltaire. Ringworld parameters. 30 hours equals 1 Ringworld day. 1 Ringworld rotation equals 7.5 days. 75 days equals 10 turns equals 1 Phalan. Mass equals 2 times 10 exponential 30 grams. Radius equals 0.95 times 10 exponential 8 miles. Circumference equals 6 times 10 exponential 8 miles. Width equals 0.997 times 10 exponential 6 miles. Surface area equals 6 times 10 exponential 14 square miles equals 3 million times the surface area of the Earth. Surface gravity equals 0.992 g. Spin. Spin velocity equals 770 miles per second. Rim walls rise inward 1,000 miles. Star. G3 verging on G2, barely smaller and cooler than Sol. Cast of characters. Recent arrivals. Louis Wu, Earthborn, first and second Ringworld expeditions. Tila Brown, Earthborn, of a line bred for luck by Pearson's puppeteer manipulation, turned protector in the Ringworld Engineers, and now deceased. First Ringworld expedition. Nessus, Pearson's puppeteer, the Hindmost's partner and mate, led the first Ringworld expedition. The Hindmost, Pearson's puppeteer, once chief in command of his species, led the second Ringworld expedition. Chami, once speaker to animals. Kazin, first and second Ringworld expeditions. Roxane Gautier, Earthborn, Detective 1 in the Arm, served aboard Snail Darter and Grey Nurse. Oliver Forestier, Wonderland-born, Detective, Arm, served aboard Snail Darter and Grey Nurse. Klaus Rashid, Earthborn, Detective 2, Arm, served aboard Snail Darter and Grey Nurse. Detective Major Schmidt, Earthborn, served aboard Grey Nurse. Wes Carlton Wu, Earthborn, flight captain aboard Koala. Tanya Haynes Wu, Earthborn, purser aboard Koala. Ringworld's children. Seeker, species unknown, last seen with Tila Brown. Acolyte, Kazin, Chami's exiled son. Bram, vampire-turned-protector, ruler of the repair center for countless eons, until killed by Toonsmith with Louis Wu's help. Wemblip, species unknown, Ringworld-born traveler. Toonsmith, night person, ghoul, turned protector. Kazarp, night person, Toonsmith's son. Hanuman, hanging person turned protector. Vala Virgulin, machine people, represents Farsight trading. Proserpina, surviving pack protector. The Penultimate, pack protector, long dead. Sizblinda, Hinch, Giraffe People. Kawaresk Senjajak, city builder. Fortara Lisplier, city builder. Glossary. Aerobrake, to shed velocity by passing through a planetary atmosphere. Antispin, direction opposite the ring-world's direction of spin. Arch, the ring-world as seen from anywhere on its surface. Arm, once the amalgamation of regional militia. For several hundred years, the United Nations Armed Forces. Jurisdiction was originally limited to Earth-Moon system. Autodoc, any system built to perform automated medical operations. Belter, citizen of the asteroid belt, Sol system. Canyon, a world of human space, once patriarchy property. Carlos Wu's Autodoc, an experimental medical system first seen in Procrustes. Droud, a small device that plugs into the skull of a current addict. Its purpose? To meter a current flow to the pleasure center of the user's brain. Elbow root, a ubiquitous ring-world plant, grows as a kind of natural fence. Experimentalist, a Pearson's puppeteer political faction now out of power. Ice storm, the pattern of winds that forms above a puncture in the ringworld floor, a tornado on its side. Hurricanes and tornadoes are impossible on the ringworld's flat surface. Fleet of worlds, the home world of the Pearson's puppeteer species, and 4 more worlds sequestered for farming, all occupy a Kepler rosette moving at near light speed. Flup, sea bottom ooze. Fly cycle, a 1 or 2 LE flying device. Fringe war, all the space-going species of known space seem to have sent ships to Ringworld system. Bram, when he was in command of the repair center, shot them down if they approached too close. Toonsmith hasn't done that, and the Fringe War is currently in a cold state. General Products, a company owned by Pearson's puppeteers that sold mostly spacecraft hulls, dissolved 200 years ago. The Great Ocean, one of 2 salt seas on the Ringworld, measuring 600 times the surface area of the Earth. Grippy, an all-purpose hand tool. Home, a world of human space, unusually Earth-like. Hot needle of inquiry, second ship of experimentalist design to reach the Ringworld. Human space, the region of stars explored by humanity. Known space, the region of the universe known to explorers who communicate with humanity. LE, legal entity, any entity, human or not, organic or not, legally entitled to civil rights. Longshot, prototype Quantum II hyperdrive spacecraft, first ship to visit the galactic core. Lying Bastard, first ship of experimentalist design to reach the Ringworld. Map of Earth, or Mars, Kazin, Catatlino, etc. The great ocean is scattered with maps of nearby inhabited worlds at 1-to-1 scale, complete with local ecologies as of the time the Ringworld was built. Meteor defense. Ringworld systems can cause a solar flare and a superthermal laser effect within the flare. Energy output is awesome, but the effect is slow. N-Child. Lineal descent. Outsider hyperdrive, or hyperdrive. A means of faster-than-light travel common in known space. Patriarchy. The Kzinti Interstellar Empire. Port. To the left as one looks spinward. Quantum 2 hyperdrive. An advanced experimental faster-than-light system, Puppeteer designed, first seen in At the Core. 1 Ringworld day under Q2 hyperdrive equals 1,440 light-years. Repair Center. The ancient center of Ringworld repair, maintenance, and control, housed beneath the map of Mars on the Great Ocean. Rishathra, Reshtra, etc. Sexual practice outside one's own species, but within the intelligent hominids. Skrith, Ringworld structural material. Skrith underlies all the terraformed and contoured inner surface of the Ringworld. The rim walls are also of Skrith, very dense, with a tensile strength on the order of the force that holds an atomic nucleus together. Sheath claws. A world held by humans and Kzinti together. Spill mountains. Mountains standing against the rim wall, the outflow of the rim spill pipes. One stage in the circulation of flup. Spin, or spinward. In the direction of rotation of the Ringworld, against the rotation of the sky. Starboard. To the right as one looks spinward. Stasis field, human technology. An induced state in which time passes very slowly. Ratios can be as high as 1 billion years of real time to a few seconds in stasis. An object in stasis is very nearly invulnerable. Stepping discs, Puppeteer technology. An advanced form of teleportation. Stet. Leave it alone. Accept as written. Make no change. Restore. Tange. An expletive. Once shorthand for there ain't no justice. Thruster. Reactionless drive. In human space, thrusters have generally replaced fusion rockets on all spacecraft, save warcraft. Vishnishti. Vashnisht, Vasnesht, Vasnisit, etc. Wizard or protector. Web-eye, Puppeteer technology. A multi-sensory transmitter. Weenie plant, ubiquitous Ringworld plant. Edible. 2893 A.D. Chapter 1. Louis Wu. Louis Wu woke aflame with new life, under a coffin lid. Displays glowed above his eyes. Bone composition, blood parameters, deep reflexes, urea and potassium and zinc balance. He could identify most of these. The damage listed wasn't great. Punctures and gouges, fatigue, torn ligaments and extensive bruises. 2 ribs cracked. All relics of the battle with the vampire protector Bram. All healed now. The doc would have rebuilt him cell by cell. He'd felt dead and cooling when he climbed into the intensive care cavity. 84 days ago, the display said. 67 Ringworld days. Almost a Phalan. A Phalan was 10 Ringworld rotations. 75 30-hour days. 20 or 30 days should have healed him. But he'd known he was injured. What with all the general bruising from the battle with Bram, he hadn't even noticed puncture wounds in his back. He'd been under repair for twice that long the first time he lay in this box. Then, his internal plumbing systems had been leaking into each other, and he'd been 11 years without the longevity complex called booster spice. He'd been dying, and old. Testosterone was high, adrenaline high and rising. Lewis pushed steadily up against the lid of the dock. The lid wouldn't move faster, but his body craved action. He slid out and dropped to a stone floor, cold beneath his bare feet. Stone? He was naked. He stood in a vast cavern. Where was Needle? The interstellar spacecraft, Hot Needle of Inquiry, had been embedded in cooled magma when last he looked, and Carlos Wu's experimental nanotech repair system had been in the crew quarters. Now, its components sat within a nest of instruments and cables on a floor of cooled lava. The dock had been partly pulled apart. Everything was still running. Hubristic, massive, awesome. This was a protector's work. Toonsmith, the ghoul protector, must have been studying the dock while it healed Lewis. Nearby, Hot Needle of Inquiry had been filleted like a finless fish. A slice of hull running almost nose to tail had been cut away, exposing housing, cargo space, docking for a lander now destroyed, thruster plates, and the hyperdrive motor housing. More than half of the ship's volume was tanks, and of course they'd been drained. The rim of the cut had been lined with copper or bronze, and cables in the metal led to instruments and a generator. The cut section had been pulled aside by massive machinery. The cut surface was rimmed in bronze laced with cables. The hyperdrive motor had run the length of the ship. Now it was laid out on the lava, in a nest of instruments. Toonsmith again? Lewis wandered over to look. It had been repaired. Lewis had stranded the Hindmost in Ringworld space by chopping the hyperdrive in half 12 or 13 years ago. Dismounted, it looked otherwise ready to take Needle between the stars at Quantum 1 speeds, 3 days to the light year. I could go home, Lewis thought, tasting the notion. Where is everybody? Lewis looked around him, feeling the adrenaline surge. He was starting to shiver with cold. He'd be almost 240 years old by now, wouldn't he? Easy to lose track here. But the nanomachines in Carlos Wu's experimental dock had read his DNA and repaired everything down through the cell nuclei. Lewis had done this dance before. His body thought it was just past puberty. Keep it cool, boy. Nobody's challenged you yet. The spacecraft, the hull section, the dock, machines to move and repair these masses, and crude-looking instruments arrayed to study them, all formed a tight cluster within vaster spaces. The cavern was tremendous and nearly empty. Lewis saw float plates like stacks of poker chips, and beyond those a tilted tower of tremendous toroids that ran through a gap in the floor right up to the roof. Cylinders lay near the gap, caged within more of Toonsmith's machinery. They were bigger than Needle, each a little different from the others. He'd passed through this place once before. Lewis looked up, knowing what to expect. 5 or 6 miles up, he thought. The map of Mars stood 40 miles high. This level would be near the roof. Lewis could make out its contours. Think of it as the back of a mask, the mask of a shield volcano the size of Ceres. Needle had smashed down through the crater in Mons Olympus, into the repair center that underlay the 1-to-1 scale map of Mars. Tila Brown had trapped them there after she'd turned protector. She had moved the ship 800 miles through these corridors, then poured molten rock around them. They'd used stepping disks, the puppeteer's instant transport system, to reach Tila. For all these years since, The ship had been trapped. Now Toonsmith had brought it back to the workstation under Mons Olympus. Lewis knew Toonsmith, but not well. Lewis had set a trap for Toonsmith, the night person, the breeder, and Toonsmith had become a protector. He'd watched Toonsmith fight Bram, and that was about all he knew of Toonsmith the protector. Now, Toonsmith held Lewis's life in his hands, and it was Lewis's own doing. He'd be smarter than Lewis. Trying to outguess a protector was futz, was both silly and inevitable. No human culture had ever stopped trying to outguess God. So, Needle was an interstellar spacecraft, if someone could remount the hyperdrive. That tremendous tilted tower, 40 miles of it if it reached all the way to the repair center floor, was a linear accelerator, a launching system. One day, Toonsmith might need a spacecraft. Meanwhile, he'd leave Needle gutted, because Lewis Wu and the Hindmost might otherwise use it to run, and the Protector couldn't have that. Lewis walked until Needle loomed, a 110-foot diameter cylinder with a flattened belly. Not much of the ship was missing. The hyperdrive, the dock, what else? The crew housing was a cross-section, its floor 80 feet up. Under the floor, all of the kitchen and recycling systems were exposed. If he could climb that high, he'd have his breakfast, and clothing, too. He didn't see any obvious route. Maybe there was a stepping disc link, but he couldn't guess where Toonsmith might place a stepping disc, or where it would lead. The Hindmost's command deck was exposed, too. It was 3 stories tall, with lower ceilings than a Kazin would need. Lewis saw how he could climb up to the lowest floor. A Protector would have no trouble at all. Lewis shook his head. What must the Hindmost be thinking? Pearson's puppeteers held to a million-year-old philosophy based on cowardice. When the Hindmost built Needle, he had isolated his command deck from any intruders, even from his own alien crew. There were no doors at all, just stepping discs booby-trapped 1,000 ways. Now, the puppeteer must feel as naked as Lewis. Lewis crouched beneath the edge of some flat-topped mass, maybe the breathing air system, leapt, pulled up, and kept climbing. The dock's repairs had left him thin, almost gaunt. He wasn't lifting much weight. 50 feet up, he hung by his fingers for a moment. This was the lowest floor of the Hindmost cabin, his most private area. There would be defenses. Toonsmith might have turned them off. Or not. He pulled up and was in forbidden space. He saw the Hindmost. Then he saw his own Droud sitting on a table. The Droud was the connector between any wall socket and Lewis Wu's brain. Lewis had destroyed that, had given it to Chimie and watched the Kazin batter it to bits. So, a replacement. Bait for Lewis Wu, the current addict, the wirehead. Lewis's hand crept into the hair at the back of his head, under the queue. Plug in the Droud, let it trickle electric current down into the pleasure center. Where was the socket? Lewis laughed wildly. It wasn't there. The Autodoc's nanomachines had rebuilt his skull without a socket for the Droud. Lewis thought it over. Then he took the Droud. When confused, send a confusing message. The Hindmost lay like a jeweled footstool, his 3 legs and both heads tucked protectively beneath his torso. Lewis's lips curled. He stepped forward to sink his hand into the jeweled mane and shake the puppeteer out of his funk. "Touch nothing!" Lewis flinched violently. The voice was a blast of contralto music, the Hindmost's voice with the sound turned up, and it spoke interworld. "Whatever you desire," it said, "instruct me. Touch nothing." The Hindmost's voice, Needle's autopilot, knew him, knew his language at least, and hadn't killed him. Lewis found his own voice. "Were you expecting me?" "Yes. I give you limited freedom in this place. Find a current source next to—" "No." "Breakfast," Lewis said, as his belly suddenly screamed that it was empty, dying. "I need food." "There is no kitchen for your kind here." A shallow ramp wound round the walls to the upper floors. "I'll be back," Lewis said. He walked, then ran up the ramp. He eased around the wall above a drop of 80 feet. Not difficult, just scary, and was in crew quarters. A pit showed where the dock had been removed. Crew quarters were not otherwise changed. The plants were still alive. Lewis went to the kitchen wall and dialed cappuccino and a fruit plate. He ate. He dressed, pants and blouse and a vest that was all pockets, the drowd bulging one of the pockets. He finished the fruit, then dialed up an omelet, potatoes, another cappuccino, and a waffle. He thought while he ate. What was his desire? Wake the hindmost? He needed the hindmost to tell him what was going on. But puppeteers were manipulative and secretive, and the balance of power in the repair center kept changing. Best learn more first. Get a little leverage before he reached for the truth. He dumped the breakfast dishes in the recycler toilet. He climbed around the wall carefully. "Hindmost's voice," he said. "At your command. You need not risk a fall. Here is a stepping disc link." And a cursor arrowhead showed him a spot on the floor of crew quarters. "Show me the meteor defense room." "That term is unknown." A hologram window popped up in the portside wall. "Is this the place you mean?" Meteor defense beneath the map of Mars was a vast, dark space. All the stars in the universe ran round an ellipsoidal wall 30 feet high, and the floor and ceiling. 3 long swinging booms ended in chairs equipped with lap keyboards, and those stood black on black before the wall display. Past the edge of the pop-up window, under a glare of light, knobby bones had been laid out for study. This was the oldest protector Lewis knew of, and Lewis had named him Cronus. In the far shadows stood pillars with large plates on top, mechanical mushrooms. Lewis pointed into the window. "What are those?" "Service stacks," the hindmost's voice said, "each made from several float plates topped by a stepping disc." Lewis nodded. The Ringworld engineers had left float plates all through the repair center. If you stacked them, they'd lift more. Adding a stepping disc seemed an obvious refinement, if you had them to spare. Lewis saw a boom swing across the starscape. It ended in a knobby, angular shadow. All protectors looked something like medieval armor. The protector was watching a spray of stars. His cameras would be mounted on the Ringworld itself, maybe on the outside of the rim wall, looking away from the sun. He didn't seem aware that he was being spied on. Lewis knew better than to expect asteroids or worlds. Unknown engineers had cleared all that out of the Ringworld system. This drift of moving lights would be spacecraft held by several species. Now the view focused on a gauzy, fragile outsider ship. Now on a glass needle. A General Products No. 2 hull, tenant unknown. Now a crowbar-shaped arm warship. Toonsmith's concentration seemed total. He zoomed on starscape occluded by a foggy lump, a protocomet. Tiny angular machines drifted around it, marked by blinking cursor circles. A lance of light glared much brighter. Some warship's fusion drive. Here came another zipping across the screen. No weapon fired. The Fringe War is still cold, Lewis thought. He'd wondered how long that could last. A formal truce could not hold among so many different minds. The protector's arms jittered above the keyboard. In the corner of Lewis's eye, sunlight glared down. Lewis spun around. Above Needle, The crater in Mons Olympus was sliding open, flooding the cavern with unfiltered light. The linear accelerator roared. An arc of lightning ran bottom to top. The crater began to close. Lewis turned back to the display. Looking over Toonsmith's shoulder, he watched fusion light flare from off-screen and dwindle to a bright point. Whatever Toonsmith had launched was already too far to see. Toonsmith had joined the Fringe War. A protector could not be expected to do nothing, even if the alternative was to bring war down on their heads. Lewis scowled. Bram the Protector had been crazy, even if supremely intelligent. Lewis must eventually decide if Toonsmith was crazy too, and what to do about it. Meanwhile, this latest maneuver should keep the Protector busy. Now, how much freedom had Lewis been allotted? Lewis said, "Hindmost's voice, show me the locations of all stepping disks." The Hindmost's voice popped up 360 degrees of map room. The ring world surrounded Lewis, a ring 600 million miles around and 1 million miles wide, banded in blue for day and black for night, and broad, fuzzy edges for dusk and dawn. Winking orange cursor lights were displayed across its face. Some were shaped like arrowheads. This pattern had changed greatly since Lewis had last seen it. "How many?" 95 stepping disks are now in use. 2 failed. 3 were dropped into deep space and probes launched through them. The fleets shot them down. 10 are held in reserve. The Hindmost had stocked stepping disks aboard Hot Needle of Inquiry, but not 110. Is the Hindmost building more stepping disks? With his help, Toonsmith has built a stepping disk factory. Work proceeds slowly. The blinking orange lights that marked stepping disks were thick along the near side of the ring world, the great ocean arc. The far side looked sparse. 2 blinking orange arrowheads had nearly reached the edge of the other ocean. Others were moving in that direction. The other ocean was a diamond shape, sprawling across most of the width of the ring world, 180 degrees around from the great ocean. 2 such masses of water must counterbalance each other. The Hindmost's crew had not explored the other ocean. High time, Lewis thought. Most of the stepping disks were clustered around the great ocean, and of those, most were in a tight cluster that must be the map of Mars. Lewis pointed at one offshore from Mars. "What is that?" "That is Hot Needle of Inquiry's lander." Tila, the Protector, had blasted the lander during their last duel. "It's functional?" "The stepping disk link is functional." "What about the lander?" "Life support is marginal. Drive systems and weaponry have failed." "Can some of these service stacks be locked out of the system?" "That has been done." Lines spread across the map to link the blinking lights. Some had crossed-circled verboten marks on them. Closed. The maze was complicated, and Lewis didn't try to understand it. "My master has override codes," the voice said. "May I have those?" "No." "Number these stepping disk sites for me, then print out a map." As the ring world was vast, the scale was extreme. His naked eye would never get any detail out of it. When the map extruded, he folded it and stuffed it in a pocket anyway. He broke for lunch and came back. He set 2 service stacks moving and changed a number of links. The Hindmost's voice printed another map with his changes added. He pocketed that, too. Better keep both. Now, with luck, he'd have avenues of travel unknown to Toonsmith. Or it might be wasted effort. The Hindmost, when he woke, could change it all back in a moment. The voice refused to make weapons. Of course, the Kitchen and Needles crew quarters hadn't done that either. Toonsmith was still at the end of the boom, still tracking whatever he'd launched. "Where are the rest of us?" Lewis asked the voice. "Who do you seek?" "Acolyte." "I do not have that name." The Kazin we shared this ship with. Chami's child. I list that Ellie as... Blood-curdling howl. Lewis had to pry his fingers loose from a table edge. Rename him Acolyte? Please. The map was back, and a blinking point next to Fist of God. 100,000 miles port and anti-spin from Fist of God, 4 times the circumference of the Earth, and twice that far to spinward of the map of Mars. The hugeness of the ring world had to be learned over and over. The voice said, "Here we set Acolyte with the service stack 31 days ago. He has since moved by 1,100 miles. The point jumped minutely. Toonsmith has altered the setting for the stepping disk. It sends to an observation point on the map of Earth. Home to Acolyte's father. Has he used it? No. Where are the city builders? Do you mean the librarians? Kararesk Sinjajak and Fortara Lisplier and 3 children were returned to their origin. Good. He'd meant to do that himself. To the library in the floating city. I note your approval. Who else shall I track? Who else had been his companions? 2 protectors. Bram the vampire protector was dead. Toonsmith was still busy, it seemed. In the meteor defense room, the protector's telescope screen was following a receding point, the vehicle he'd launched earlier. Its drive was off, flared brilliantly, and blinked off again. That was a warship. Reaction motors were still needed for war. Modern thrusters couldn't switch on and off as fast. Lewis asked, "Have you kept track of Valavirgalen?" The map jumped. Here, near the floating city and a local center of machine people culture. Good. And she was well away from vampires. They had not met in 12 years. Why did you track her? Hindmost's voice. Orders. Carefully. Who do you take orders from? From you, and Toonsmith, and... A blast of orchestral chaos, piercingly sweet. Lewis recognized the Hindmost's true name, but all such may be countermanded by the Hindmost's name again. Is Toonsmith restricted from any interesting levels of this ship? Not currently. The Hindmost was still in wrapped-around-himself catatonia. How long since he's eaten? Lewis asked. 2 local days. He wakes to eat. Wake him up. How shall I wake him without trauma? I saw him in a dance once. Turn that on. Prepare food for him. Chapter 2. The Hindmost. The Hindmost dreamed of perfect safety. He did not dream that he was Hindmost again, ruler of 1 trillion of his own kind. He'd been mad to be so ambitious. Always he had known that that was no stable state, that his experimentalist faction could lose power in a moment, as it had. He dreamed that he was young again. That was so long ago that all detail had been smoothed from his mind, and he only remembered a generic sense of being little and protected and unique. He dreamed that no tool would ever bite his hand. And then the dance began. The illusion was marvelous. Lewis stood in a vast hall. The floor was all broad, shallow steps. 1,000 aliens moved around him. 2,000 throats uttered orchestral music that was also conversation, unbearably complex. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart would have gone crazy. The Beatles started out crazy, but futz, so did Mozart. Kick, slide, left heads brush fingerlips, hind leg kicks, partner shies. The hindmost kicked. A flat, one-eyed head emerged from beneath his torso. Spin, kick. The hindmost lurched to his forefeet and tried to turn. Was this a dance or a martial art? The hindmost whistled. The dance dissipated. Lewis, the puppeteer said. How long were you out? I sleep much. Where is Toonsmith? Fighting a war, I think. A head turned to the display of the meteor defense room. I watched him build that vehicle. The Fringe War grows ever hotter. Have they invaded the Ringworld? I have no idea. Hindmost, how did Needle come to be in the state? Recall that Toonsmith accepted me as his teacher, on your advice. Toonsmith, the ghoul musician, had been newborn as a protector and thirsty for learning. He needed training, and fast, Lewis said. I thought that the more he learned from us, the more we could guess what he'd do. Did you try to keep secrets? Yes, and you barred him from the flight deck, of course. I did, the puppeteer acknowledged. I taught using your displays in crew quarters. I taught well, but he learned faster, always faster. He demanded access to my tools. I refused. 6 days after you entered the dock, I woke to find him standing over me here, where I thought he could not reach. I gave him everything. When did he chop up your ship? Sometime afterward. I was in fear coma for 11 days. I woke and found this. Little has changed since. Lewis, he has repaired the hyperdrive. A fat lot of good. He will reassemble the ship. When he does, I flee. Be aboard. When? The puppeteer's eyes looked at each other. That meant confusion, or amusement, or any form of internal conflict. Lewis asked, What's he been doing? Building a warship? Yes, and tracking the Fringe War. Delving the secrets of my machinery. He wouldn't trust me to teach him. And ridding himself of my allies and yours. The machine people are sent home. Acolyte is sent to spy on nothing at all. You? He kept safely asleep in the intensive care cavity, and did extensive experiments there, too. Lewis, I must instruct you. You shall know everything you might need. Lewis asked, Why? We are allies. Why? The draught was gone from its place, a bulge in Lewis's pocket. Would the hindmost mention it? Toonsmith has us enslaved. Can't you see what he plans for you? I think so. He'll make me a protector. Protector was the adult form of the human species. Child, breeder, protector. At middle age, younger for some species of hominid, older for a few, around 45 for humans, a breeder can become a protector. His/her skin thickens and wrinkles to armor. The brain case expands. A second 2-chamber heart grows where the femoral arteries run into the legs. Joints grow bulky, giving a greater momentum for greater leverage in muscles and tendons. There are psychological changes, too. A protector loses the attributes of gender. A protector will protect his/her progeny, identifying them by scent. Mutations are left to die. A protector with no surviving children usually stops eating and dies. But some may choose to protect and nurture their entire species. That can work, if there is a perceived threat. But none of it happens without the virus that lives in Tree of Life to trigger the change. Tree of Life did not grow properly on Earth. On the Ringworld, it had been found only in chambers beneath the map of Mars. The hominids of Earth, and of the Ringworld too, had evolved as breeders, an unfinished form, like axolotls. Too young a hominid does not react to the smell of Tree of Life root. The root will poison an elderly hominid. Louis Wu had been too old until Carlos Wu's autodoc changed him, and now he was too young. I am safe for at least a quarter century, he said. The puppeteer said, longer than that if you use Carlos Wu's autodoc in time. The doc rejuvenates you. Toonsmith will stop you from doing that. Good point. Lewis said, and what if he waits that long before he puts Needle back together? The puppeteer spoke in mournful music. Then I am lost, severed from my family, my home, slave to a creature shaped by his evolution to hold nothing of worth beyond his own bloodline. Lewis, you face the same. You are not of Toonsmith's species. On the Ringworld, I'm not of any species. Yes, Lewis, yes, in crescendo. Don't you see the implication? He will feed you Tree of Life. You will be a protector. He will not give you power over him. You are to be only a prisoner and advisor, a talking head, the protector who has no descendants to guard. You will be the voice that speaks for the safety of the Ringworld itself. Yes, Lewis said patiently, but not for 25 years. I've been rebuilt young. I don't react to the smell of the root. I'm not old enough to make the change. But do you want that? No. No, no, no. What can you do for me? I've been studying your placement of stepping discs. I've made a few changes. The hindmost whistled up the map room display, the Ringworld and stepping discs, and vectors and all. He turned a complete circle, heads held wide apart for extreme binocular vision. Good. I expect you could reset everything. Understand, though, hindmost, if a service stack isn't where I expect to find it, that could kill me. You should give me access codes. Yes. By now, Toonsmith must know everything about the dock. What don't I know? You would not have the mental capacity. Lewis was silent. Carlos Wu built an experimental nanotech-based medical system more than 200 years ago. The United Nations considered him a proprietary genius. They claimed his work, too. He took the dock when he disappeared. Carlos Wu was never found. The dock reappeared 6 years later on Shosht Fobnir. My agent, Nessus, was able to buy it. My research team modified it to accommodate Kazinti and Pearson's puppeteer physiology, and to make it more versatile and dependable. Now, Toonsmith has rebuilt the machine. I expect it will accommodate night people, too. He's mastered this form of nanotechnology, and is using nanomachines to make more stepping discs. What else must you know? The dock is set to rebuild certain life forms from their genetic codes. Let's talk about Needle. Has he added weapons? Yes, and mastered mine, and boosted my thrusters beyond sane safety limits. What's he doing now? In the pop-up window, the black silhouette of Toonsmith wasn't doing anything. All the action was in deep space, where a point was moving away from the Ringworld at high speed. The ships of the Fringe War hadn't found it yet. A very agile ship with a miniature cabin. A small hanging people protector is the pilot, the hindmost said. Little fuel, large thruster and reaction motors, weapons not from my library. As you saw, launched via linear accelerator. Onboard fuel is used only to dodge and decelerate. Toonsmith names it Probe 1. Probe 1 was hard to see when its motor was off, but the motor was sputtering now as it dodged plasma weapons and missiles, and, somehow, even lasers. Toonsmith's instruments followed it out toward interstellar space. The Ringworld system retained its outer comets. All the near masses, planets, moons, asteroids, had been stripped from Ringworld system long ago. But comets must have been judged no threat to the Ringworld. After all, there were no big masses to change their orbits and hurl them inward. Ships of half a dozen species had been hiding among the comets ever since Chimie and Lewis revealed the Ringworld's existence nearly 40 years ago. Now, armed ships, human-built, the police and military branch of the United Nations, streaked in from off-screen. They looked more like tethers than ships, some with smaller ships attached. Probe 1 lit like a flashbulb, guessed wrong about a laser, and vanished. Toonsmith's screen swung wide, following nothing obvious. Lewis hadn't seen any debris. Hanging people was a generic designation for hominids who lived a monkey lifestyle. Some weren't sapient. A hanging people protector would still gain human intelligence or better. Hastily trained for spaceflight, it might outguess armed defenses, but Toonsmith would still outthink it, would still keep control. Being a protector was all about control. Toonsmith's telescope swung half around the sky, 180 degrees, or nearly that. Toonsmith's viewpoint focused on a fuzzy object, a comet, loosely packed ice drifting apart. Then on a spacecraft emerging from within the cloud. It was lens-shaped, painted black with vivid orange markings in the dots and commas of Kzinti script. "Markings name this ship Diplomat," the hindmost told Lewis. "We've observed. Diplomat seems well armed, but it never comes close to the Ringworld star. Always it lurks among the comets. Always it can flee in hyperdrive." That doesn't sound like Kzinti. They learn. I deem Diplomat the command ship for the Patriarchy fleet. Probe 1 was back. It had circled halfway around Ringworld's sun through hyperspace in less than 30 minutes. Its huge intrinsic velocity had pointed away from the sun. Now it carried the ship inward, straight toward Diplomat. Word from the other side of the sky would not have reached Diplomat yet. Minutes passed before the ship's Kzinti crew reacted to the intruder. Then, threads of interplanetary dust glowed a bit in Diplomat's laser fire, and a handful of small ships zipped out of the ice cloud. Probe 1 began dodging. A laser. Probe 1 flared brilliantly. Lewis squinted against the glare. Toonsmith's screen wasn't built to protect viewers from blindness. Probe 1 dodged out of the beam and into a scintillation of impacts and was still going. Lewis asked, "General Products hull?" "That, under a layer of Ringworld Floor material." Another ship popped out nearby, just long enough for Lewis to get a good view. It was much larger than Diplomat, a transparent sphere with complex machinery packed tightly inside the hull. Gone now, like the soap bubble it resembled. "Long shot," Lewis said, anger rising. "I saw it," the hindmost said. "They ran. Kzinti don't do that. Long shot is being used for courier service. It's too valuable to risk, and the Patriarchy will not have found room for armaments." Arm and Patriarchy were supposed to share that ship. Chimie and I gave it to them with that understanding. Probe 1 was too near the lens ship, accelerating sideways to get around it while fighting energy displays in lesser ships. Suddenly, there was actinic light. Lewis blinked hard. When he could see again, Probe 1 was gone. "What the futz was that?" he demanded. "Antimatter bullet. The newer armed ships are all powered by antimatter, but we had not seen it used by the Patriarchy. They must manufacture their own in a particle accelerator somewhere. The arm has a source, an antimatter solar system." Antimatter. Hindmost. That makes the Fringe War a lot more dangerous. The Ringworld is too fragile for this. Agreed. What's he doing now? The shadow of a protector leapt from its chair, arced like a ballet superstar across the view of comets and warships, touched down at one focus of the elliptical room, and was gone. A hand like a sack full of ball bearings closed on Lewis's forearm. He spasmed like a man electrocuted. "Lewis! Good you're awake," Toonsmith said briskly. "Without you, this would have been difficult. Hindmost, come out of there. Danger does not await our convenience. Lewis, are you all right? Your heartbeat sounds funny." Chapter 3. Recruiting. Toonsmith was a young protector. A Night People male of middle age had been lured into a cavern that grew Tree of Life. Toonsmith had emerged from his cocoon state 110 days ago. A tremendous mind demanding to be trained, in a hominid body hardened for endless war. At first he must have satisfied himself with the librarian's incomplete knowledge, and acolytes, and with what came in niggardly driblets from the hindmost. Toonsmith would not have begun his intrusions in any tentative fashion, Lewis thought. The hindmost might block that. Toonsmith must have built this heavy equipment and programmed it at his leisure, then set it moving all at once, after he'd picked the hindmost's locks. Fait accompli. Suddenly, he's standing over the puppeteer in his own living quarters. Suddenly, he's filleted the hindmost's spacecraft and is removing components as a fisher guts a trout. Protectors of any species would be manipulative. Intelligence was manipulative, wasn't it? A superior intelligence would want to control his teachers, knock them off balance from time to time. The differences between ally, servant, slave, and sled dog blur when the difference in intelligence is great enough. A moment ago, Lewis had been spying on a protector. Suddenly, the protector was beside him, gripping his wrist. Lewis said, "I'm fine. Much too young to have a heart attack." The puppeteers' heads and legs were buried under him. "Work on him," Toonsmith said. "I'm going to be busy." "2 questions," Lewis said, but the protector was gone. The hindmost eased ahead into the open. No part of the neck showed, only eye and mouth. Toonsmith could be seen sprinting about outside Hot Needle of Inquiry, working controls, then shouting into thin air. Heavy machinery began to move. The rebuilt hyperdrive motor was in motion. Unequal halves of the ship's hull began to close. The top of the linear accelerator began to track across the underside of Mons Olympus. The hindmost whistled. "I was right. He's—" The head ducked back under him. Toonsmith was back. He stooped to work controls on the hidden stepping disc. Then he picked up the curled-up puppeteer, evading the hind leg as it lashed out. They weighed about the same, Lewis guessed. "Lewis, follow!" he barked, and stepped forward and was gone. Just for an instant, Lewis Wu rebelled. It was a test, of course. Would Lewis Wu follow him without question? This was all just too familiar. An alien mastermind bursts into Lewis Wu's life, assembles a crew, and hares off on a mission known only to the master. First Nessus, then the hindmost, then the protector Tila Brown, then Bram, now Toonsmith. Each chooses Lewis Wu for reasons of convenience, drops him into the middle of a situation he doesn't understand, and runs him like a marionette. By the time Lewis finishes playing catch-up, he's committed to something on the far side of sanity. Pearson's puppeteers were control freaks. A true coward never turns his back on danger. Being a protector was all about control. Where would he be? What would Lewis Wu have done by the time he knew anything? The instant passed. If he didn't follow, he'd be out of the action entirely. Lewis stepped forward onto a stepping disc that looked like the rest of the floor and flicked out. A flood of sunlight made him squint. He stood on a high peak, on a stack of 6 float plates and a stepping disc. Toonsmith and the hindmost stood below him on a translucent gray surface. Lewis looked first for the arch to orient himself. The arch, the far side of the ring world, arced from horizon to horizon, broad above the haze at the spinward and anti-spin horizons, narrowing toward noon where it passed behind the sun. Lewis hadn't seen the arch in some time. Fist of God Mountain loomed to port like a lost moon, poking far out of the atmosphere. Around its foot, the land was more moonscape than desert. Hundreds of millions of square miles of lifeless, pitted rock. Fist of God was an inverted crater. A meteoroid had punched up through the Ringworld Floor from underneath hundreds of years ago. The blast had flayed soil from the high places, even this far away. Naked Skrith was dramatically slippery. Closer were silver threads of river and silver patches of sea, and the dark green tint of life gradually encroaching. The land below the hill was a broad jungle, and cutting through it, river miles across. "Watch your footing," Toonsmith said. Lewis lowered himself carefully onto naked Skrith. It was worth remembering. Beneath this shell of landscape was nothing but stars and vacuum. There would be no springs hereabouts, no groundwater, nothing to support life. No busybody to wander by, to fiddle with the controls on an abandoned service stack. Exposed as it was, this was an excellent hiding place for high-tech tools such as these. Lewis asked, "Are you going to explain what's going on?" Toonsmith said, briefly, "As a breeder, I knew little but remembered a great deal. Coming out of my transition from breeder to protector, the first thing I was sure of was that the ring world is terribly fragile. I knew that I was reborn to protect the Ringworld and all its species. That has come in steps. I whiffed Bram, of course, and knew I had to kill him. I spent some time learning from the Hindmost and his library, and watching the Fringe War develop. Then, for a time, it seemed best to work alone, or with a few hanging people protectors. Now, I must assemble a team. To do what? Toonsmith touched controls. The service stack lifted. 4 float plates detached from the bottom and eased apart. Toonsmith boarded a stack of 2, leaving 1 each for the puppeteer and the man. The puppeteer was looking about him. He said, "Downslope, one could survive. Ringworld folk are generally hospitable to strangers. Toonsmith, you never accept my word when you can test it. Why do you involve me?" "And for what?" Lewis demanded. Toonsmith floated off downslope. Lewis and the puppeteer boarded and followed. The protector's voice carried easily. He spoke interworld with no trace of accent, projecting his voice from deep in his belly, fearing no interruption, like a king. "The Fringe War grows more intense. The Arm is using antimatter instead of hydrogen fusion to power their motors and weapons. Lewis, the Ringworld cannot survive this. Something must be done. See if you can describe it. Lewis, to shape a plan, I need to learn more. Did the Hindmost tell you of a courier ship? Of puppeteer manufacture with an experimental drive? Long shot. I've flown it. The Warcats have it." He hadn't called a Kazin a Warcat in a very long time. "We're going to take it back. We have time to recruit Acolyte," Toonsmith said. They were nearing the edge of the jungle. "Why would Acolyte join you?" "I expect you will tell him to. Acolyte's father sent him to you to learn wisdom." "Joining you on a piracy expedition? Is that wisdom?" The puppeteer asked, "Do you need us? Do you trust us? Could you fight alone?" The protector said, "I must leave someone to fly Hot Needle of Inquiry, or else leave Needle abandoned and adrift among the comets." The Hindmost immediately said, "I can fly Needle." "Hindmost, you would run. Lewis and I will be pleased to. Lewis flew long shot once before. He will again. You and Acolyte will fly Needle." "As you will," the Hindmost said. Toonsmith said, "Lewis, you swore an oath. You must protect the Ringworld." In a mad moment, Lewis Wu had sworn to save the Ringworld. He'd done that 12 years ago when the Ringworld had drifted off center. But Lewis only said, "I won't force Acolyte. Then I must await developments." There were long-tailed hanging people in the jungle. They threw sticks and dung. Lewis and the Hindmost rose above the treetops, but Toonsmith's float plates dropped near the forest floor. They heard him whoop and saw him flinging missiles. Stones and sticks flew faster and more accurately than hanging people could dodge. In less than a minute, they'd vanished. Toonsmith rose to join them. "Tell me again why Ringworld species are always hospitable." "Toonsmith, those were apes," Lewis said. "Hominids aren't always sapient, you know." "Is this what you picked to pilot your probe?" "Yes, made into protectors. Sapience is relative." Lewis wondered if a protector really didn't see the difference between these apes and Lewis Wu. A protector's lips and gums hardened into something like a beak. He could not frown, or smile, or sneer, or grin. It was jungle all the way, trees and vines that Lewis couldn't name, and a species of elbow root growing in chains at 60-degree angles, big enough to match sequoias. Lewis switched his faceplate display to infrared. Now lights on the ground wove about each other, lurked, charged, merged. Thousands of tiny lights above him must be birds. Larger lights in the trees would be sloth and hanging people, and Lewis swerved to dodge a 50-pound flying squirrel with a head that was all ears and fangs. It cursed luridly as it passed under him. Hominid? Nice day for a float. Toonsmith settled in the circle of elbow trees. The ground was uneven, humped here and there, and overgrown with a tangle of grass. The Hindmost descended and Lewis followed, still seeing nothing. And then an abandoned float plate. How had that gotten here? His own disk settled. Lewis stepped off, and they were surrounded. Weird little men stepped out of the elbow trees and women popped out of the ground. All were armed with short blades. They only stood heart high. Lewis, wearing impact armor, did not feel threatened. Toonsmith hailed them and began talking rapidly. Lewis's translator device had never heard this language. It and he could only listen. But he could see through torn grass into a burrow that ran deep underground. The grass was torn just so in 50 places. He was standing on a city. Hominids, descended from the pack who must have built the Ringworld, had occupied every possible ecological niche, starting 500,000 years ago with a population already in the trillions, though the numbers were pretty much guesswork. This group were burrowers. They wore only their own straight brown body hair and carried animal skin pouches. They had a streamlined look like ferrets. They were looking less defensive now. Some were laughing. Toonsmith spoke, and more laughed. One stepped to a rise of ground and pointed. Toonsmith bowed. He said, "Acolyte is hunting a daywalker or 3 to spin a port. Lewis, what shall I tell them? They offer Rishathra." He was tempted for an instant, then embarrassed. "Lewis isn't in season." Toonsmith barked. The burrowing people laughed hysterically, looking at Lewis with myopic eyes. Lewis asked, "What was your excuse?" "I've been here. They know about protectors. Board your disk." Chapter 4. Acolyte. The smells were stunningly rich. Hundreds of varieties of plants, scores of animals. Kzinti could survive in style here, until their numbers grew too great. Acolyte, millions of miles from the nearest Kzinti, did not miss their company. But Acolyte resolved to tell his father about this place. He sniffed, seeking an elusive smell, anything large or lethal. It wasn't there. Only the smell of brachiating hominids. His father's hunting park had been more dangerous. The danger level of Father's park was as carefully measured as the placement of each bush. Kzinti needed a threat to bring them alive, and to keep their numbers down, too. Pack protectors didn't think like that. Louis Wu had explained it thus. Protectors had spread life across this land in imitation of the life patterns that evolved on Ball worlds, but they had left out anything that harmed or annoyed pack breeders, from carnivores down to parasites and bacteria. Whatever attacked today's bewildering variety of hominids had evolved over the 1,000,000 years, the 4 million phalans that followed. Of course, Louis was guessing. He'd said that, too. So here was a safe place to play. One day Toonsmith would call, or Louis, and Acolyte would find danger enough. The lights in the night sky were not all stars. A blotch in infrared, bigger than other blotches, went from perfect stillness to a blur of speed, leapt into a tree, merged with a smaller glow, paused. Toonsmith yowled. A returning yowl seemed muffled. Lewis's dawdling translator caught up. It said, "Acolyte! Here, wait!" Then, "Louis!" "Hello, Acolyte," called Louis. "Louis, I was worried. How are you?" "Young, hungry, antsy, not quite sane." "You were forever in the healing box." Toonsmith said, "Acolyte kept bothering me for updates until I had to find work for him elsewhere." Louis was touched. Acolyte had worried, thinking that Louis remained in the dock because there was more to be done for him. More likely, Toonsmith was just keeping Louis out of the way, or he might have been refining the rejuvenation process, or using Louis as a test subject to study nanotechnology, Tangem. A 12-year-old should not be forced to such cynical thinking, even a 12-year-old Kazin. The massive cat was halfway up a tree trunk, eating while hanging people through hard fruit from a distance. Toonsmith separated his float plates and hovered one next to Acolyte. Chmee was a Kazin chosen by the puppeteer Nessus to join his exploration team decades ago. Acolyte was Chmee's eldest son, cast out by his father and sent to learn wisdom from Louis Wu. He stood 7 feet tall, shorter than his father, furred in orange and dark chocolate, dark ears, dark stripes down his back, a smaller chocolate comma down his tail and leg. 3 parallel ridges ran down his belly, possibly his father's legacy. Louis had never asked. On a huge tilted trunk under green-black foliage, he looked utterly at home. He asked, "Are we finally ready?" "Yes," said Toonsmith. Acolyte judged the distance above a drop of 50 feet. He had to make a twisting leap. He hit the disc on all fours. The disc dropped under his weight, and Acolyte slid, scrambled, and had his grip. A Kazin's hands were good, but with his claws extended, his fingers would have slid off. Anger might have killed him. It was a jest, or a test, and Toonsmith had been dropping past him, ready to catch him. "I should reclaim my float plate," Acolyte said. He dropped toward the forest floor and took off through tilted trunks along a path Louis couldn't find. A float plate floated above a display of huge, gorgeous orange flowers. Acolyte eased the disc he was riding down over the other float plate, and with a magnetic click they locked. "I left one with the underpeople. Their toy until I need it," the Kazin said. "I mass too much. I have to be too careful when it's just one floater." The double disc took off. Toonsmith followed, and they were racing. Louis tried to keep up, but it was a hairy ride. They were leaving the hindmost far behind. Toonsmith called, "What have you learned?" The Kazin bellowed, "Nothing since we spoke. Tila's path ends with the mechanics, 2 months after she left Louis and my father. I have dwelt among 5 civilizations, 6 species, interesting symbiotic culture mechanics, and a variety of hanging people. None tell any tale of Tila Brown or Seeker, or weapons that throw light, advanced medicine, famine averted, a fly cycle, whatever I thought of, they never heard of it. Were you lied to? Who would dare? Who would care? Tila's path is discontinuous. I never tracked her through the sky. I only found places where she and Seeker landed. The mechanics remember her from 2 or 3 Phalans after a floating building passed over, 150 Phalans ago. Have you sought rumors of flying devices, or assessed conflicting reports? Yes. Louis. Acolyte looked back, then slowed. Toonsmith slowed too. The race was over. Louis, I was asked to track Seeker and Tila Brown. I found little. They disappeared for 70 or 80 Phalans. Then the vampire protector Bram tells us they entered the repair center as breeders. The man died of Tree of Life, too old, and Tila woke from coma as a protector. Toonsmith said, I want to know how breeders could find their way into the map of Mars. I want to know why Bram let Tila wake. It would have been so easy to study her in her coma, then kill her. They may be trivial questions, but I wonder. Louis shrugged. He'd wondered, too. Bram had had little respect for human life, breeder or protector. Acolyte asked, Are you caught up with what's happening? Tange, no. Toonsmith is driving me crazy with his secrets. The protector said, I'll talk as we go. Louis, you made me. You saw that a vampire protector was unfit to decide the Ringworld's fate, or else that Bram himself was unfit. You thought a ghoul would serve. You lured me into the repair center. A Tree of Life garden made me a protector. You expected me to kill Bram, and I did. I assume you considered implications. No anger, no bitterness showed. A protector's face was like hardened leather. Consider this implication. No protector ever evolved to stand aside when his descendants are in danger. You saw that a ghoul's children must benefit where other hominids survive well. But did you see that, too? We must act, sensibly or not. The Fringe War was bad enough when you entered the dock, Louis. Now, the Arm has brought antimatter-powered ships, 20 and counting. Now it seems the Kzinti have stolen the Puppeteer's Quantum II hyperdrive ship. To use it for courier service tells us interesting secrets, doesn't it? Louis agreed. They don't dare endanger it. They don't know how to duplicate the drive. There's still only one ship. Toonsmith asked, Hindmost, could you build another longshot? No, my research team could, but trial and error played a large part, and the cost broke my power. Drove me into exile as much as any of my other mistakes. They circled Toonsmith's service stack, then landed. Toonsmith said, I can't do nothing. If I can understand Longshot, here, let me reset our destination. Acolyte, this setting would take you to your father. Were you tempted? I have nothing to offer him yet. Follow me through. Toonsmith stepped from his float plate and was gone. They came out underground, where float plates waited. The air smelled of the caverns beneath the map of Mars. Toonsmith showed off his toys as they drifted through tunnels and caverns. A dozen float plates carried a huge laser cannon at a walking pace. I made this from specs in the Hindmost's records, the Protector said, with a few improvements. I'll mount it on Mons Olympus. I've heliographed the design to protectors along the rim wall. Soon, we won't have to depend on the sun to let us talk. I should mount one on Fist of God, too. Here. He reached out and down to snatch up a nest of tubing. He put one end to his mouth, and wild music emerged. What do you think? He blew again, and what the futz, Lewis danced on the float plate with an imaginary partner. Toonsmith stopped to examine massive machinery, then reworked some superconducting circuitry with a spray gun. The mass crept away on 60 or 70 float plates. Meteor repair kit, he said. Finished, but now it's got to be moved to the launcher. Stepping discs were growing in a vat while instruments monitored the metal content of the fluid. Toonsmith used a finished stepping disc to flick them into the meteor defense room. Lewis had no idea where he'd been. No idea what they were doing. It seemed to Lewis that the Protector's mind was like a vast maze, and Lewis lost within it. Working with Bram had been no different. The vampire Protector had committed an intolerable crime, and Lewis had found him out. Lewis had taken steps to replace him with a ghoul, a night people. Well and good, but had he expected to suddenly attain freedom? Protectors themselves didn't have freedom. If Toonsmith could always see the right answer, why would he ever choose otherwise? And all that a poor, stupid breeder could do was ride along. But if Lewis didn't get some answers soon... The Fringe War was all laid out on the floor-to-ceiling screen circling the meteor defense room. Ships and bases were marked with blinking cursors in neon colors. Kzinti and human ships were numerous. Others manifested a presence. Puppeteers, outsiders, Trinox, ships and probes Toonsmith hadn't identified. The Ringworld was of interest to any entity who learned of it. A Kzinti ship fell through the inner system, rounding the sun without a challenge. Toonsmith said, An arm attempted to talk to me, but I chose not to answer. No other faction has. There were early attempts to invade. The meteor defense stops everything but microprobes, but those must be everywhere. I've intercepted what must be messages between ships, too well encrypted even for me. By Needle's database, I can identify ships and habitats in the inner comets belonging to ARM, Patriarchy, Trinox, an outsider ship, and 3 Pearson's puppeteers all hanging well outside the system, and thousands of probes of unidentified origin. I had best assume that everyone knows everything that anyone is doing. Even for me, keeping a secret will be tricky. He zoomed the display. Lewis, what is this? A dot was light amplified to a blurred view of a ghostly torus made of black lace, all intertwining threads. A tiny point source of yellow-white light at the center. No obvious spacecraft drive. 32 Ringworld radii distant, Lewis said. Another outsider. They don't always use light sails. We bought hyperdrive technology from them, but they've got something even better. The good news is they've got no use for liquid water and high gravity, so they've no interest in human worlds. And this? A battered cylinder, flared at the tail, windows glinting about its waist. The design looks like United Nations work of a long time ago. Maybe a slow boat retrofitted with hyperdrive. It might be from Sheathclaws. Would they try to deal themselves in? That planet was settled by Kzinti telepaths and humans. Sheathclaws. A threat? No. They couldn't afford serious weapons. Good. Hindmost, did you show him Diplomat? Yes. We watched your Probe 1 break up a rendezvous between Diplomat and Longshot. Longshot retreated to hyperspace. Lewis, Acolyte, Hindmost, I need a sanity check, Toonsmith said. Is this a story you can believe? My Probe 1 frightens Longshot away from a scheduled rendezvous. Longshot jumps in hyperdrive, not far, then observes from a safe distance, a few light minutes away, until the pilot sees no further threat. Now he returns to exchange data and packages with Diplomat, but he's late. He returns to the Patriarchy, still behind schedule and trying to catch up. Longshot must report directly, because who else could? Every other ship is too slow. The Kzinti homeworld is 230 light-years from here. That's 300 minutes each way. We start with 10 hours to play with before Longshot's pilot can return to Ringworld space, and he will still make his next rendezvous in haste. Yes? Kzinti would do that anyway, Lewis said. Charge right in. Acolyte bristled. We do not worship clocks and calendars, Toonsmith. This ship Diplomat was attacked. They will be wary. Lewis said, Spaceborne always worship clocks and calendars. Orbits are like that. Hindmost? The puppeteer asked, What are you risking on this guesswork? Too much, Toonsmith said, but I must gamble. Fringe war activity accelerates toward a singularity. My worst move is no move. What do you intend? I will capture Longshot. Lewis saw that he'd been right. A crazy mission. He pointed out, Longshot is 3,000 times as fast as us in hyperdrive and never enters the Ringworld singularity. They can't use hyperdrive if they're docked with another ship. Follow me. Toonsmith strode forward and was gone. And again, Lewis followed. Chapter 5. Hanuman. As best he could tell, Probe 2 was a perfect machine. Hanuman continued working on it anyway. Of all the fascinating machines in Toonsmith's domain, this was the one he felt justified in making his own. His own life would ride this ship. He had watched Toonsmith at work on the meteor reweaving system. Toonsmith talked while he worked. Hanuman almost felt he understood it. Inside a Ringworld puncture, vast numbers of minimally tiny components would weave strands of script out of lesser matter, pulling the vast structure back together, closing the holes. Something else would be going on while the nanomachines worked. Similarly, tiny components would weave magnetic cables thinner than the hair on Hanuman's body, following superconducting cables already in place inside the torn floor of the Ringworld. A protector's nature was to act. It was all Hanuman could do, to stand away from the meteor reweaving system, to keep his hands off machines that could save the Ringworld and every species on it, including Hanuman's own. He dared not touch what he didn't understand. For 1,500 turns of the sky, Hanuman had lived in trees with others of his kind. He had loved, had sired children, had grown old. Then, a knotted creature sheathed in leather armor had given Hanuman a root to eat. Hanuman had only been intelligent for a phalan or so. He knew this much. Toonsmith was a superior intellect. Hanuman's touch on Toonsmith's machines could only ruin them unless he were explicitly directed and guided. But he could work on Probe 2. This was the machine that might kill him. He was hoping to understand it better. Toonsmith, as much Hanuman's superior as he was superior to his species' breeders, didn't quite understand it either. Hanuman heard a puff of air and turned around. Toonsmith had arrived, with visitors. They were in the cavern beneath Mons Olympus. Toonsmith strode toward an individual half his height. He said, Hanuman, these are friends. Folk, this is Hanuman, pilot for Probe 2. The stranger's voice was high-pitched, but not childish. Acolyte, Lewis Wu, Hindmost, hello. Lewis said, A pleasure. Hanuman? Still trying to decide what he was seeing. The stranger wouldn't weigh more than 50 pounds, 3 feet tall, with 2 feet of tail, swollen joints and swollen skull, and skin like cured leather pleated in folds. You'd be a Hanging People protector? Yes, Toonsmith made me and named me. Hanuman is a literary reference from the library and hot needle of inquiry. Hanuman switched to another language, ghoulish, spoken far too fast. As he and Toonsmith chattered, Lewis's translator caught a word here and there. Haste. Lower that into place. A single theory to be tested. If your vehicle survives. A cylinder waited beside the linear accelerator. It looked too small for a passenger, but the nose was fully transparent, and the magnet coils behind it, the linear accelerator, were more than a mile across. Machines had already mounted the rebuilt hyperdrive motor in Needle's belly. Now Needle's missing hull section crawled forward to rejoin Needle. Needle's sliced-off wall had been breached. A drum-shaped cylinder ran into and through it. The outer hull side of the intrusion was opaque, painted with more of that bronze stuff. As the hull section moved to join Hot Needle of Inquiry, the intrusion eased into what had once been the garage for Needle's lander. The intrusion was an airlock, Lewis saw, a big one, big enough to transfer a dozen humans at a time. The bronze edges matched. Then the bronze edging oozed away, coiling on the lava like a snake. The bronze splotch on the airlock remained in place. Lewis said, "I can't stand it. What is that bronze stuff?" Hanuman said, "Glue." Lewis waited. Toonsmith spoke with a touch of reluctance. "It's more complex than that. Do you know about General Products hulls? Each variation is a molecule with its interatomic bonding artificially enhanced. It's very strong, but if the molecule is cut, it comes apart. I've engineered a substance to replace the interatomic bonds. It does more than allow me to slice up a hull. I can bond one General Products ship's hull to another. Hanuman, are you ready?" "Yes." "Only fulfill your mission. Then save yourself if you can. Go." Hanuman scampered across the stone floor, climbed into the tiny missile, and closed the transparent nose. His ship dropped below floor level. Hanuman spared a moment to wonder about Toonsmith's companions. One was a breeder, species unknown, but all three showed their alien state. Starborn, alien to the Ringworld. Hanuman knew a little about them from Needle and its computer files. Where did they stand with regard to Hanuman? Glue, Hanuman had said, to see if Louis Wu would extrapolate the rest. He didn't. Not that bright. Hanuman was brighter than a hanging people, but he couldn't see what Toonsmith saw. The right answer, every time. Louis Wu had chosen Toonsmith. Did that make him bright enough to trust? The big hairy alien was a youth. He'd had little to say. The two-headed one was as old as seas and mountains. Probe 2 was ready to launch, and Hanuman had his instructions. But if he survived, he must come to know who to trust. Hydrogen fuel flooded into Needle's tanks. Toonsmith waved at the Tower of Rings. "Bram built this to launch meteor defense and repair systems. I've altered it. It will give us higher initial velocity than our fuel and thrusters would buy. Board Needle now. Don pressure suits strapped down. Hindmost, up front with me. We should launch behind Probe 2. Now, Hot Needle of Inquiry was sliding across the lava. Lewis wondered if they'd have to run after the ship, but Toonsmith led them to a stepping disc that flicked them aboard. The Hindmost and Toonsmith moved to the control room. Acolyte and Lewis stayed in crew quarters. While Lewis was getting into his suit, Probe 2 launched in a flare of lightning and was gone into the sky. The launch system was inefficient, Lewis thought. Bad for the environment. Toonsmith must have power to throw away. Needle sank toward the base of the launcher. Toonsmith was suited up much faster than the others. "Eat before you close your helmets," he shouted. "There's time." He raced through some diagnostic programs, then began using stepping discs to flick through the ship, stopping to observe, to fiddle. In 2 or 3 minutes he was back. Needle's control cabin had been given place for a co-pilot. Toonsmith's bolted-in seat was a layer of plates that moved to accommodate him. He glanced around at his crew. In place, webbed down, the Hindmost beside him, and launched. Chapter 6. The Blind Spot. "Another one," Forestier shouted. Tech Roxane Gautier looked. In the wall display, what was rising past the edge of the Ringworld was no more than a blurred point. Grey Nurse was on patrol among the inner comets, far, far away from any Ringworld action. Roxane asked, "Did you see where it came from?" Same as the other. One of the big salt oceans, an island cluster. The fighter recon crews didn't actually know anything. They were watching a wall display relayed from control. The officers in control could feed them any data they liked. That didn't stop crewfolk from speculating. Roxanne said, "The first one was too small. So's this one. They're not ships. They're just probes. Fast, though. Tech Godier, what's that?" That, rising from the same great ocean island, was a larger dot, elongated, moving with the same amazing speed as the probe. "That's a ship," Roxanne said. Headquarters would have to respond to that. Grey Nurse herself would not fight. She was a carrier. She was long and slender, built for spin gravity in emergencies, and she carried 20 fighter recon ships. Roxanne belonged to the crew of the fighter Snail Darter. Crewfolk numbered about 2 men for every woman, all between 40 and 80 years old. Younger than 40, command wouldn't trust your reflexes. Older than 80, why hadn't you been promoted? In Sol's system, they'd been the best. Here, in this strange place, some were startled to find themselves average. Roxanne Gautier was 51, and still one of the best. Lack of action didn't bother her. For 2 years, she'd enjoyed Grey Nurse's modest rec facilities, kept herself in shape, competed ferociously in war simulations, and worked on her education. She enjoyed dominance games. Some of the fighter crew found her intimidating. The Fringe War couldn't last forever. The forces involved controlled energies that were too powerful. If the Ringworld itself was getting involved, nothing would last much longer. Grey Nurse came under power. Her nose swung around. The voice of command, placid, not quite soothing, said, "All fighter recon crews, we will be passing through the inner system in 50 to 60 hours. You're on downtime until then. Eat, sleep, wash. After you launch, you'll wish you had." 1 or 2 crewfolk blew raspberries. Grey Nurse hadn't launched a fighter since their arrival 10 months ago. Launch was ferocious. Lewis heard a whine from the cabin gravity generators, and a planet's mass settled on him and squeezed out all the air. That wasn't supposed to happen. Then, discontinuity. The view jumped. Navy blue masked by flame colors around a black disk. The flames died, leaving the sun a deeper black disk on black sky. He could breathe again. The ship's wall protected them from unfiltered sunlight by imposing a black patch on the sun. As Lewis's eyes adjusted, he could make out stars, and here and there a spear of fusion light. A sudden starship zipped past, an advanced arm design too close. Toonsmith said, "Sorry, I reworked the stasis field generator. The stasis effect was holding for too long. It would have left us vulnerable, but now it doesn't become active fast enough. I'll fix it. Is everyone all right?" "We could have been crushed," the hindmost whimpered. "Where is Hanuman?" Acolyte asked. A virtual window appeared and zoomed. "There, ahead of us." The Fringe War was starting to notice Hanuman's tiny ship, and the larger craft following 4 minutes behind. Toonsmith jigged and jogged to avoid dangers unseen. Ahead of them, Hanuman's probe 2 was jittering all over the sky. The black patch that covered the sun was expanding. Toonsmith used the thrusters for a sustained surge, veered in the midst of the burn. The forward view went black, then cleared. Probe 2 was gone. Lewis had never had a chance to know the little protector. He asked, "Now what did that accomplish, Toonsmith?" Pyrotechnics sought them out, Fringe War weapons following Needle's jittery path. Toonsmith ignored all that. "What you've seen buys us nothing yet." Probe 2 was back. It had moved, pulled ahead by a crazy 250,000 miles. Tange, damn it! What has Hanuman done? Toonsmith said, "We are constantly testing each other, aren't we, Lewis? Let me show you what I've learned." The puppeteer's orchestral scream drowned out Lewis's. "Wait!" Toonsmith's hands moved. There was color and flow. Shapes weren't there, just flow patterns of light and a few tiny dark comma shapes. In the blind spot, in hyperdrive, Lewis had never been able to see anything. To go into hyperdrive this close to a sun was insane, but Hanuman's probe too had done it anyway, and somehow popped out again. And Toonsmith was about to do that too. They screamed at him, but he did it. He went into hyperdrive while too close to a sun. Born and raised on the map of Earth, Acolyte hadn't even guessed the danger. Launch must have been scary enough. In this nightmare of scrambled light and dark, darting commas, he was only drawing breath to roar when they were out again. Stars. The singularity hadn't eaten them. It had spit them out. Lewis looked around, savoring his ability to see. Close behind him was a black half-moon rimmed in fire, the sun chopped in half. Hyperdrive gone wrong might, in theory, take them anywhere. Lewis had not expected to see a black arc of Ringworld eclipsing half the sun. Out of all the quintillions of suns in the universe, he had not thought he would still be next to this one. But it was there. Toonsmith said, "Hindmost?" "No." "Lewis, then, will you tell me if that was the blind spot your histories speak of?" Lewis said, "The blind spot is what you don't see in hyperspace. If you try to look through a window, you're blind. You can only see what's inside the cabin. It's why most pilots use paint and curtains to cover up a General Products hull. There are freaks, though, people and other LEs who can at least use a mass detector without going nuts. I can do that. Hindmost?" The puppeteer was in a footstool mode. "Acolyte?" The Kazin said, "Toonsmith, if you can't see while flying in hyperspace, this will be a fun ride." "But that's not the point." Lewis tried to explain the obvious. "Ships just disappear if they drop into hyperspace too near a big mass. The space is too warped. What happened? We should be dead, or somewhere else in the universe, or in some other universe. Why aren't we? We're still in Ringworld system." Toonsmith said, "I found no convincing theory anywhere in the records. I must evolve one. Hyperspace is a false term, Lewis. The universe accessed through the outsider drive corresponds to our own Einstein universe, point to point. But there are fixed velocities, quantized. You're aware that you can map any part of a mathematical domain onto the whole domain? For every point in one domain, you can place a unique point in the other. I thought the relationship here might be point to point, except that space warped by nearby masses isn't represented. A ship that tried what Hanuman tried would go nowhere. Then I thought of an alternate model. We'll have to look at the recordings to know if I'm right, but after all, Hanuman did get in and back out. "Excuse me," Toonsmith said, and turned to his controls. Hot needle of inquiry began to dodge. The war wasn't letting them through. Thermonuclear fireworks bloomed outside the ship. The ship surged, and protective blackness washed across the walls. Lewis's inclination was to beat Toonsmith over the head with something heavy until he talked, but that would not be prudent while he was flying them through a firestorm. Toonsmith said, "Notice that we didn't travel far in hyperdrive. Hanuman didn't either. A light year in 3 days is characteristic of mass-free space. This close to a star's mass, space isn't flat. I'm not sure we even exceeded light speed. We launched at point 1C. We'll be among the comets in a few hours. We can safely use hyperdrive then. Hindmost, will you take the controls?" One head poked above the jeweled mane. "No." "Then get into ship's memory and summon up what information we collected." A mass pointer can't record, because the user's mind is a necessary component. Toonsmith had built something better, something that took pictures in hyperdrive. A virtual screen showed the streaming colors Lewis remembered, and a deep violet dot expanding into a tadpole shape. Toonsmith said, "This explains why we didn't travel far, too close to the sun's mass." "Inside the singularity," Lewis said. "Lewis, I don't think there's a mathematical singularity here at all. I found reference to a mass pointer in the Hindmost's library. Have you used a mass pointer?" "There's one in front of you. It only works in hyperdrive." "This?" A crystal sphere, inert now. "What do you think you see with it?" "Stars." "Starlight?" "No. A mass pointer is a psionics device. You perceive, but it's not with your usual senses. Stars look bigger than they should, as if you're seeing a whole solar system. You've been perceiving this! Toonsmith waved into a recorded view of neon paint streaming through oil. Dark matter. The missing mass. Instruments in Einstein space can't find it, but it huddles close around suns in this other domain you've been calling hyperspace. Dark matter makes galaxies more massive, changes their spins. We rammed through that? Wrong picture, Lewis. My instruments didn't record any resistance. We'll test that later. It might have been different if this had reached us. A deep violet comma-shaped shadow. We find life everywhere we look in this universe. Would it be surprising if an ecology has grown up within dark matter? And predators? Maybe Toonsmith was mad. Lewis asked, "Are you suggesting that ships that use hyperdrive near a star are eaten?" Toonsmith said, "Yes." Crazy, but the Hindmost continued his work with the recordings and Needle's instruments. He hadn't flinched at the notion of predators eating spacecraft. The puppeteer already knew. "I only held us in hyperdrive for a moment," Toonsmith said. "But these hypothetical predators only have one speed, Lewis, and it's fast. Singularity is a mathematical term. Certainly there are mathematics involved, but they may be more complex than just places where an equation gives infinities. Inside this morass of dark matter, the characteristic speed may be drastically lowered. The proof is that we live." "We are being observed," the Hindmost said. "I sense rating beams from ARM and Patriarchy telescopes and neutrino detectors. Ships begin to accelerate inward. The ship from Sheathclaws houses telepaths of both species, though they can't reach us yet. I found the comet cluster that hides the Kzinti flagship Diplomat. It's across the solar system, 7 light hours away and receding behind us. Toonsmith, do you have a plan?" The Ghoul Protector said, "I have the simple part. We will observe the fringe war as we coast outward. Let our velocity carry us beyond the danger zone, the dark matter zone where predators lurk. Then swing around the system in hyperdrive. Approach Diplomat from the other side of the system. Await developments." Hours passed. The fringe war made no further test of Needle's defenses. When the sun was only a bright point and the Ringworld was barely more than that, Toonsmith asked, "Hindmost, can you perceive hyperspace directly?" "Yes. I can't. But if you can't fly for terror, I must fly Needle." The puppeteer uncoiled. He took Needle's controls. "Where shall I fly?" "Take us 10 light minutes outward from Diplomat's last position." Human beings can't look into the blind spot. Most would go mad. Some can use a mass pointer to steer through hyperspace and keep their sanity, too. Some Kzinti can perceive hyperspace directly. Their female kin have mated into the family of the Patriarch for 50,000 years. This time there was nothing. Not darkness, not featureless gray, not even the memory of sight. Lewis fumbled until he could opaque the hull and crew quarters. Acolyte said, "I don't know enough to ask intelligent questions, Lewis." "We're okay. I understand this. This is hyperdrive the way I'm used to seeing it. We're outside the borderline," Lewis said, "even if I have to unlearn everything I know." All his life, he'd thought in terms of a mathematical singularity. In such a system, the realm of heavy masses, suns and planets, would be undefined in hyperspace. Ships couldn't go there. What we're doing is a standard maneuver. We have a velocity, right? We were flung up from the Ringworld, toward the sun and past it and outward. We still have that huge velocity straight out from the sun. But the Hindmost is taking us halfway around the system in hyperdrive. When he comes out, we'll have the same velocity we started with, but pointed back toward the sun and the Ringworld. "We're out," the Hindmost said. They were in black space with one overbright star. They'd been in hyperdrive about 5 minutes. The Hindmost said, "The fringe war doesn't normally reach this far out. We're safe for the moment. Our velocity vector is inward, toward Diplomat. We should act within 10 minutes before Diplomat can see our neutrino wake and Cherenkov radiation." "Get me a view," Toonsmith ordered. 10 light minutes is further than the distance between Earth and Sol. The virtual window popped up and zoomed, and wiggled a loose-packed comet out of the starscape, and zoomed. A lens of steel and glass was the Kzinti command ship Diplomat emerging from its cometary nest. That larger sphere just popping into view was Longshot, close and closing. Toonsmith barely glanced at the view. There'll be a few minutes matching. We have time. Hindmost, show us what we recorded in this last hyperdrive jump. The hypercamera's record was blank. Lewis snickered. Toonsmith reproved him. Lewis, there's nothing to see. We're outside the envelope of dark matter that collects around our star. Where there almost isn't any dark matter, there almost isn't space either. This is why we can travel faster than light does in vacuum, because distance in this domain is drastically contracted. Now I need only learn why there is more than one characteristic velocity. I'll get that by studying Longshot. Hindmost, take us in range of Diplomat. 2 fighting ships guard the near side of the comet. I see them. Use hyperdrive. We'll beat our own light. The blind spot flashed for only an instant. Their target was still too far away to see, but the virtual window nailed it. A loose, dark, fluffy comet, icy puffball satellites drifting around it, and 4 ships, 2 linked. Toonsmith's knotty hands danced. Needle surged. The cabin gravity motors were whining again. The larger ships, Diplomat and Longshot, locked together at the airlocks, were coming up fast. Slowing. Slowing. I'm taking the controls, Toonsmith said. Diplomat fired lasers. Crew quarters went black. The virtual window was looking at something other than light. A flock of dim points was coming at them. Needle didn't have rocket motors. Toonsmith was using only the sluggish thrusters. Now the virtual window disappeared, and the hull was slapped sideways, then backward. Lewis just had time to realize that they were mated. Then Needle's cabin gravity surged uneasily while the generators whined. 3 ships, locked together, tried to turn round their common center of mass. Diplomat ripped loose, tumbling, dwindling. Hot Needle of Inquiry was using full thrust to push Longshot. Needle's overbuilt thrusters against Longshot's sizable mass would give, what, around 10 gravities? And Longshot hadn't had cabin gravity when Lewis flew it. In all that packed space, there hadn't been room for extra machinery, or so he had assumed. 10 gravities would flatten any Kzinti aboard, knock them out, or kill them. Diplomat, the Kzinti command ship, fired a cloud of missiles, then disappeared in a black-cord fireball. The missiles twinkled. Toonsmith was exercising his marksmanship. The warrior ships didn't fire, for fear of harming Longshot. Toonsmith exploded the ship that tried to take up escort. The other fell behind. A ship carrying antimatter is very vulnerable, Lewis thought. Was that reassuring, or just scary? Needle's thrust died. Toonsmith was out of his seat, shouting, "Lander Bay!" He reached a stepping disc and was gone. Acolyte followed before Lewis could quite get moving. The wall had become a window again, and Longshot was a planet jammed against Needle's hull, with the cabin right up against Needle's new airlock, the view blocked by bronze glue. Lewis was out of his web, weapon in hand, running for the stepping disc. He saw Toonsmith race through the hangar, dive into the airlock, look, open the second door, leap, with Acolyte right behind. Then Lewis flicked into the hangar. He was 10 feet behind Acolyte, moving at a dead run, leaning forward because he was about to enter freefall, a laser weapon in one hand. Pirate, he thought, elated, expecting no real resistance. But light sputtered where Toonsmith disappeared. Acolyte stopped suddenly, then leapt out of sight. In freefall now, Lewis dug his feet into the wall and jumped behind his extended weapon. Generated gravity slammed him to the floor. That was confusing if he'd had time to think about it. Longshot hadn't had gravity generators. Longshot's life support system was only the pilot's cramped cabin, and a cramped sleep and rec room above it, now occupied by Toonsmith and 3 Kzinti. 2 Kzinti were sprawled in pools of orange blood, chopped and seared and dead. A third was fluffed out like a yellow and black cloud with teeth. Lewis held his aim on that one until he was sure it was Acolyte. Toonsmith's voice spoke in Lewis's helmet. "Time presses. Lewis, take your place as pilot. Acolyte, return to Needle. Hindmost, go with him. You have your instructions." Lewis wriggled past Acolyte and took the pilot's chair. Acolyte pushed the dead patriarchy warriors into the recreation space. He sprang toward the airlock. The puppeteer had gone ahead of him. Toonsmith's communicator voice followed them. "Hindmost, what does it mean if we found cabin gravity aboard Longshot?" Silence. "Hindmost!" The puppeteer was reluctant, but he spoke. "It suggests that patriarchy has solved some of our secrets. Some of what we packed Longshot with was data-collecting instruments. Some was mere misdirection. The Patriarch science team must have learned how much superfluous space is there. They've used it to install a cabin gravity generator, and who knows what else. What would human or Kzinti warriors do with so fast a ship if they knew there was extra space for thrusters, fighter ships, and weapons? Toonsmith, if you can't imagine that, ask Lewis." "Lewis? Just be glad this ship is ours again," Lewis said. He studied Longshot's control system. A crude second control panel had been set beside the first. All the indicators had been reworked in Kzinti dots and commas. Gravity rolled uneasily. They were in motion, and Longshot's cabin gravity generator wasn't happy with the unbalanced configuration. Toonsmith was behind Lewis's shoulder, his jaw against Lewis's neck. "Can you fly it?" "Yeah," Lewis said. "I may have to close my eyes." "Do you read the hero's tongue?" "No." "I do. Make room. Join your companions aboard Needle. I can fly Longshot. I remember the controls." "They've been changed. Go." "Can you fly this ship?" "I must try. Go." When Lewis entered Needle's hangar, Acolyte was already gone. Lewis took a moment to contain his fury, typical of a protector, to bet his own life and everybody else's on his own not-yet-formed abilities, on nebulous theories, on risks Lewis wouldn't have taken even in his teens and 20s. But that wasn't enough. He'd bet Lewis Wu's life because he might need him. And now he didn't. What the futz? Just another gamble that hadn't paid off. Inhale through the nose, hold it, flatten that abdomen, exhale. It felt remarkably good to be back in his teens and 20s. Lovely, if he could live through it. Needle lurched and separated from Longshot. Lewis found the hidden stepping disc and flicked to crew quarters. Acolyte was there. The hindmost was on the flight deck, his back to them. He said, "We must make our way separately. Lewis, Acolyte, strap down." Acolyte said, "I was to be co-pilot." "Plans change," the hindmost said without turning around. Lewis didn't even wonder how the hindmost had gained control of the bronze glue that linked the hulls. Toonsmith didn't hesitate either. From Longshot he said, "As you will, hindmost. Your enemies in this part of space include every arm and patriarchy ship, and very likely all strangers. I've sheathed Needle's hull and Skrith, giving 2 layers of defense, but antimatter is still a danger. Make your way to the map of Mars as best you can." The hindmost didn't answer. Hot needle of inquiry turned toward interstellar space. Chapter 7. End Run. Acolyte asked, "Lewis, are we pointed the wrong way?" 4 fusion rocket motors glowed blue on Longshot, grown tiny now. The great ship didn't have much acceleration, and that was all fusion flame, conspicuous against a sky full of enemies. Would the patriarchy try to destroy Longshot? Not while there was a ghost of hope of capturing it. The Quantum II hyperdrive was just too valuable, Lewis thought. Unless another faction looked ready to make a capture. Then what? How could the Protector expect to hide the great ship? 1 mile in diameter. But that was tiny against the scale of deep space. But none of Toonsmith's problems had any relevance to what the hindmost was doing, turning toward interstellar space, toward his home. Lewis hadn't answered at once. Acolyte said, "My father often assumes that I know things I don't. He learned them too early. They must seem obvious. Spherical geometry, centrifugal force, seasons, the way light falls across a ball world." "He's trying to escape," Lewis said. "Escape?" The hindmost was certainly able to listen, and Toonsmith might hear this too. But what did Lewis have to hide? "The hindmost has an intact spacecraft now," he said. "He sees the Ringworld as fragile. It makes him feel trapped. Now he's out. He'll run for the fleet of worlds, the ball worlds where the puppeteers live." "Then I am kidnapped. Hindmost!" The puppeteer didn't answer. "I'm kidnapped too. Relax," Lewis said. We have time. This ship couldn't reach human space in less than 2 years. Even the fleet of worlds is months away. We've got time to think. Lewis, what will you do when you finish teaching me patience? Lewis smiled. Mount you as a statue in your father's palace. It was their private joke. So, the fleet of worlds might be the Hindmost's target. Then again, fleet of worlds politics had ousted him from the supreme position, years ago. But puppeteers thought in much greater time spans. The Hindmost might not be welcome among his own kind. One could hope. As for Louis Wu, the United Nations wanted him for holding proprietary knowledge, for the crime of knowing too much. The UN held great power among the worlds of human space. Still, they didn't rule everywhere. Their rule only included the Earth and Moon, and all targets which might threaten that domain. The Hindmost had found Louis Wu on Canyon and snatched him away some 15 years ago. The local government or the arm would have claimed his possessions there. His homes on Earth were forfeit. So, where? There had to be a place of safety. He hadn't really seen this day coming. Louis said, I'll have to be persuasive. Maybe I can get the Hindmost to drop us somewhere in human space. Then I'll find a way to get you home. I'll show you some of human space first. Could be fun. Why human space? Take us to the patriarchy. Let me guide you. Louis had been an interspecies hero, briefly, when they brought back Longshot. He said, I've been in the Patriarch's palace and hunting park. Have you? Guide me, then. Show me where my father grew up. I'm afraid to go there. I could show you recordings I made, if I could get to Earth or Canyon. But even that's too risky. Even in a daydream, the arm would have claimed his possessions. But I could read up on the Fringe War before we come back here. Toonsmith doesn't know enough. Maybe nobody does. It'll be like the War of the Roses, or the Vietnam War, or Avenge Mecca. It could last forever. Nobody knows how to turn off a war. Stet, take me to human space. Will they grant me my place, my rights? Louis laughed. No. Stick to interspeak, the way Chimie and I taught it to you. We'll claim you're from Sheathclaws or Fafnir, grown up in a Kazin and human community. They'd expect you to be a little strange. Tanj, why haven't we moved? Hindmost! Longshot was lost in starscape and sunglare. A needle wasn't doing anything at all. Louis shouted, Do something, Hindmost! The puppeteer squawked. Then tonelessly, Louis, Acolyte, the carrion eater has disabled my hyperdrive motor. Louis had nothing to say. The puppeteer said, I could have circled in hyperspace to hide my point of return into Ringworld system. Now every telescope in the system will be watching while I try to reach safety. We'll be under fire for 2 days, as a most optimistic estimate. Toonsmith has much to answer for. You would have run, Louis said. The puppeteer snorted an orchestral discord. Needles swung about. Clouds of missiles and a score of ships began drifting in from the comets an hour after the Hindmost started his run. They watched it all coming while Needle accelerated toward the sun. The Hindmost remained on the flight deck. Acolyte and Louis were sealed in their own quarters. They talked of this, voices low, as if they couldn't be heard that way. Louis watched the Fringe War coming. The faster missiles weren't a danger. Nothing with high thrust would carry antimatter. You couldn't risk antimatter jarring against its containment. Some ships, particularly those elongated arm ships, might carry antimatter bullets and a linear motor to fire them, but those ships would be slow, too slow to catch Needle. Tracking Longshot gave the invaders no problem at all. The mile-wide sphere was conspicuous and undefended. On the second day, missiles began to arrive. Most of them gathered in a cloud around Longshot. Toonsmith had added a laser turret to Needle. The Hindmost shot down the few scores of missiles that sought Needle out. The sun grew large. Louis wondered if more ships waited in the inner system. Shouldn't we be making turnaround, Hindmost? That's just what they'll be expecting, the puppeteer said. Louis wondered what the puppeteer intended. Then, looking ahead, he knew. How dangerous could it be? Puppeteers are cowards, right? Louis Wu couldn't show fear before a Kazin. Better if he could persuade himself that he was having fun. It's a ride. But the hindmost was more afraid of his pursuers than of what he was doing. Lewis took a moment to consider his words. Then, "Hindmost, everything new about Needle, even the hyperdrive, has been built or rebuilt by Toonsmith and never tested afterward. Do you still trust it all? Even the stasis field?" "I must," the hindmost said. "Out here I'm prey. Any creature with a telescope might have seen our attack on Longshot. Are we a mere diversion? Will Toonsmith throw our lives away for misdirection? Lewis, he is your kind more than mine." Being asked for his opinion of Toonsmith, Lewis gave it. "Don't trust him. Take your best shot. Assume he reacts very fast." "Even if we can reach the ring world, I'm still his prisoner," the hindmost said. "But I will not accept that. I will not. I tire of being put at risk for purposes I don't understand." "Tell me about it." Hot Needle of Inquiry had picked up considerable velocity and was still accelerating as it passed the rim wall. As it did, ships lifted from the ringworld's black underside. Then Needle was inside the ringworld's arc in a glare of sunlight and a halo of thousands of tiny probes. Lewis heard a howl to melt bones and a rhythmic thudding sound, but he didn't walk around the kitchen wall to see. It was just Acolyte attacking a wall, getting some exercise. The ship was jigging and jogging across the sky, but only the jittery starscape showed that. Needle had tremendous acceleration, but its cabin gravity was up to the challenge. Then again, so were the probes. Nothing was attacking Needle, but every species wanted to look. What would they see? A No. 3 General Products hull, puppeteer made, and a puppeteer in the command section. Needle should be safe. Most LEs wanted to avoid frightening a puppeteer. The black spot that hid the sun was growing larger. It was going to be a hell of a ride. A sudden glare blinked white-black. Acolyte asked sarcastically, "Missiles don't carry antimatter." Maybe it's a ship hit by an antimatter bullet. The light looked right. "I'm guessing, of course. Hindmost, keep dodging." The puppeteer's voice sang. "As opposed to what? Distract yourself. What if they kill Toonsmith? Will you choose another protector? Or choose none?" "How's he doing?" The hindmost popped up a virtual window. Shoals of missiles and ships were converging in a shell around the mile-wide crystal sphere. Lasers and bombs sparkled among them. Against all sense, a ship had fired on Longshot, and now others were firing too. The sphere turned, bright, dark, bright in the laser light, its 4 archaic rocket motors flaring. Then, Longshot was gone. "Dodged into hyperspace," Lewis said. "Crazy bastard. He'll lose them if he didn't get himself eaten." "What will you do if Toonsmith is dead?" the hindmost persisted. "There's too much Tree of Life around. I have to do something," Lewis said. "Otherwise the protectors on the rim wall will take over everything. That's not good. They're evolved too far out of the mainstream of hominid development, and they don't know enough. Hindmost, a ghoul is still the best choice. They live a jackal lifestyle. Whatever lives is theirs eventually. They do best for their own kind by making life better and safer for everyone. Aside from that, their heliograph system is wonderful. We need it." The hindmost said, "Toonsmith is arrogant and manipulative." The black blotch covering the sun expanded and swallowed them. Discontinuity. Chapter 8. Try an Antimatter Bomb. For 2 days, Grey Nurse had been accelerating, then merely falling toward the sun and the ringworld. The carrier would whip past the rim wall in a few hours. In that moment, there would be an option. A linear motor ran the length of Grey Nurse's hull. Fighter lurker ships could be backfired into range of the ringworld itself. The crews waited. Whatever had gone on in that Kazinti-held patch of comets and vacuum, it took place far above Grey Nurse, half hidden in a fog of ice crystals. Fighter crews could speculate, of course. Explorer probes were on their way to do forensic work. Meanwhile, the attackers were in view and running. "The little one is a GP hull," Tech 2 Klaus Rashid said. "Might be anyone." "Anyone but puppeteers," Roxanne said. "They'd never have the nerve." "But the big slow one, that's Longshot." The rest of the Fringe War had taken notice. Both ships were now surrounded by probes from half a dozen civilizations. Feeds were shown on the common room monitors. A Pearson's puppeteer was at the helm of the GP No. 3 ship. Longshot's pilot looked like a man. "Longshot's ours," Klaus said. "This might be our chance to get it back." The crewfolk watched the feeds. A sudden burst of firepower surrounded Longshot, threatening an experimental ship of inestimable value, and Roxanne smiled at their cursing. Her smile slipped, and the cursing stopped when the crystal sphere simply disappeared. The voice of command spoke at last. "Board your ships! All fighter crews, board your ships now!" Gone like a soap bubble, Roxanne thought. How? But she was scurrying along the corridor toward her station, flinching from burly hotshots who thought they could fly in these narrow confines. Her station was Snail Darter. She crawled through the lock and took her assigned seat. Klaus Rashid followed her through. The third crewman, "Where's Forestier?" she rapped. Tech Oliver Forestier swung in and took his place. The three were back to back, looking into their wall displays. Oliver asked, "Think they'll launch us this time?" Roxanne Gautier grinned. She liked this. Herself and two males in an environment that couldn't possibly rid the air of all pheromones, in conditions too cramped to do anything beyond flirting. Klaus and Oliver already found her intimidating. "We'll launch," she said. "Depending on what those ships do, we could see the Ringworld close up. We might even get down to the surface. Gird up thy loins, legal entities. We are going in." The ship jerked, and Lewis jerked too, as everything around them shifted. Needle was out of stasis. Views to the side showed fearsome coronas above a black horizon of blocked-out sun. Aft was only black, the sun receding. Lewis couldn't see what the Hindmost's cabin display saw. Good. If he could see graphs and false color representations, he would feel the hull temperature rising. There was that about Pearson's puppeteers. They never ignored danger, never pretended it wasn't there, never turned their backs on a threat except to kick. Ahead, arcs of glowing coronal gas streamed past. The stars were hidden in a ruby glare that might actually be Needle's invisible hull giving off black body radiation. The ships of the Fringe War were not to be seen. The puppeteer had lost their pursuers by aerobraking his ship through the sun. They were already nearing the ring of huge rectangles that cast shadows of night across the Ringworld. The Hindmost drifted his ship behind a shadow square, then boosted to some ferocious acceleration and ran for it. Lewis wondered idly if Toonsmith had turned off the meteor defense. Once before, the meteor defense had fired on Lewis. Lying Bastard in stasis had smashed into the Ringworld floor and plowed a furrow across the land. They'd survived without a bruise. But this time, Toonsmith had futzed the timing on their stasis field. This time, the Ringworld sun-powered superthermal laser didn't fire, or didn't fire quick enough to catch Needle. But the Fringe War found them. "We're being followed," Acolyte said. The Hindmost sang, "I'll lose them. Don't distract me." The Ringworld came up like a vast fly swatter. Needle dove straight toward a long strip of night-bound land. Lewis could see the other ocean almost below, a vast diamond dotted with clusters of islands easing off to the side as Needle came down. The Hindmost aimed at lightning-lit cloud laid out like a flattened hourglass in a pattern several times larger than the Earth. An ice storm is the visible sign of a puncture in the Ringworld floor. It's the Ringworld equivalent of the hurricanes and tornadoes that form on planets. Air draining through the puncture produces a partial vacuum. Air flowing from spinward slows against its spin velocity. It weighs less. It wants to rise. Air from anti-spinward speeds up, grows heavier, wants to sink. From overhead, the pattern is a sketchy, flattened hourglass with a puncture at the throat. From port or starboard, the storm takes the appearance of an eye, upper lid and lower lid, and a horizontal tornado whirl in the center, and perhaps an eyebrow of high cirrus. A Ringworld protector, Toonsmith or Bram before him, would have filled in any large puncture by now. Lost air is hard to replace. The meteor crater at the heart of this storm would be a small one, and old. These storms took generations to form. The hindmost dove toward the whirling throat of the hourglass, slowing hard, with one large and two smaller ships still in his wake. Then Needle plunged into the black whirlwind as if in suicidal frenzy, and out through the meteor crater into black interstellar space, looping hard around and up. The hindmost fired a laser at the Ringworld's black underside. A ruby glare lit an array of spill pipes broken by another ancient meteor. Have to tell Toonsmith, Lewis thought. The Ringworld is wearing out. It's losing air and water. Everything needs repairs. Underside, rim walls, landscape. Yeah, in our copious free time. They were driving through a plume of ice crystals now. A block of frozen seawater was being boiled away. Acolyte suddenly demanded, "Lewis, stop saying that." "Sorry. I know what 'it's a ride' means. Billions of your kind pay a sum for the privilege of being scared out of their wits under conditions of assured safety. A hero must risk real danger. You did that when we fought Bram. Here we go." As Needle surged upward, "It's not a death trap. It's a ride." The foamy black sea ice was nearly boiled away. Needle rammed up through a smashed drain hole, through a last barrier of ice, and into the sea above. Hot Needle of Inquiry settled through black water and came to rest. "And here the ship may stay," the hindmost said. He popped up the lip of a stepping disc and went to work on its controls. Lewis asked, "How much of this were you expecting?" "Contingencies," the hindmost said. "If Toonsmith ever gave me a chance to move Needle, I'd need a place to hide it. Here, Lewis, this link leads to the repair center. The stepping disc network is open to us." Acolyte's ears were up. He watched them like a tennis match. Lewis thought it through. The ocean around them would drain until an ice plug formed. Toonsmith could find them by the plume of water vapor, if he had the leisure. But Longshot was slow in normal space, and if hyperdrive near a star was no longer sure death, it was still tange dangerous. Toonsmith and Longshot would be hunted across the sky for days yet. So Hot Needle of Inquiry was, "Hindmost, you can't hide the ship." "I have. We need access to Needle for food, beds, showers, pressure suits. We need a stepping disc link, and that's all Toonsmith needs too." "I can hide its location, Lewis." The hindmost was searching for the illusion of control. It seemed futile, but hey, Lewis was doing the same. "Think now," Lewis said. "While Toonsmith is watching Hot Needle of Inquiry, why don't we steal Longshot?" "How?" "I have no idea, but I'm tired of being run around like a marionette by him or you, hindmost. There has to be some way out of this box. While Toonsmith is occupied, we might yet have a day or two to accomplish something." They flicked to the meteor defense room. Daylight had swept across the ice storm. Lewis was looking across 190 million miles, past the rim of the sun and the black edges of shadow squares. Silver knots and threads still marked rivers, lakes, seas, but time and a puncture wound had desiccated this land. 3 ships dodged and weaved in and out of a flattened hourglass made of storm. These must be the ships that had followed Needle down. The big ship was Kazinti, and the smallest was an armed fighter, and the third was armed too. They'd be able to detect each other through cloud, as anyone could given deep radar. Lightning flickered sporadically in the constriction, but a sudden sputter was too bright to be lightning. The trouble with an antimatter bullet, Lewis surmised, is that the crew will use any excuse to get it off the ship. Both armed ships were chasing the Kazin ship. The Kazin dove back into cloud. Lewis could track its deep radar shadow through the axis of the ice storm. One armed ship in its wake, one darting ahead through open air. Then the Kazin ship was gone, down through the drain hole and out. 2 armed ships now commanded perhaps 1 trillion square miles of Ringworld. They spent the next several hours quartering the area, returning every so often to the ice storm. "Guarding the puncture against entry," the hindmost suggested. "You and Chimie blurted that secret to all of known space, didn't you, Lewis? Enter and leave the Ringworld through any meteor puncture. Otherwise, face a solar-pumped superthermal laser meteor defense." "If they find Needle," Lewis said, "they'll have access to the stepping disc network."
Hindmost, is that technology easy to copy? The United Nations never had the chance. It's a lot more advanced than transfer booths. The hindmost didn't answer, of course. Lewis found himself staring at the display of the other ocean. The vast expanse of water and land looked like tapestry on a castle wall. Clusters of islands, continents. They'd be that big, as big as the maps in the great ocean, one of which was a 1-to-1 scale map of Earth. These were more thickly clustered, and they seemed all identical. Hindmost, was the Ringworld built by Pack? I don't know, Lewis. I thought you might by now. I wondered if there might be real Pack, somewhere among all those variant hominids. We've never seen anything of Pack but old bones. The puppeteer said, We can deduce a good deal about Pack breeders. They slept or hid during the day and night. They hunted and did their business at twilight. They lived above a shoreline. Lewis was startled. How can you know all that? Your partial baldness suggests that your ancestors swam regularly, and I've watched you in the water, too. As for twilight, this Ringworld gets far more twilight than a planet would, and it's wholly unnecessary. Let me show you. The hindmost boarded a chair, clumsily. His questing mouth found controls. The wall display jumped, became a featureless blue. The hindmost began to draw in white lines. A blob of white, the sun. A circle, the Ringworld. A much smaller ring, concentric. 30-odd shadow squares moving a little faster than orbit, held in a net of cables. This is the way the Ringworld was designed, the hindmost said. A 30-hour day with 10 hours blacked out, and more than an hour of a sun partly blocked. Instead, he sketched in 5 long shadow squares, sliding retrograde against the Ringworld spin. This model would avoid the long twilight period and give equal day and night. The builders didn't want that. Whoever built the Ringworld must have wanted endless summers and long twilights. We surmised they were Pack protectors, and we surmised that the Pack world was like that. Lewis studied the picture. Or else, he thought, they built an advanced model somewhere else. The hindmost said, I'm hungry. Will you keep watch? Hungry, the Kazin agreed. Hurry. Time had slid by unnoticed. Lewis realized he was half-starved. A puppeteer must eat more often than a carnivore. The hindmost was gone for most of an hour. He returned with jewels sparkling in a newly coiffed mane. A float plate heaped with fodder followed him. We'll regret the time we're wasting, he said. Our last hour's free from Toonsmith, but what can we do with them? My plans didn't reach far enough. Look, more warships. 3 Kazinti, then an unfamiliar larger craft, then 3 more armed ships danced around the inner ring of shadow squares, not firing yet. Lewis said, Acolyte, go feed yourself. Who wants to be around a hungry Kazin? Lewis and the hindmost watched the warships at play. They won't all have stasis fields, Lewis speculated. Stasis fields are expensive and not too dependable, and of course they take a ship out of the action. So they'll be leery of the Ringworld's meteor defense, but Toonsmith turned that off, and they're starting to realize that. So, as 3 Kazinti ships began a long dive toward the Ringworld surface, here come Kazinti to stop the first armed ships, and more arms to stop them. Tange, damn it. A brilliant streak inside the atmosphere ended in a flash against desert. That was an antimatter bullet, said the puppeteer. And now it's a little eye storm. Tange, this isn't even the main event. What they want is long shot. Needle is nothing. A needle in a haystack? What you describe is mostly your imagination, said the hindmost. Much of a war goes unseen. That larger ship? I have identified it. Lure of Far Lands Limited, the Kadatlino and Jinx Business Alliance. They won't fight. They will only observe. Here's Acolyte. Lewis, go eat. Bathe. Lewis jerked awake. Something had disturbed him. A flash of light from the screen. Acolyte and the hindmost were asleep, sprawled far apart on the hard floor beneath the meteor defense room walls. It was good to be clean. He'd eaten like an army. Sleeping plates would be good, too. But anyone who slept aboard Needle would miss something. Lewis sat up. Nothing hurt. He grinned, remembering what an older woman had told him at his 200th birthday party. "Dearest, if you can wake in the morning with no pain in your joints and muscles, it's a sure sign that you have died in the night." The hindmost had reset the wraparound screen. It showed a skyscape with windows in it, views of an ice storm in the other ocean. Around the windows, stars moved uneasily, ships of the Fringe War. All views were quiet now. It did bother him that he couldn't think of anything to do except watch. He was trying to outthink a protector. What chance would he have later if he couldn't find an angle now, while Toonsmith was being hunted across the system? On the Ringworld were millions of seas. Lewis couldn't guess where the hindmost had put Hot Needle of Inquiry. He could get there by a stepping disk setting. The first pair of armed ships hadn't found it, and now they were too busy maneuvering. The war above the ice storm had been quiet for hours, but ships continued to shift position. Sudden light splashed around the Farland ship. Antimatter bullets intercepted in transit. The Farland ship was accelerating away from the action. Its new course would miss the Ringworld. A ruby laser lit it brilliantly, but diffused, its attacker already deep in atmosphere. Ships tens of millions of miles apart had some chance to defend themselves. But the war above the ice storm was getting too tight. Fire burst into the clouds where two armed ships were hiding. Lewis cried, "Wake up! Wake up! You're missing action!" The others stirred. Toonsmith's deep radar window showed one armed ship diving through the puncture hole, leaving hard-won turf abandoned, but safeguarding data from its explorations, unless some ambush waited beneath the Ringworld floor. The other accelerated hard, running down the storm's axis in a channel of clear air, the pupil of the eye. Kazinti had deep radar, too. Two lens ships were diving. Fire followed them down. The eye storm flashed to a blue-white glare. The hindmost killed the zoom window before it could blind them. On a less expanded view, Toonsmith must have a camera on one of the shadow squares. A star glared near the other ocean, as big as... too big. Far too big. The puppeteer said, "I believe one of the armed ships exploded. Antimatter. We'll have a hole the size of—" The hindmost thought it through, then folded into himself and was silent. The ice storm was gone, blasted apart. Cloud patterns showed an expanding ring of shock wave crossing seas and gray-green land. A hemisphere of cloud enveloped a dimming fireball. What has happened here? Toonsmith and the little chimp protector were on the stepping disk. A sorcerer confronting wayward apprentices, demanding explanations. Lewis's throat closed on him. It felt like he should have stopped this. It felt like Toonsmith should blame him. "Antimatter explosion," Acolyte said. "Is there a hole under that cloud?" The question was already silly. The dome of cloud was dimpled in the center. It was being sucked into interstellar space. When Acolyte didn't answer, Lewis said, "There was already a hole. Of course, we have to move fast," Toonsmith said. "Come." He had the lip of the stepping disk up and was redirecting it. Lewis found his voice. "Sure, now's a good time to move fast. You've brought the war home, and now the air's draining out of the Ringworld." What had been a fireball was nearly gone. The Ringworld floor was naked scrith within a slowly expanding ring of cloud. Cloud streamed toward the hole, and Toonsmith had Lewis by the forearm. He walked them to a stepping disk. Hanuman's eyes took it all in one sweep. He'd bent the laws that governed this universe, and a hypothetical other. His mission was a total success, and none of it mattered. The Ringworld held everything worth saving, and the Ringworld floor was ripped open. The puncture was on the far side of the arch. That was both good and ill. Death would be a long time marching around the curve to reach them here. But Toonsmith's countermeasures would have to cross that same gap. The aliens saw it, too. The most alien was the eldest, the most experienced, perhaps the wisest, and that one had shut down his mind. The hominid had lost hope. The youngest, the nothing like a big cat, was, like Hanuman, waiting for someone to solve it. Toonsmith? Toonsmith was in motion while Hanuman was still catching up. The ghoul protector showed no doubts. When Toonsmith and Louis Wu vanished, the little protector followed. Toonsmith would fix it. Machinery on a Brobdingnagian scale had been moved into the workstation under Mons Olympus. Toonsmith dropped Louis's arm and moved among his instruments at a sprint. The little protector, Hanuman, scampered after. Acolyte popped up next to Louis. "Louis, what's happening?" "The air's draining out of the Ringworld." "That would be the end of everything?" "Yeah. Starting on the far side. We might have days, but only because the Ringworld is so endlessly big. I have no idea what Toonsmith thinks he's doing." "What is that massive structure?" "I've seen it." Hanuman rejoined them. "That is a meteor plug, largest version. Of course, it was never tested." It was the shape of an aspirin tablet and roughly the size of the Twin Peaks arcology or a small mountain, still small compared to the puncture in the Ringworld. Louis said, "I remember. It was in one of the caverns. He set it moving here on big stacks of float plates." They watched it slide into the hole in the floor and fall, guided by magnetic fields toward the base of the linear launcher. Toonsmith was at the edge, watching. Louis and Acolyte went to join him. 40 miles from the roof to the floor of the repair center ran the loops of the linear launcher. It was way overbuilt for something as small as Hot Needle of Inquiry. It would better accommodate something like this half-mile-wide package of Toonsmiths. The launcher's bottom sat on an array of float plates, and that was moving to adjust its aim. The package was near the bottom now, still falling, but slowing. Toonsmith saw them watching. Immediately, he hustled them away from the hole in the floor. Lightning roared at their backs. Louis turned to see something tremendous flash past, out through the crater in Mons Olympus and gone. Acolyte's ears were curled into tight knots. Hanuman lifted his hands from his ears and said something inaudible. Louis couldn't hear anything. His ears still held the roar and agony of that lightning blast. Louis didn't lose his deafness for some time. Acolyte recovered much faster. Louis could see the Kazin discussing whatever with Toonsmith and Hanuman, while they all followed the action in a wall display of the meteor defense room. The Hindmost remained in footstool mode. Louis could only watch. Toonsmith's meteor plug package drifted toward the sun. Needle had been launched at 1/10 of light speed. The launch system was capable of that. But over such a distance, the package's fall seemed sluggish. In a zoom window, the puncture showed as a black dot on landscape that looked lunar, clear and sharp and barren of water's silver or the dark gray-green of life. Louis guessed the puncture was 60 to 70 miles across. A ring of fog surrounded it, bigger than the Earth and still growing. The Ringworld was not yet aware of its death. Air and water would flow into the hole and out into vacuum. But first it all had to move, from up to 300 million miles around each arc before the shock could reach the Ringworld's far side, the great ocean, here. Not much would be lost in 160 minutes, while Toonsmith's package crossed the Ringworld's diameter. Even the other ocean wouldn't have begun to boil yet. Hanuman wandered over. He said, loudly, spitting his consonants. It was fun to watch his lips. "I have been in this state for less than a phalan. I still cannot grasp the scale of things. I did not grow up in a universe 50 billion phalans old, on a ring spinning around one fleck of light among 10 to the 20th of flecks. There were not that many of anything. My world was small, cozy, easily grasped." "You get used to it," Louis said. He could barely hear himself. "Hanuman, what is that? What can it do? We're losing our atmosphere." "I know little." "Share it with me," Louis demanded. "Two bright minds with similar goals will solve problems in similar ways. The vampire protector Bram saw a need to plug meteor holes. His first meteor plugs were small, but his mass driver under Mons Olympus is hundreds of phalans old and hugely overbuilt. The Fist of God meteoroid impact must have frightened Bram witless. Toonsmith builds bigger yet. That package is his biggest effort." Hanuman was constantly in motion, bouncing around Louis as he spoke, arms swinging. "We shall see it in action. Toonsmith wants us to observe on site. If there is partial failure, then we must see what must be redesigned. This XX large meteor patch, how does it work? I would be guessing. It's never been tested? Tested when? You were stored in the dock for less than a phalan. Toonsmith made and trained 4 hanging people protectors, built a nanotech factory to make bigger meteor plugs, monitored the Fringe War, designed several probe ships, built a stepping disk factory, redesigned your hot needle. He's been busy. He's been crazy as a sting bug hive city. And if the plug doesn't work, it's all for nothing. Do you have children? Yes, and they have children. Since Toonsmith made me, I've not had the chance to count them, nor even to sniff them. Of course, they are all forfeit to Toonsmith's schemes in the Fringe War. Aren't we all? Should Toonsmith have taken such a risk? How should I judge? Hanuman's frantic dance, the hands pounding his chest, would have been an uncontrollable rage in any human. Toonsmith implies that the greatest risk was not to act. Lewis, how can you remain so still? 50 years, 200 phalans of yoga. I'll teach you. I must act, Hanuman said, but not because to be still is wrong. It may be that way with Toonsmith. How can I know? I am enraged with no target. The sun's gravity was bending the package's course minutely. Toonsmith and Acolyte walked over. Toonsmith asked, Lewis, do you have your hearing back? Have you rested? I slept. Where did you land, Longshot? Why would I tell you that? Toonsmith waved it off. You and Acolyte and Hanuman must observe my plug in action. Has Hanuman told you anything? It's a XX large-size meteor plug. Good. I have a stepping disk in place. You saw this coming, Lewis said. I did. Could you have stopped it? How? Don't steal Longshot. I need to understand the Quantum 2 hyperdrive. Lewis, you must see that the Fringe War would never have stayed in the comets. These ball-world species covet the technology that made the Ringworld. It isn't the Ringworld they want to preserve. They want the knowledge, and to keep it from each other. Lewis nodded. It wasn't a new thought. Skrith armor, cheap fusion plants. Trivia, Toonsmith said. The Ringworld engineers needed motors to spin this structure up. They must have confined a hydrogen mass equivalent to a dozen gas giant ball worlds, then fed it all through force fields arrayed to act as hydrogen fusion motors. Your ball world bandits don't have decent magnetic control, and what they have won't scale up. They might learn something by studying our motors on the rim wall. They would study the Ringworld. They need not preserve it. Am I talking sense? Maybe. Lewis, I want you in place to observe the meteor patch as it deploys. Toonsmith, it bothers me to be expendable. I don't use the word, Lewis. I don't use the concept. All life dies. All life resists dying. I would not put you in unneeded danger. Interesting word. I have a stepping disk in place from which you may observe, a sight not to be missed. Hanuman will go. Will you? Acolyte, will you go? Or will you rest here in comfort to learn if all we know has been destroyed? Acolyte looked to Lewis. Lewis threw up his hands. Stet. You want us in pressure suits? With all my heart, Toonsmith said. Use full gear. Chapter 9. View from a Height. They geared up and needle and flicked from there. The hindmost wasn't with them. They'd left the puppeteer in a depressed and uncommunicative state. At light speed via stepping disks, they'd arrive ahead of Toonsmith's plug package. Acolyte wore Chimy's spare pressure suit, retrieved from Needle's stores. He looked like a bunch of grapes. Hanuman, in a skin-tight suit with a fishbowl helmet, went first. Lewis stepped onto the plate. The bottom dropped out. Lewis hadn't expected free fall. He hadn't expected to be thousands of miles up, either. He snatched at something, Hanuman's hand. Hanuman pulled him to the stepping disk. The Ringworld, 2,000 or 3,000 miles below, skimmed past at ferocious speed. It looked infinite in all directions. The rim walls were too distant to show as more than sharp lines. Acolyte yowled. Lewis didn't dare reach for the thrashing, terrified Kazin. Acolyte's father's spare pressure suit was all balloons, but there were Waldo claws on all 4 limbs. It would have been like reaching into a threshing machine. "It's all right. You have attitude jets," Lewis shouted. "Use them when you feel like it." The yowling stopped. Lewis's magnetic soles held him down. Hanuman had turned the stepping disc off. Otherwise, they'd be back aboard Needle. "Plenty of time, Acolyte," Lewis said. "We're orbiting the sun." Lewis held his voice calm, soothing. He's only 12. "Essentially, we're standing still, and the Ringworld goes at the usual 770 miles per second, so we'll see the whole thing go under us in 7.5 days. Hanuman?" "8," Hanuman said. "8 stepping discs are now in orbit. Toonsmith intended more. This was the nearest. I've committed the stepping disc system to memory. If we need to reach the surface, there's a service stack not too far, but meanwhile we can see it all. Can you pick out the puncture?" "I don't see it yet." "Look antispin." "It's behind us?" "Stet. I have it. It looks like a target. Airless moonscape rimmed with cloud, scored with lines pointing inward toward a black dot. The land racing below them still had river networks lined with the dark green of life. Through the land a white streak ran to antispin. Lewis thought he knew what that was, but it was less urgent than the puncture. "Acolyte?" "I see the wound. I do not see the plug package." "I haven't found that either," Hanuman said. "Too small. Toonsmith, are you with us?" "Half-hour delay," Lewis reminded him. 16 minutes each way, light speed. This was a protector? But upgraded from an animal. You didn't expect a protector to forget things, and Hanuman must be very accustomed to Toonsmith's guidance. Acolyte bounced against the stepping disc. Magnetic boots clung. He stood uncertainly. "My father tried to tell me about free fall," he said. "I don't think he ever feared it." Toonsmith spoke from 16 minutes in the past. "I've sent the signal to deploy the XX large meteor plug. Tell me what you see, all 3 of you. Be free to interrupt each other. I can sort your voices." A lamp lit above the target. It didn't look much brighter than a street lamp, but its size. Lewis squinted past the glare. "Something unfolding. Toonsmith, it looks like fire salamanders mating, or a balloon inflating. It's bulking up into a shape like a sailing ship's life preserver. Jets firing at fusion temperatures. What have you got there, Toonsmith?" Acolyte. "It's settling, slowing. A torus. It's much wider than the puncture. 1,000 to 2,000 clicks across. Was this what you wanted to hear?" Hanuman. "The Skrith foundation that holds the ring together demonstrates tremendous tensile strength. I've done the numbers. The forces that hold Skrith together would generate showers of quarks if pulled apart. A bag made of such material would be strong enough to confine a hydrogen fusion explosion. There's risk, Toonsmith, but it seems to be holding." Acolyte. "It's settling." Lewis. "Enclosing the puncture. Leaving the puncture exposed like a bullseye on a target. I'm guessing your balloon stands 50 miles tall, so it'll confine the atmosphere as long as it holds." Hanuman. "Toonsmith, how good an insulator is a Skrith balloon? We wouldn't see it if it weren't leaking energy. When it cools enough, it'll collapse. Toonsmith, it will leak air. The ground beneath will be uneven." Answer came there none. Toonsmith's reaction was a ringworld diameter away. So he must have spoken 16 minutes ago. "Watch for the second package," the protector said. "Tell me if it settles inside the ring." Acolyte. "I don't see anything. Lewis? Hanuman?" Lewis. "There won't be a meteor trail." Acolyte. "Rocket. I see it. Fusion by its color. Settling slowly at the edge of the hole. It's down." Lewis. "We're drifting too far. I can't see the puncture anymore." Hanuman bent over the rim of the stepping disc. "I'll fix that. The next stepping disc is 30 degrees around the Ringworld arc. Ready?" They flicked. The Ringworld flowed beneath them. They'd jumped 30 degrees, about 50 million miles. Lewis, looking ahead of him, found a line of white several worlds wide, and a brighter line peeping above its center. Acolyte said, "There it is. We can't see detail, Toonsmith. We won't be over it for half a day." Lewis. There's a zoom function in our faceplates. Toonsmith, I don't see any change. Your balloon plug is still inflated. Everything outside the balloon is fog. We've lost a few percent of the ring world already. Around the edges of the fog, the land would be ravaged by shock waves running through air, sea, earth, and the Skrith Foundation. Weather patterns would be shattered. Lewis realized he was being optimistic. He was assuming that Toonsmith would plug the hole, stop the loss. He had once estimated the ringworld's population at 30 trillion, with hominid species in every possible ecological niche. That vast plain of fog would be water droplets condensed by a drop in pressure. Ecologies under that fog blanket would be dehydrated and suffocating. Around it, they'd soon be ravaged by climate change, but only if Toonsmith made a miracle. I think a ship in stasis crashed to anti-spin of the puncture, Lewis said. I can't see it from here. Hanuman said, We won't be over it for half a day. I'm going to flick us home. A moment later, plus a quarter hour, they were aboard Needle. Moments afterward, so was Toonsmith. Hanuman, report, he said. Your device deployed. It will hold for days, but it will leak. What are you expecting? I sent a reweaving system to make more Skrith. I based my design on nanotechnology from the dock aboard Needle. A complicated matter, this. The system must replace not only the Skrith floor, but the superconductor grid within. Hanuman said, There are species whose breeders evolved intelligent. Their protectors would be bright enough to help you with such problems. Bright enough to quarrel to, and to hold the ring world hostage for the advantage of their own gene pool. Lewis, tell me what you saw of a downed spacecraft. Just a streak, Lewis said. Different from other streaks? He spoke too patiently. Lewis flushed. We saw it from a long way away, but I reached the ring world aboard a ship in stasis. Lying Bastard came down with a horizontal velocity of 770 miles per second, like anything that brushes the ring world. We left a streak of molten lava and bare Skrith. Now I've seen one just like it. I think when one ship exploded, another got knocked down. We'll have to find it. That's easy. But not now, Lewis pleaded. Your orbiting stepping disk won't be in view of the puncture for 12 hours anyway. Let us get some sleep. He was ready to weep, exhausted physically and emotionally. Sleep, then. They slept aboard Needle. Lewis shared sleeping plates with Hanuman. The little protector just had to try it. Chapter 10. A Tale to Tell. They woke, they breakfasted, they returned to the workstation under Olympus where Toonsmith was waiting. Toonsmith had added to their gear. The new gear included 2 fly cycles. Nessus and his motley crew had carried 4 fly cycles. Flying structures built something like a dumbbell with a seat mounted between the weights. They'd all been ruined on that first voyage. These 2 must have been modeled on the wreckage, but they were longer, each with 2 seats and a big luggage rack. Lewis inspected one of the vehicles. The kitchen converter would store in the luggage rack or swing out. Mounts on the dash carried a flashlight, laser, and some other tools. Nessus's team had reached the ring world with gear similar to this, some of puppeteer make, some purchased off shelves in human space. I reworked the sonic fold, too, Toonsmith said. Orbiting stepping disk 8 will be almost in place, Hanuman. You can take it from here. Stet. To Acolyte and Lewis, Hanuman said, Get into your pressure gear, then stow your baggage. We'll push the fly cycles through first. Where's the hindmost? Lewis asked. He's still in a depressed state, said Toonsmith. That worries me. He may be suffering a chemical imbalance. I'll put him in the dock after you're gone. Lewis didn't comment. They geared up and went. And out into free fall with the ring world blazing below. The Kazin, the Protector, Lewis, and 2 fly cycles drifted apart. Riding lights flashed on the fly cycles. Orbiting stepping disk 8 had drifted in the night, 20 degrees, 33 million miles. Lewis was looking almost straight down into a black hole with a glitter at the rim, in a quasi-lunar landscape marked with radial streamlines and glittering threads of frozen riverbed. A torus the size of a mountain range, glowing ruby from within and beginning to sag, was its border. It looked like God had dropped one of his toys. A plain of white clouds surrounded the Taurus, bigger than worlds. To Antispin, where cloud cover became patchy, a white scratch ran across the land. Lewis pointed it out. A ship dug that gouge. We'll find it at the Antispin end, the far end. I don't see it yet, so it'll be small. Hanuman, shall we start decelerating? Yes. Board a fly cycle. I'll take the other. Acolyte rides with whom he will. Acolyte? With you, Acolyte said. Stet, keep your altitude until your relative velocity is low, Lewis. The sonic fold won't take more than a few times sonic speed. I'll keep you in sight. Guide us down to the ship. A grid of superconducting material ran beneath the Ringworld Floor. Nessis's fly cycles had flown by magnetic levitation. With maglev for lift, thrusters didn't have to be powerful. But these redesigned machines did deliver some serious push. When his velocity relative to the landscape had decreased to something reasonable, Lewis eased down into atmosphere until he could hear a thin whine in the sonic fold. He could see a lacework of water vapor around the other fly cycle. His own shock waves were barely visible. Toonsmith spoke suddenly in his earphones. Your mission is to seek out a crashed ship. Lewis, guide them. Report to me at every step. Watch for more than one ship down. The crash grooves they carve would be close together and parallel. I want to know the species and what to expect of them. Don't throw your life away to find out. Don't kill any LE if you can avoid it, but if you must, leave no sign. If possible, negotiate. I'll make any guests glad they met me. I worry for what I might forget to tell you. Lewis, remember that information storage is easy. All of human knowledge is probably stored aboard every armed spacecraft, with blocks to restrict secrets. The right officer will know the right passwords. Acolyte, if you find a Patriarchy ship instead, give up. The knowledge may be there, but no hero will give it to you. Lewis said, a telepath might. But Toonsmith's monologue droned on. I worry for what I might forget to tell you, that it's a 300-million-mile walk home, and the stepping disk is orbiting beyond your reach, and the Hindmost will be in the dock. So you can't count on him for an ally, and you can't use the dock to rejuvenate, Lewis. In the fullness of time, I'll make you a protector. Not likely that Toonsmith would say any of that. Lewis concentrated on flying. Far behind them was the low wall of fog. The ship they were tracking had skipped across a sea, a river, another river. A ridge showed a glittering notch of bare skrith where the ship must have bounced aloft. The arrow-straight canyon resumed further on. Skrith rimmed with splashed lava. Following it was easy. It ran across forest, a white sand beach, a long, long stretch of veldt. There. So small a thing to have wrought so much damage. Against another ridge lay an elegantly contoured half-cylinder, flat along one side, no cabins, no windows, no breaks in the reflective surface, except near one end. Lewis zoomed his faceplate. Is that an armed ship? Acolyte asked. Or Patriarchy? Smooth as it is, it might be puppeteer. But they'd use a general products hull, wouldn't they? Closing now at several Mach. The protrusion at one end looked like a bee stinger. It's a drop tank, Lewis said. Explain, Hanuman rapped. It's not a spacecraft. It's part of a spacecraft. The part that carries extra fuel. The part you can throw away. He was furious with himself, and then, suddenly, elated. The ship whapped down in stasis. After the stasis field collapsed, they still had a working spacecraft. Working spacecraft. Keep talking. Somehow he held his voice steady. They drop the tank when they want agility or longer range. I'd say they were getting ready for a dogfight. But a working spacecraft. Hanuman said, Flop. We have to find that ship. Were you expecting this? No. Lying Bastard was a different design. After we hit, we were grounded. Now what? Possibilities suggest themselves, Hanuman said. First, I'm linked to Toonsmith. Toonsmith, you have Lewis's assessment. Shall we wait for the ship to return for its fuel? Is it Arm or Kazinti or something else? Must we negotiate or challenge? Lewis said, Arm. Kzinti would have marked their property. Piran or Kadat or Trinox wouldn't challenge Kzinti or men. Kzinti had owned them. Puppeteers wouldn't directly challenge anything. Outsiders wouldn't get this close to a star. Might be some other human branch, or Kzinti bandits, or Trinox, but call it Arm. That's a little tank, so we're looking for a little ship. A fighter won't carry antimatter fuel. Energy stored in a battery. Water for reaction mass because it's easy to store and pump. They might have antimatter weapons. It's surprising that a little ship would have a stasis field. Maybe the UN is getting better at building them. Any part of a warcraft would have dot-sized cameras all over it. If they're not watching us, they might still record us, Lewis said. So what shall we be? The little hologram heads of his companions looked blank. Lewis explained. We're operatives working for a super-intelligent protector who used to be an eater of the dead? That's too scary. Any military LE who heard that might shoot us out of hand. An armed ship will have records of what a protector is. That'll scare them, too. So, what do we want to be? We're a Kazin, and a man, and a hanging people protector. We don't want to be patriarchy. They're scary, too. We can't show arm identification. Ah, Hanuman said. You want to lie. Hanuman? A new concept? Acolyte rumbled in dissatisfaction. Hanuman said, My species' breeders aren't sapient. I've been able to think and speak for less than a Phalan. Who would I lie to? Toonsmith? A dog will try to lie to its human master, Lewis thought, but getting away with it. Stet, but we do not want to confront them with a protector. Hanuman, do you remember how you behaved as a breeder? Can you do it again? You would make me a pet monkey? Yeah. Stet, if I can't talk, I can't be caught in a lie. Acolyte's pet, I assume. What of you? Lewis said. I think Toonsmith saw this coming. Our gear is pretty close to what Nessus brought aboard Lying Bastard. Let's be the Hindmost's new crew, with the puppeteer leading from way behind as usual. It would explain fly cycles. Hanuman, any thoughts? We're telling a story. Better if they do not learn that Louis Wu made a protector and set him in charge of the Ringworld. You would seem too powerful and too undefended. Best if we do not mention an experimental medical system using nanotechnology either. That was stolen from the United Nations, even if 800 Phalans ago. They'd want it back. I hadn't even thought of that. Stet, let's keep working on this, Acolyte. I am proud of what I am, and I was not taught to lie. We serve a powerful master. Why not simply demand what we want? Maybe this is why Chimese sent you to me. Acolyte, it's only a fighter, but their mothership would carry antimatter fuel. Hanuman, how many XX large plugs does Toonsmith have? 1, partly completed. Worse than he thought. The Ringworld couldn't afford another antimatter explosion. Acolyte, you're Chimese son. Stick with the truth as much as you can. Just don't talk about the repair center or Toonsmith or Carlos Wu's nanotech autodock. Your father, Chimie, rules a chunk of the map of Earth. The Hindmost made you an offer, and you went off with him rather than fight your father again. You're his hostage, but you don't know it. And how did I meet Louis Wu? The Kazin demanded. I hadn't got that far. Land, ordered Hanuman. We'll fill our kitchen slots while we wait for the ship's return. Louis, how long does a dogfight take? Not long. Hours. They landed among trees like redwood-sized dandelions. Lewis had seen these elsewhere. Light and noise would alert them if a ship returned. Meanwhile, they dismounted, stretched, removed their pressure suits. As soon as Acolyte sniffed the air, he bounded away with a howl, hot in pursuit of something the others never saw. Lewis swung his kitchen converter out on its boom. He loaded grass and small plants into the hopper. Hanuman was doing the same. If the kitchen box was based on what they'd used 30-odd years ago, it would process local vegetation or animal flesh, make hand-meal bricks he could eat, and discard the dross. He'd have to catch something meaty, soon. It extruded a brick. Wrong setting, Hanuman said. Here. He turned a dial on Lewis's kitchen. That was for me. Fruit eater. Lewis broke a chunk off the protector's brick and tasted it. Good, though. We eat fruit, too. It hit him without warning, a rush of nostalgia. He'd been here before, on unknown landscape in all this ring-world hugeness, sharing a hand-meal brick with Tila. He turned away from Hanuman as his eyes filled with tears. He remembered Tila Brown. She was tall and slender and walked with the confidence of a centenarian, though she was only in her 30s. He'd first seen her wearing silver net on blue skin, hair scarlet and orange and black, like bonfire flames and smoke streaming upward. Later she'd put aside Flatlander style. Nordic pale skin, oval face, big brown eyes, and a small, serious mouth, dark and wavy hair cut short to fit into a pressure suit helmet. She had never stumbled, never had a bad love affair, never been sick or hurt, never been caught in scandal or a public gaffe, until she attended Louis Wu's birthday party. Louis still believed that was a statistical fluke. Among a population in the tens of billions, someone like Tila Brown could surely be found. But the experimentalist party among Pearson's puppeteers believed that they had been breeding the human race for luck. Tila was the descendant of 6 generations of birthright lottery winners. Whatever happened to Tila could be interpreted as lucky. Falling in love with Louis Wu, following him here. Losing her way in a domain 3 million times the surface area of the Earth. Finding Seeker, the brawny explorer who could show her so much of the Ringworld secrets. Finding the repair center beneath the map of Mars. Finding a cache of Tree of Life root. Falling into a coma while her joints and brain case expanded. Gender disappeared. Gums and lips fused to horseshoes of sharp bone. Skin thickened and wrinkled into armor, while she became a protector. Nessus led us, and I led Tila to the biggest, gaudiest toy in the universe. How could she not want to make it her own? But only a protector's intelligence could hold the Ringworld safe. And when the Ringworld was endangered, Tila Brown, the protector, saw that she must die. Death isn't bad luck to a protector. It's just another tool. Acolyte returned with his mouth bloody. Good hunting here. My father is missing another fine adventure. Hanuman asked, Louis, can you pass for crew on an armed ship? There's a notion. Louis thought about it. Did he really remember enough? What I can't pass for is a local. I'm Homo sapiens, Earth origin. Why do I want to be a crewman, Hanuman? Crew of what? Hanuman said, We must not be servants of a protector. So, I must be a tree-dwelling animal, and you must be a wanderer, unless you serve some greater force. If you serve, it must be some aspect of the Fringe War. The Arm, of course. But I don't know Arm protocol, and I'm not in their records. Isn't there a way you could have been missed? No. Let's try something else. He munched on a hand meal while he thought. Drop the previous story. Start over. Tell something simple. Something Louis Wu can keep straight. And Acolyte also. He said, Let's try to guess what a random armed fighter has in its computer records. They know that we came home. That Chimie and Louis Wu came home with Nessus injured and no Tila Brown. Suppose Tila lived. She never finds the repair center and Tree of Life. They might know that the Hindmost landed on Canyon 23 years later, and Louis Wu disappeared then. They might have tracked Chimie, too, from one of the Kazin worlds up to where the Hindmost collected him. So the Hindmost brings us both back to the Ringworld as crew. That's the way it happened. But let's say he planned to rendezvous with Tila. She and Louis Wu have been living together ever since. It could have been that way. Should have been. Even though the Ringworld would have been torn apart a year later. Still daydreaming, Louis said, They had a child after her implant wore off. And that's me. Hanuman said, Hypothesis diverges from ARM records. Tange. How? When would these events take place? Louis Wu returned here 13 years ago. Does the ARM know that? Yes, they do. ARM found me on Canyon just before the Hindmost collected me. Louis had killed 2 agents. Tange! That would make Louis Wu's son 12 years old at best. Can you pass for 12? Hanuman asked. Ha, ha. Could you, Louis' eldest, have left Tila with the child? The child would be aged 160 flans. Almost 40 years old. Couldn't happen. Tila must have had her 5-year infertility shots. They'd have had to wear off. We never had the time. Acolyte asked, Can you be a child of Tila and Seeker? Ha! No. Different species. Hanuman and Acolyte waited. Start over. At the end of the first expedition, 38 years ago, Chimie and I came back to known space and the Patriarchy. We turned over Longshot and some information about the Ringworld. We were debriefed by a joint commission, then the ARM asked me a lot more questions. They didn't learn much, because we didn't explore much. Our second expedition was 23 years later. What if there was an expedition in between? Hanuman asked, Who sent it? The Hindmost sent it. Expedition number 1.5. I can fake that. I met a puppeteer named Chiron on the Fleet of Worlds. He was pure white, perfectly coiffed with a wonderful array of classic gems, and a little smaller than Nessus. His companions had never met Nessus. 30 pounds lighter than the Hindmost. He sounded just like the Hindmost. I suppose they all had the same training. So now, we can all describe him, Stet. The Hindmost puts Chiron in charge. Chiron leaves not long after Chimie, and I came back to human space. That brings him here, at least 30 years ago. He finds Tila. Her infertility shot is worn off. Tila takes up living with one of Chiron's crew. I'm the child. What is your name, child? Luis. Acolyte might forget, but he'd still sound right. Louis. Luis. Luis Tamasan, the first Oriental name he could think of, to account for the epicanthic folds in his eyes. Chiron had his records erased. The ARM already knows that puppeteers meddle with their records. There's no fertility board record either, because my father, Horace Tamasan, was born to a free mother, an illegal birth. Lots of bastards go to space. Hanuman said, A consistent tale. Have we the acting knack to tell it? Toonsmith's voice broke in without warning. Hanuman, you surmise that an armed fighter has dropped its add-on tank and gone off to battle. I scan an area bigger than Worlds, and I find nothing to fight. My neutrino scan shows no power sources. Battery-powered ships would not register, I assume. Must I watch until they fire lasers or antimatter bullets? Louis said, That half-hour delay is going to drive us nuts sooner or later. Small ships might escape Toonsmith's instruments, but he wouldn't miss a weapons laser or antimatter flash, said Hanuman. Would they fight while refusing to use such weapons? No. I surmise there is no fight at all, Luis. Louis mulled that. If the arms hadn't been expecting a fight, where had the armed ship gone? Why had they dropped their tank first? The tank might be empty, Hanuman suggested. They wanted greater range. They won't be back. Louis said, All right, let's rethink. Spinward of us, there's a lot of fog to hide in. Ships could be hunting each other. Ah, flup. Never mind. Both aliens were looking at him. If there's nothing to fight, they've gone off to look at the puncture. What else is there? The Ringworld is dying. They need to tell their mothership what's happening here, and they might want to run away fast, so they drop their tank. Hanuman thought it over, nodded. Don your pressure suits. Chapter 11.
The Wounded Land.
Most of the mouse-eaters were dozing underground after a morning meal. This wasn't Wenbleth's custom. Wenbleth was a traveler. He adapted his behavior to his hosts. He'd been living with these nocturnal hunters for several turns of the sky, sharing their meals and their women, teaching them how to make and use tools he'd learned of elsewhere, Most of the villagers were inside their burrow houses. Older children and elders were cleaning up after the feast, with Wembleth's help, while Shadow withdrew from the sun. For him, it was a good choice. He needed some sunlight to stay healthy. In a minute, they'd all go in, and the day lit up. Children began screaming. Mouse-eaters couldn't deal with mere daylight. What would this glare do to them? His own eyes squinted to teary slits. Wembleth scooped up 2 small children, hugged their faces against his chest, and shouted at the rest. "Get inside!" He darted into the nearest house.
The others would have to follow, or find their own houses.
Windows were mere slits in mouse-eater houses. Wembleth dropped his load of children into the dark, wiggled past more frightened children and out again. In the horrid light, children and elders were running blind. Elder mouse-eaters tended to lose their sight anyway. It let them move around in daylight. Through squinted eyes, Wembleth could still see. They could not. Adults were bigger than he was. Somehow he wrestled them into doorways. He couldn't guess how much time passed. The light faded. A hot, fierce wind blasted across the plaza, scattering coals from the common fire, and died. Presently, a softer wind was blowing the other way. When he couldn't find anyone, couldn't see any way, he crawled indoors. Indoors was perfect blackness. His night sight had faded, and the horrid light had faded too. Wembleth lay down and gasped for air. Something would change. Something always did, when things went bad. You had to watch for the opportunity that would follow. Presently, Wembleth realized that he was suffocating. The blast split Snail Darter in stasis into a rocky cliff above a vast forest. When time resumed, the ship had become part of an immense landslide of shattered shale. Far, far to spinward, a sea of mist ran all across the horizon, hiding everything up to the base of the arch. Worlds away, the mist domed upward. The near edge of the mist was a shock wave still moving sluggishly toward Snail Darter. "It looks like the end of the world. Any world. Lots of worlds," Oliver said. "See who's around," Roxane ordered. Detective Oliver Forestier busied himself with various sensors. Right Whale, the big armed cruiser, had gone up against a nameless Kzinti juggernaut, just before the fireball and blackout. There had been other ships, too, but now there was nothing. "No obvious contrails," Oliver said. "The cloud is spitting neutrinos. Last traces of antimatter, I guess, and diminishing. No point sources. No big ships." "The fireball was collapsing, like it's being sucked down," Klaus said uneasily. "Well," Roxane said, "let's go look. We've run out of enemies, right, Tech Forestier? The blast must have smashed them all. Friends, too. So our mission is to collect data. Lift us, Klaus." Snail Darter lifted. Tech 2 Klaus Rashid asked, "Just go straight on in, Roxane?" "Stay low. Take our time. Look around. Klaus, there's a hole at the center of all this. A hole in the Ringworld is a way home." "Roxane, what has you so cheerful?" Roxane Gautier laughed boisterously. "We're alive. Isn't that enough? Look at the trail we left. We can follow it right back to the explosion. Klaus, Oliver, for all we know about stasis fields, did you really believe it? Does it make sense that you can stop time and restart it? When I saw the light, I knew I was in an antimatter explosion. I thought we were dead." "This was a city," Oliver said. He played his instruments along the grid of streets and buildings. "Big one. Spread out like Sydney." "Klaus, slow us down," Roxane said. "I don't see much in the way of corpses. Where are the dead?" Oliver guessed. "Inside. Taking cover from the shock wave. Look at your displays, Roxane. Air pressure is down and dropping. They hid from the shock wave and then—" "Suffocated?" "The air's draining out." Klaus wasn't stupid. He was only coming out of denial. "We've killed the whole Ringworld. Hey, we'll be 10,000 years investigating the structure, learning its secrets," Roxane said. "What are you doing, Klaus?" "Landing. I can see a survivor." Underground, Wembleth was suffocating. He clawed his way into the light, but the air wasn't any better. The light was no more than broad daylight, but there was a weirdness to spinward, as if half the world had been taken away, leaving only fog and chaos. Wembleth made his way to the commons, his chest heaving. An hour ago they'd been feasting. Now there was nobody. The fires had gone out. Mouse-eaters wouldn't come outside in an emergency, and Wembleth didn't have a better answer than they did. Something shaped vaguely like a silver Vinch's egg was dropping out of the sky. Wembleth stood up, though he nearly fainted, and waved both arms. When in doubt, ask for help. It was his normal instinct, but his fading intellect backed him up. Here were folk with the power to fly. Tales told of such power, but these were flying in the winds of a major disaster. Anyone who could do that must know something. News of this disaster must be carried to other peoples. Wembleth was on his hands and knees, his vision blacking out, when two men of unknown species descended to him. They wore hard armor, like the mythical Vashnisht. They offered him a bag to crawl into. Wembleth did. Air hissed into the bag. He could breathe. He didn't know how to tell the Vashnisht that others needed rescuing. It never occurred to him that Vashnisht, wizards, might be the cause of a world-destroying disaster. Gravity near a ball world follows an inverse square law. In contrast, the ring world is a plane surface. Gravity does not dwindle as you rise, nor do spin gravity, nor magnetic force, until the ring world looks less like a plane than a ribbon from hundreds of thousands of miles high. The Ringworld engineers embedded a lacework of superconducting cable in the Ringworld floor. The grid allows magnetic manipulation of solar flares to cause a superthermal laser effect, the Ringworld meteor defense. But it also opens the entire Ringworld to magnetic levitation. Magnetically powered vehicles could rise to any height. It was night when the sky cycles lifted. 60 miles high, effectively out of the atmosphere, they followed the gouge spinward. Verdant landscape became stormy, in ripples and streams of lightning-lit cloud rather than in whirl patterns. Then it was all unbroken clouds. The Terminator, the shadow of the edge of a shadow square, swept over them. A growing sliver of sun became a noonday glare. How long had it been since Lewis saw a sunrise? They crossed above a tremendous, sagging, faintly glowing tube. Horsetails of mist were flowing over the tube's flaccidities and disappearing into vacuum. Toonsmith's plug wouldn't hold forever. Soil and rock still clung to the Skrith floor. There were pools and ribbons of foamy ice, all ravaged in a radial pattern. They followed it inward toward the puncture. The rim of the hole glittered. Maybe Toonsmith's reweaving system was working. "Spacecraft," Acolyte said, "above the hole." There was no exhaust. The ship hovered on thrusters, a cylinder with a flattened belly, a little bigger than the tank it had left behind, but with a bulb of transparent canopy for a nose. "That's an arm design, kitty catcher class," Lewis said. "A fighter, 3 crew. They'll have seen us by now." "Will they fire on us? We must look harmless enough." Lewis was trying to persuade himself. Hologram miniatures of his 2 allies blurred, then became 2 views of a dark-skinned woman in an armed uniform. A contralto voice blared from his speaker. "Intruders, answer at once or be destroyed. You have entered a war zone. I'm Louise Tamasan," Louis Wu answered. "Can you hear me?" "We hear you, Louise Tamasan. Please approach Snail Darter." "What are your intentions?" "We are observers for the United Nations," the woman said. "What do you know of events in this region?" "We came to observe a puncture in the Ringworld floor." "Your associate is a Kazin." Lewis laughed. "Acolyte is local, a Ringworld native. I'm local, too." She peered at his hologram. "You look human." "I'm human. Born here. Acolyte was, too, and he's Kazin." "There are Kazinti here?" "Archaic Kazinti, in the great ocean." That should rouse their curiosity. The armed woman sounded peevish. "We tried every reasonable frequency. Why are you communicating in a mode used by the fleet of worlds?" "Puppeteers found the Ringworld, and puppeteers explored it first," Lewis said with a trace of chill in his voice. My parents and Acolyte's father came here with Pearson's puppeteers. Land there at the edge. We came to examine the puncture. May we circle above it? Land now, Ringworld's children. Lewis said, Down, Acolyte. He let his fly-cycle sink. The arm asked, Acolyte, do you speak interworld? Madam L.E., I do, the Kazin rumbled. While I serve the United Nations, you may address me by my rank as co-pilot or tech, not as legal entity. How may I call you? Acolyte, until I earn a more worthy name. What is your connection to the patriarchy? I hear of them from my father. We see the lights of the Fringe War. The sky cycles settled on bare Skrith. Snail Darter descended with evident caution and touched down. An airlock opened below its rounded tip. A human shape emerged, then a second pulling a bulb of some kind through a door that was too narrow. It got through anyway. One arm flew to meet the fly cycles, while the other lowered the bulb to the desiccated turf. The bulb was a rescue pod, an inflated balloon with a few opaque bulges of life support gear. The shadow of a walking man showed in the bulb as it rolled toward the fly cycles. Tech First Gautier, easily recognized through her fishbowl helmet, must have had a clear view of Hanuman riding alert in Acolyte's lap. Acolyte attached a line to Hanuman's pressure suit, as if the hanging person might scamper away and have to be caught. The pair debarked and joined Lewis. Gautier settled before them. I feel small, Acolyte said uneasily. This close to the puncture, the floor was polished by the antimatter blast. Featureless Skrith, translucent and smooth, artificial and infinite. Lewis and his companions were tiny. Lewis hadn't felt it until the Kazin spoke. L.E. Acolyte, L.E. Luis, said Gautier. Courtesy, because Acolyte couldn't ever have been registered as a legal entity, nor could Luis Tamasan. Meet Tech Oliver Forestier and L.E. Wembleth. I'm Tech Roxane Gautier. Her manner had softened. Tech Forestier, the second flyer, was large and pale, perhaps a belter raised in low G. Like Gautier's, his rust-colored curly hair was cut close to his scalp. He smiled and touched gloves with the man. Then the Kazin. We're glad to find you, he said. Gautier asked, Can you take Wembleth for us? We don't have room for him. It's a 3-man ship, Forestier explained. What's Wembleth, then? Lewis asked. Local? Wembleth had lagged behind. Rolling a balloon by walking on its bottom didn't seem to bother him, but it was slow going. When he tried to stop, the balloon kept moving. He fell over and got up without embarrassment. Could Wembleth hear their communicators? He wasn't speaking. Forestier said, We found him where the air was disappearing. Corpses and smashed burrows all around him. Do you recognize his type? His species? Lewis studied Wembleth. Wembleth blinked back as if light hurt his eyes, but they met Lewis's without a flinch. He was 8 inches shorter than Lewis, 5'6" or a little more. He was dressed in woven cloth, trousers, and a loose shirt with patched pockets, all the color of sand. His feet were bare, large and horny, with toenails like jagged weapons. His skin was darker than Lewis's, paler than Roxane Gautier's, and his hands and face and neck were wrinkled. Thick hair, black and white, hid most of his face. Blue scrollwork on his brow and cheeks might have been ritual tattooing, or might have been naturally evolved camouflage. He was smiling, interested, where any normal man might have cowered in terror. I don't know this exact species. Lewis hadn't met any locals within hundreds of millions of miles, but he didn't say that. He hadn't decided how far Luis Tamasan had traveled. He said, There are thousands of hominid species on the Ringworld, maybe tens of thousands, and most of them are sapient. Wembleth is about average size. Dark skin's pretty common, too. Teeth— Wembleth smiled. Lewis winced. Wembleth's teeth were crooked and discolored. 4 were missing, leaving black gaps. Lewis could feel what that must be like. Wouldn't he be constantly chewing up his tongue? Wembleth still had 3 canines, though. Lewis asked, Meat eater? Tech Gautier shrugged. We gave him a standard dole brick. There's a setting for raw meat, of course, in case we get a Kazinti prisoner. You ate some of that. We can feed Wembleth, then. even if his whole ecology is dead, Lewis said. Good. Another matter. Tell me anything you can, Oliver 4SDA said. About that. His arm swept a circle. The sudden mountain range. Obvious first question, yet Lewis hadn't planned an answer. He improvised. We saw it come down. Things of this scale, Ringworld scale, even my parents never have much to say. Chiron sent us to learn more. Chiron? He brought my father to this place, a puppeteer. Stet. Come here, Luis. Forestier walked toward the puncture 70 feet away. Lewis followed. Forestier stopped. His toes were too near the edge. From this viewpoint, it was still a bottomless pit 10 or 15 miles across. Shrinking. It was shrinking. The edge was hard to focus on. It blurred and shimmered when Lewis moved his head. Forestier asked, Is this normal? I've never looked into a rip in the floor of the world, Lewis said. It's scary. It was barely a lie. He'd seen Fist of God crater. But Luis hadn't. Gautier said, Well, it looks like it's repairing itself. Does it always do that? Over the years, we've seen some of those hourglass storms die out. We think those are punctures and air leakage. Lewis frowned, projecting, Don't understand. He remembered a word from far away, used as if it meant magicians, but it meant protector. Was nicht, he said. There are secrets we never learn. Tech 1, Gautier said. Oliver, get back from there. Luis, Acolyte, shall we set up a tent? Roxani and Oliver lifted a bulky package out of the ship's lock. They set it on the scrip and moored it with stick strip edges. The tent inflated itself, writhing and trying to bounce, because of course the stick strip wouldn't hold on scrip. Roxani left Oliver to deal with that while she went back for the kitchen dock. Oliver saw what she was doing and exploded. Ellie Gautier, are you skitsy? We can't lose that. We can live without for a few hours. Why did you try to give away Wembleth? A Ringworld native? He's a wonderful find. Wembleth is a prize, all right. I wish we could take them both. But he's still just a local. He doesn't know enough. I want Luis Tamasan. I'd take the Kazin if I could fit him in the ship, but I can't, so we'll question him first. Roxani, he's still a Kazin. You're afraid? He's a kid. They're both teen children. Both their parents were on the Ringworld before the fleet, and the kids must have been hearing about it all their lives. Oliver considered. What would their parents do to get them back? Maybe we'll find that out, too, after we know everything they do. She grinned. Ollie, did you see the look on Luis's face? Like... Oliver had, and his voice showed his resentment. Like he never saw a woman before. All right, Roxani, have it your way. We'll crawl into the tent with a Kazin, and by finagle, he's the first that gets fed. But we've got way more data than we were sent for, and the trick now is to get home with it. The arms were involved with erecting the tent. Nobody was looking at Lewis when Toonsmith's miniature bust popped up on his dash. The protector said, I urgently need to know whether my reweaving system is working. Is the hole getting smaller? How drastically must I act to save something? I need hardly warn you not to fall into the puncture. Was Snail Darter or its mothership eavesdropping? Even if this line were private, little glowing hologram heads would be seen. Lewis said quickly, The hole is closing. It's closing. We have company. He turned the holoscreen off. Now Toonsmith could do no more than listen. The tent had inflated into a tube with a big airlock, an alcove for vacuum gear, a living space, and silver walls that must hide a toilet. Gautier inside, and Forestier outside, assisted the rest to enter. Acolyte carried Hanuman, but left him in his pressure suit. The suit takes care of sanitary matters, Acolyte said. Hanuman ooped. Gautier had thrown back her helmet, though she didn't move to strip off her suit. Oliver had done the same. The arms didn't seem to be excessively distrustful. Lewis and Acolyte opened their own helmets. The varying species settled themselves around a small kitchen box. Wembleth spoke syllables Lewis had never heard. A translator voice spoke from one of his pockets. Good. This is much more room. The hairy man zipped his rescue pod open and wriggled out with a sigh of contentment. Wembleth makes number 4 in a 3-man ship, Forestier explained. We found him surrounded by the dead of some larger, hairier species. gasping like a beached fish, but on his feet and pulling himself toward us by any ruined wall the storm hadn't flung away. We had to stuff him in mission and weapons and shut it all off. We've questioned him. He knows things we need, but we can't fly like that, L.E. Luis. We need to defend ourselves. We'll take him someplace he can live, Lewis said. We'll find a way to moor his rescue pod to your flying thing. We don't have a suit that'll fit him. Tech Gautier was handing out dole bricks from the little kitchen. She made adjustments to give Acolyte a brick of drippy red, then something fruity for Hanuman. It's the only kitchen we've got, and it's the dock, too. In flight, in peacetime, this tent buds out from the hull. If we can't deploy it, we barely have room to wiggle. War is hell, she said lightly. Can I give you something to drink? Surprise me, Lewis said. Tea? Juice? Beer? Better not. And Acolyte's too young. Acolyte growled. Roxanne laughed. So are you, Luis. She thought he was a child. He said, Yes, Ellie. She passed out squeeze bulbs, something cranberry-flavored for Lewis, bouillon for Acolyte and Wembleth. You both grew up on the Ringworld. Did your fathers tell you about planets? We learned physics that way, Acolyte said. Father, Chimie, tried to show me what a Coriolis storm is, a hurricane. I'm not sure I understand. I'd love to see Earth, Lewis said. A working spacecraft. His first chance to defect since the abominable Bram had found him. No, since before that, since he'd sliced up Needle's hyperdrive motor. There had to be a way to speak to Roxanne Gautier alone. Her suit wasn't quite a skin tight. It only hinted at a shape that made his heart turn over. A strong woman, an athlete. Her face was severe, with a square chin and a straight-edged nose. She'd be in her 50s, Lewis judged, based on body language and the way Forestier deferred to her, unless she ranked him. Her hair was a sparse black puffball. She must depilate or shave her scalp periodically. It took Lewis by surprise. After all the hominids he'd met, how much he longed for the sight of a woman. But she was asking something. Do you know anything about a big transparent ship? Lewis shook his head. Acolyte was less cautious. Like a General Products ship? What would we see, a glass bubble? Yeah, a big glass bubble. What do you know about General Products hulls? Luis's father came here in a number 2, Acolyte said. He was giving too much detail. He'd be caught in inconsistencies, Lewis feared. But Chimie must have described Lyre, which had been a number 2, when he told his son of the first expedition. And Acolyte was enjoying himself. A huge glass bubble filled with gear, massive machines inside, Gautier said. Forestier said, or 4 flames moving across the sky. It's got 4 fusion motors. It was stolen, maybe by your Chiron. Lewis said, Chiron doesn't tell us everything. Or anything. Roxanne said, actually it was stolen twice. First by the Kzinti, then from the Kzinti. We didn't see it reach the Ringworld, but we think it's here. We want it back. Tell us about the Chiron expedition, Oliver ordered. Lewis improvised. Dad says it took 2 years, and it was way cramped. Stick to what you know where possible. My mother came on the first expedition. She says Lying Bastard started as a number 2 and just grew out of all proportion, bigger every time a puppeteer thought of another safety feature. In the end, Lying Bastard was a big flying wing with the General Products cylinder stuck into it. The stasis field enclosed the cylinder, but they lost everything that was on the wing. All of that would be in ARM records, including Louis Wu's own speculations. They'd find Lewis's description of Chiron there, too. So when Chiron built his ship, he wedged everything inside the hull. I've been in it, but not since I was this high, and it was already cramped. We would like to talk to Chiron, Oliver said. Where may we find him? Acolyte said, Chiron has told us most explicitly that we must not tell anyone how to find him. To Roxanne, Oliver said, Longshot was in the hands of Kzinti. Puppeteers might find that distressing, don't you think? A puppeteer might act to get it back. He asked Lewis, Did Chiron's ship have a name? Paranoia, Lewis said without cracking a smile. How was it armed? Paranoia has no armaments at all, Lewis said. Barring tools which may be turned to that end, we're not to speak of those. Where on the Ringworld did your Paranoia land? Was it near the Great Ocean, where the first expedition left Tila Brown? Lewis hadn't decided that, either. Can't say. Boy, you don't seem to have anything at all to trade, Roxane Gautier said. What would you like to know from us? Did Chiron tell you what questions to ask? He wants to know if the ring world is going to heal. I can see that the rupture's sealing itself. Even so, what can you tell us about the Fringe War? Is it about to go away? I doubt it, Roxane said. Or is it going to get so big and violent that it shatters everything? That doesn't have to happen, she said firmly. Oliver laughed. Roxane looked around in annoyance, and Oliver said, Just a passing thought. How old are you, Luis? Louis had planned to be in his 30s, but both arms seemed to think he was just past puberty. For some reason, this delighted him. Tange, why not? He said, 80 phalans in a bit. And a phalan would be 10 rotations of the sky. About 75 days? 30-hour Ringworld days? Oliver was whispering to a pocket computer, bigger than a civilian version. You're about 20 years old, Earth time. I'm 46. Roxane? I'm 51, she said without hesitation. We take booster spice, of course. It keeps us from getting old. What crossed my mind, Oliver Forestier said, is that this is the first human woman you've ever seen other than your mother, Luis. Roxane was smiling, a reluctant smile, and Louis was flushing, suddenly aware that his eyes had lingered too long on Roxane Gautier, that he'd edged closer to her than the cramped quarters demanded, that he couldn't look at her and talk coherently. The close air must be alive with pheromones. Roxane's and Oliver's, too, and as Oliver was the first human male he'd seen or sniffed in 20-odd years, and no room for a shower aboard Snail Daughter, it wasn't surprising if Louis felt both horny and threatened. Sorry, he said, and eased back by an inch. It crossed his mind that intimidation could take many forms. They wanted something from Luis. Information Louis Wu would have to make up, but still. Roxane laughed lightly. Never mind, Luis. Would you like to see Snail Daughter? Acolyte, we can't take you aboard. It's too cramped. Luis can tell you about it afterward. Hanuman's eyes met Louis's, but he said nothing. Wembleth and Acolyte had begun a halting conversation. Wembleth found the Kazin fascinating. Louis closed his faceplate and followed the arms out. The ship was awesomely cramped. 3 seats faced away from each other around a central pillar. 1 seat was occupied. There was a pucker next to the airlock door for the now-detached tent. A hole in the floor led to a cavity the size of a man, the weapons and mission room. Roxane entered first. She slid into the second seat. Ellie Luis Tamasan, meet Tech 2 Klaus Rashid. Klaus? Luis, she said. Not quite a native. Klaus turned around and offered a hand. He was darker than Roxane, taller than Oliver, and his arm had a long reach. Luis, I'm the pilot. Sit there. Luis had hoped to talk to Roxane alone, or even Oliver alone. They'd both come along, a little too closely agreed for Louis's comfort, leaving Acolyte and Wembleth, and Hanuman, alone in the tent. Louis slid into the third seat. He felt planes shifting, adjusting to his height and weight and the bulk of his pressure suit. Basic seating. It fit him in perfectly. Roxane Gautier tapped an instruction into her chair arms, using both hands. A crash web held Louis before he could move. The force field in a crash web would protect a passenger in a collision. It was also useful for police work. Louis didn't react right away. How would Luis react? Frozen in panic. At least long enough for Louis to think. And then what? For your protection. You did say you wanted to see Earth, Roxane said, smiling like a cat. Oliver slid in through the airlock and then down through the hatch into the fourth chair. The mission and weapons room fitted Oliver like a tight suit. Louis wriggled a bit. The field permitted that much. He asked, Are we going to Earth? Back to Grey Nurse, anyway, the third crewman said. We'll be there in an hour. We'd better be. Roxane, you left the kitchen dock behind. We had to, she said. Stet. But if anything goes wrong... Stet. Luis, the carrier Grey Nurse is our first stop, and people other than us will decide where you go from there. I expect that's Earth, or at least Sol system. And hey, you can tell us some things while we're en route. Chiron can't stop you now. You'll be the second Ringworlder to reach human space. Don't go through this hole, Louis said. All 3 arms turned their heads to look at him. Roxane asked, Why not?
That was a tough one. Louis Wu was certain that Toonsmith wouldn't allow an armed spacecraft to escape this easily. Something would block them. But why would Luis Tamasan say something so out of character? He said, "Chimie says he left the world through Fist of God. My father came through a different puncture. Neither of them saw anything like this. Shimmer. Fist of God Mountain isn't repairing itself, is it? But this hole is." Klaus said, "So is Fist of God. The crater closed itself weeks ago before we noticed. We were hoping you could tell us about that." Toonsmith must have tested his reweaving system, Louis guessed. Luis said nothing. Klaus Rashid had something on a virtual screen. "Here we are. Luis, try to follow this. The nearest puncture we know of is 1,000,000 miles away. Too far. They'll track us across the surface. Every Tange species in the Fringe War will want us as bad as we want you, because of what we might know. But we might escape if we go through immediately, right here, and with our motors off." The ship lifted. "Here is where Grey Nurse is waiting, our mothership, in the dark, up against the Ringworld Floor." Below them, Oliver was yelling, "Rashid, what are you playing at?" Louis tried to yell louder. Being immobilized was driving him frantic. "Drop something first. See what happens to it." "I'm getting us home," Rashid told Oliver. The ship eased sideways. Now it was above the puncture. "All power sources off. Luis, if we had the auxiliary fuel tank, I'd drop that, but I don't." They were falling. Louis glimpsed the tent sitting alone on the skrith. They'd be all right, he told himself. They had Hanuman to guide them. The hole expanded. It was full of stars. Snail darter smashed down into something that gave. Crash webs caught his captors recoiling upward. Louis felt his brain bounce in his skull. Already in a crash web, he recovered first, still immobilized. He could hear Oliver screaming below him. Klaus shouted, "What did we hit?" "Get us out! Get us out!" Roxanne screamed. "Reweaving system," Toonsmith had said. How strong would threads made of skrith be? Strong enough to stop a falling spacecraft? But they'd cut through the hull. The hole must be laced with them. "The thrusters are dead," Klaus said. "Where are they?" Louis demanded. Klaus craned around to snarl at him. Louis asked, "They're on the bottom, aren't they?" It was ancient habit. Shipbuilders tended to put thruster motors where they would have put rockets. "Whatever's in that hole, mending that hole, it's cutting the thrusters apart. We'll sink into it. How long before it reaches the power source?" "What do you use for a power source? Where is it?" Babbling. He was babbling. Why hadn't the stasis field been triggered? But if that happened, they might be here forever. Klaus was slow catching up. Roxane Gautier said, "Midship, it's a battery. If anything cuts into it." The ship was indeed sinking inch by inch into the puncture. Worse, it was beginning to tip over. Klaus was staring at them, not getting it. When he did, he yelled in terror. His hands danced above the controls. Roxane shouted, "Wait!" The hatch in the floor closed. Oliver's yell chopped off. A rocket motor bellowed. The cabin section detached and rose fast, wobbled, then steadied. Klaus took over manually. The cabin tilted far over, fell, tilted upright again. "You killed him," Roxane said. "Oliver!" He was sitting in the wrong place. Klaus glared at Louis Wu, who was in Oliver's chair, then at Roxane. "Wasn't that you yelling, 'Get us out'?" The tent billowed in the exhaust as the escape pod thumped down. Recoil threw Roxane and Klaus several inches before their crash webs caught them. Through the wall of the tent, Louis could just see that Acolyte and Hanuman were spreading the rescue pod open for Wembleth to enter. A brilliant light flared from the direction of the puncture. Then that side of the cabin blackened. Louis yelled, "Roxane, let me loose!" "Wait it out, Louis." A shock wave slammed the cabin. "They're dying out there. Let me loose! Klaus!" Klaus said, "Here." His hand moved and Louis was free. He rolled out of his chair and into the tiny airlock. The tent was splayed out in fragments like an exploded balloon. The blast had scattered its contents. Wembleth and his rescue pod rolled gently past, Wembleth tumbling like clothes in an oil-aged dryer, as Louis wiggled out of the airlock. Acolyte was trying to find his feet, falling over, trying again. Hanuman was not in sight. Wembleth must have regained his senses. He was curled in a tight ball now, still tumbling. "Acolyte, are you all right? Pressure okay?" "My suit is holding pressure. Do you see Hanuman?" "No." Wembleth was nearest. Lewis flashed his attitude jets, dropped ahead of him, and ran alongside the balloon, pushing to stop its spin. The Ringworlder tried to help. They got it stopped, though Wembleth was unbalanced. Off balance because Hanuman was clinging tight to him, face to chest. Hanuman still wore his pressure suit. "Acolyte, I've got them both." They walked back toward the ruined tent. Acolyte, Klaus, and Roxanne joined them. Roxanne was carrying something heavy, an oblong brick she hugged to her breast. The kitchen dock hadn't been moved. It looked unharmed. They moored it to Lewis's fly cycle and moored Wembleth's rescue pod to Acolyte's. The arms gave orders as if they were superior officers. Lewis asked at one point, "Any reason to take your escape vehicle? I don't think fly cycle motors are up to that." "Leave it," Roxanne said. "It's dead." The explosion of the fighter ship's battery might have damaged Toonsmith's reweaving system, Lewis thought. Toonsmith should be told. But he was being told, by voice and camera feeds. He just couldn't answer. And that was fine with Lewis. Chapter 12. The Giraffe People. The glow in the XXL plug was dimmed. The tube sagged, leaking broad white rivers of tropospheric storm. It didn't matter. They'd left the puncture nearly closed. The party flew to spinward, directly away from where they had left their fuel tank. "Leave it as bait. We don't want to be near it," Roxanne Gautier ordered. "Whatever dropped that inflatable mountain range might take an interest. Vashnisht, you said. What do you know of Vashnisht?" Lewis said, "Vashnisht is just what we say when nobody knows anything. Wizards. Magic." Interworld words Louise would know from his parents. She was riding the front saddle of Lewis's fly cycle. She'd tried to operate the controls, and turned icy when they didn't work. Lewis flew from the aft saddle. Neither Roxanne nor Klaus had said so, but it seemed clear they'd been drafted into the arm. The other fly cycle seemed in good shape. Acolyte rode the front seat. Klaus was hidden behind him. The native seemed comfortable enough, slung below the fly cycle in his inflated rescue pod, until he began gasping. "Acolyte! Here, Lewis. The rescue pod has run out of air. Wembleth is in trouble." Klaus said, "Tange. It must have been faulty. We descend?" They landed. Wembleth had fainted. They kept their suits on. The air was thin fog and hurricane wind. It dimmed their headphone voices. Lewis shouted, "I don't think opening the rescue pod." Acolyte, "Better idea?" "Get the tree swinger to open his helmet. His suit has a recycling feature." The little anthropoid was quick to respond to Acolyte's gestures. He threw back his helmet, sneezed at the stink, but left it open. Concerned, he pushed his face close to Wembleth's and sniffed. Wembleth stirred and presently sat up. They flew above fallen trees that had grown as puffy tops on tall, slender trunks. The antimatter blast had flattened them with their tops pointing spinward. Further away, the wind from the pressure drop felled them to antispin and left lower growth alive. Falling pressure was a wave still expanding across this land. The fly cycles followed the shock wave, catching up slowly. They crossed tens of thousands of miles of disaster and storm. Now there were standing trees among the fallen in the puff-top forest. The forest ran on, cleaving to the lowlands, mingling with other ecologies. Lewis took them down into a break in the puff-top forest, in a meadow alongside a rushing stream. Air. They pulled Wembleth out of his bubble before they stripped off their own suits. Wembleth whooped. He danced, though stiffly. He plunged into the water, stripped off his coarse-woven shirt and pants, and began scrubbing himself with them. Water. Running water, ankle-deep, ran down to a deep pool. The arms looked at each other. Then they stripped off their skin tights, too, and dove in. In midair, Roxanne's laughing eyes brushed Louise Tamasan's. Lewis couldn't breathe. Acolyte plunged in with a mighty splash. With his fur plastered flat, he looked wonderfully funny. It broke the spell. Lewis laughed. Hanuman was wrestling with the fittings of his suit. Lewis helped him out. Hanuman, the affectionate anthropoid, hugged him and whispered, "The arms have hand weapons hidden." "Surprise," Lewis murmured. "Ook, ook, ook. Get naked?" "My problem." "They know. Go in like Wembleth." Hanuman eeled out of his arms and, four-legged, ran for the water. He dove in without a splash. Lewis yelled and chased him, leaping into a cannonball dive. Cold, he pulled his skin tight off in deep water. He made an attempt to rub it clean against himself, then balled it up and threw it onto the rocky shore to drain. There now. All concerned could pretend not to know that Luis Tamasan was in a state of arousal. He stayed clear of the arms, who were getting friendly, he'd thought. But Klaus was backing off, and Roxanne was talking fast and inaudibly. Quarrel? They'd still want privacy. Acolyte didn't swim well, but the stream wasn't deep. He scooped up Hanuman and waded up to Louis, who was treading water. Hanuman spoke briskly. "I saw a meteorite descend near the puncture. Toonsmith would spot another ship." "He can't tell us. I turned him off. Good. I will continue riding with Acolyte. Let me lead. I can take us to a service stack." A service stack would take them home to the map of Mars. Louis asked, "How far away?" "Orbiting. Toonsmith can direct it toward us." "Do we want the arms to see a service stack?" "We'll ask Toonsmith later, when we ask if he's seen other intruders." "Your opinion?" Louis thought about it. "They'll want to rejoin their ship. We don't mind that, right? As long as they don't learn too much first." Hanuman's voice was a whip crack, barely audible. "Gautier rescued their library. I want it. I want to watch them use it before we let them loose. But these arms are dangerous companions. No need to risk us all. Louis, what if Acolyte and I escape? We can rendezvous with the service stack. You stay and observe." It seemed an astonishing suggestion. "Why would I?" "Across the entire ring world, Roxane Gautier is your only possible mate. You don't have a plan of your own, do you?" Louis shrugged. Acolyte asked, "Have you noticed that we have an audience?" Louis looked around. The arms, upstream, were waist-deep and still talking, their body language gone conspiratorial. Louis had to pull his gaze away from her breasts. Wembleth was on shore, on his back on a warm, flat rock soaking up sunlight. Black birds whirled above the puffball forest, and a pair of horn-bearing quadrupeds were watching it all suspiciously. "I don't see anything human," Acolyte said. 7 hominids, 3 men, 4 women. I found them by smell. We should decide." Something had Wembleth's attention. Wembleth stood up. He shouted into the woods. A man stepped forth. He walked past the horned beasts. The beasts didn't run. The man stopped a dozen yards from Wembleth. He spoke. His hands were at his side, conspicuous. So were Wembleth's. They were both naked. The man towered over Wembleth. He'd be taller than Acolyte, 8 feet or a little less, and as slender as the trees around them. Every part of him was elongated, but not his head. His jaw was strong and square. The hair on his head was the same color as the forest's puffball tops. Naked in running water, the arms seemed at a loss. They waded upstream toward Louis and Acolyte. "They haven't drawn their weapons," Hanuman murmured. "Louis, will they stay calm?" He meant the arms, of course. Louis said, "Don't know. Someone has to tell them about Rishatra." Wembleth and the stranger were talking freely now. Klaus came in earshot. He asked, "Any suggestions?" "Wembleth is doing fine," Louis said. "Let him talk for us. There are more locals." "Where?" Acolyte said. "In the trees." He pointed. "There, all 6. "He looks like a giraffe," Klaus laughed. Roxane said, "Or a loony." It was a rebuff. Luis Tamasan would never have seen a citizen of Luna. Louis said, "They'll be peaceful. Look at the jaw. He's an herbivore. Probably picks fruit from these trees. We have to decide." "Tange that. Our translators have to hear them." Klaus waded out. The others trailed after him. Klaus picked up his skin tight to wipe himself dry, then dropped it and picked up his back pouch. If nakedness was good enough for the strangers, then Klaus didn't need clothes. But the pouch held his translator, and maybe a weapon, too. 6 tall, slender humanoids emerged from the tall, slender trees. Rishatra? We still have to tell the arms. Wembleth talked rapidly, waving at Acolyte and Hanuman. The tall hominids bowed deeply and went on talking to Wembleth. Louis and Roxane fished out their translators and joined the group. The armed translators were picking up some speech. It was close to what they'd learned from Wembleth, though this local language would be a long way separated from any speech heard near the great ocean. Wembleth suddenly turned to Roxane. His speech sounded no different, but the translators all reacted. "They want to know what your kind does about—" something that didn't translate. "What shall I tell them?" Roxane asked. "What is it?" Wembleth tried to explain. "The activity that makes women bear children, but between different kinds it doesn't." Klaus and Roxane listened, then turned to Louis for help. Louis said, "He's using a different word, but it means Rishatra. Rishatra is sex practiced outside your species, but between intelligent hominids. Not a word you'd need, smart-ass boy. Klaus was not amused. It dawned on Louis that he was afraid of Klaus. No joke, Klaus. It's the first thing you need to know about a new species. Look, you can always say you're mated, monogamous. Klaus was looking at the four women. They were as tall as the men, 8 feet or just under. Not loonies, not giraffes. Elves. They were staring as frankly as the men, but the men were looking at Roxane, who was blushing. Louis realized he'd blushed too. He said, "Wembleth, tell them Acolyte is not our kind at all. He doesn't rish." Wembleth talked. One of the women laughed. Louis's translator picked up her, "Think not." Louis said, "But we need to decide. Klaus? Roxane?" Klaus demanded, "Louis, have you done this?" "Sure." What would Louis say? An adolescent wouldn't admit to being a virgin. He'd exaggerate. "With more than one species. Nothing like these, but I've heard more than that. Why not?" He couldn't quite look at Roxane, or Klaus either. "It's friendly. It's safe. You can't get pregnant. Infections don't usually cross the species boundary. And who else is there for me? Human women were just rumors, as far away as the stars." Wembleth exclaimed, "Same for me. I was a lost one too. Klaus, why are you having trouble with this thought? When folk meet, they always ask this question first. Some kinds use Restra for birth control. Water dwellers. Well, to them it is a joke, unless you can hold your breath far too long. Some species can't resh, or mate with any but a life partner. Some oddly shaped ones don't expect Restra. Rishathra only ask for politeness. Some insist. Roxane, can't you see the hint you're puzzled? It's because you haven't answered." Louis said, Louis being wistful, "I'd like to meet a city builder. They're supposed to be really good at it. They build trading empires around Rishathra. They even tried to go interstellar." Klaus was grinning. "What if we say no?" "I can do that for you," Wembleth said immediately. He began to speak Hinch. Klaus said, "Hold up, Wembleth." "I'll do it," his eyes flicking toward Roxane, then away. Wembleth asked, "In company, or only 2? Klaus was startled. Company. I wouldn't know what to say to just one." Roxane Gautier stepped close to Wembleth. She spoke fast and low. Wembleth nodded. He changed language. Now the translators were picking up a few words of Hinch speech. One of the women bent far over. Her long fingers wrapped around a cantaloupe-sized yellow fruit. She bit into it, rind and all, then broke it and offered pieces to Wembleth, then Klaus, then the other Hinch. Wembleth broke his further and offered fruit to Louis and Roxane. Louis realized that they were labeling themselves. Klaus and Wembleth would rish with the women. Louis and Roxane would not. Hanuman was getting his own fruit. He would not rish. Do they rish with carnivores? Not by offering melon. But this ritual would eliminate ghouls, and maybe they want that. The fruit was red inside. It tasted a little like berries. The others took it as a signal when the strangers ate. They feasted. There was fruit all around them. They were herbivores, all right. They needed to eat a lot. They fed Wembleth and Klaus, and moved into more intimate contact. Roxane turned her back and walked away. Louis picked up a melon, broke it on his knee. Tange, why not? And followed her. He had hoped to court Roxane's attention. She turned and waited, looked down, grinned up at him, and said, "I told Wembleth to tell them we're courting." She took half the melon and ate. Then she stepped into him, on tiptoe, half a head taller than he, and slid the length of her down his body until she was kneeling. With a hoarse shout, Louis pushed her into the grass and entered her. It was not the way he would ever have treated a woman. Roxane was astonished. She wasn't quite ready either, but she wrapped her arms and legs around him and made him prisoner again. Louis Wu's mind went away. When he came to himself again, he was babbling, and he wondered if he had blurted secrets. Roxane, still holding him prisoner in the grip of her legs, was laughing. "Boy, you are eager." And the Hinch had moved to surround them. The women knelt to rish. When they mated with their men, both knelt. The men watched the strangers with their women and made graphic, half-translated commentary. They found short men funny. Wembleth, the shortest, was funniest. They learned he was ticklish. "I'm sorry, Roxanne. I lost control of myself," Lewis said. It felt like he'd mated with one of the Ringworld bloodsuckers. It was that mindless, that intense. He dared not tell her about that. She patted his cheek. "Refreshing. 9 years to go on my implant, and it's a tange good thing." "I'm fertile," Lewis said. "Course you are." She stood up, her back to him, fists on hips. "I didn't buy it. Rishathra? You haven't told me every last bit of the truth, Louise, but shall we join them?" "What?" "We're mated. You'd shock them." Roxanne picked up a melon, broke it in half, and offered it to an elf. The elf was shocked. Then he laughed, knelt, and swept her against him. Lewis flushed and picked up a melon. By dusklight, too dark to tell which fruits were perfectly ripe, the Hinch broke off eating and rishing and mating to introduce themselves. An odd reversal of order. Their names were long and formidable. Wembleth took Lewis aside and said, "The Hinch are like others where I've traveled. If strangers plan to stay a short time, they use short names, quick to learn. This can mean, go away soon. But do you see all this fruit? The wind shook hundreds of man-weights of fruit to the ground. Every stranger eating means less fruit left to rot. We are welcome." Lewis felt welcome, but Rishathra was not sex. His body knew. His body wanted Roxanne. And Klaus wanted his blood. Night on the Ringworld was rarely too dark to see. The Hinch didn't want sleep. They conversed. The arms mostly listened. Lewis asked about the horned beasts. "The grass-eaters? They don't bother us. We don't bother them," a man said. Of the sky, he said, "The stars used to hold their course. We could use them to tell time if we wished. Now they're loose, wandering across the sky. Only the Vashnish know why." They spoke of the crops they'd left behind, and of the weather. Dull people, really. They talked about the sudden wild winds. "The climate will change," Lewis told his lady companion, whose name he'd memorized as says Blinda. His translator would fish out all 8 syllables. "You may have to follow the puff-top forests as they die off to antispin. Carry melons and drop the seeds where you want more. Other folk may be running away from the disaster. You'll have to deal with them when they get here. Will you stay with us to advise? We have to move faster than that. We're trying to solve it all," Lewis told her. Chapter 13. Gray Nurse. In the morning, Lewis found himself on a grassy hill. He stood to look about him. The fly cycles hadn't been moved from their place on the river shore. Acolyte slept between them. Hanuman and the earth folk were nowhere visible. The Hinch had departed. Downslope toward the river were melon trees and broken melon shells. A puddle of orange and chocolate fur beside the pool had to be Acolyte. He walked on down. He expected the Kazin to wake as he approached, but Acolyte didn't move. His sides moved. Good. The Kazin was breathing. Now, what mischief were the arms up to? Lewis took a fly cycle aloft. Klaus and Roxanne were on the other side of the creek, behind a hill. They were working with the heavy oblong brick she'd stowed in Lewis's baggage compartment. It unfolded into something like a holoscreen keypad, the library from their little spacecraft. Wembleth and Hanuman were peering past them into the hologram display. Roxanne saw Lewis and waved. He waved back. That didn't look like they were keeping secrets. Lewis returned to the pool. Acolyte was sitting up, stretching. He looked around him. "Where is everyone?" "Across the river. Are you all right?" "Well fed and well slept out. I found a small deer or something." "Lewis, nobody told me not to gorge. We should have arranged to stand watch." Lewis stretched. "I wondered if they'd stunned you." "Hey, I slept as well as you did. The arms are doing something tricky, I think, but Hanuman's watching them. Shall we see?" They took a fly cycle across. Klaus awaited their descent. He said, "Luis, Acolyte, I want to interview both of you as to what you saw at the puncture. Any objection?" Lewis thought of objections, but none that Luis could back up. "Show us how it works," he said. "Just the Kazin first," Klaus said. "We'll help each other," Lewis said, and Acolyte rumbled agreement. Then Wembleth, too, wanted to participate. That allowed the 3 to play off each other in an interview that became an animated conversation. Lewis gambled that the arms didn't have equipment to detect lies in the tremor of a voice. Grey Nurse or another in the arm fleet might. As to what Luis had seen, Lewis stuck close to the truth. They had been indoors. They'd missed the explosion, and Luis knew nothing of industrial antimatter. As he and Acolyte arrived from somewhere, a great light had appeared, not much brighter than the sun, but huge. Then a glare-yellow donut the size of a mountain range lay blocking the region they had come to see. He was asked about his background. He invented, but kept it terse. A 20-year-old wouldn't have centuries of memories. He wouldn't tell stories well, and he'd be a bit shy around elders. Acolyte, who really was only 12, was able to stick to his own memories, because Chiron, Luis said, had never confronted the half-grown Kazin. Luis speculated aloud whether the puppeteer was afraid, and the library fascinated all three interviewees. Protector. 1. Adult stage of the pack species, where the line runs from child to breeder to adult. 2. Hominids in general are descended from pack. They too have a breeder stage, at which they usually spend their lives, and an adult stage rarely achieved. 3. Archaic. If Klaus or Roxani looked up a reference, Wembleth, Luis, and Acolyte crowded in to look. So did Hanuman, though he was generally ignored. Roxani didn't like to be near him. He favored Klaus, and Klaus treated him as a pet. There were hot buttons everywhere in the text. Pearson's puppeteers, a species of great industrial power and sophistication, once common through known space and beyond, now thought to be fleeing the galactic core explosion. See General Products Company. Physiology. Core explosion, thought to be a rash of supernovae, due to reach Earth in 20,000 years, inadequately studied. General Products, a company once owned and run by Pearson's puppeteers. In human space, they sold almost nothing but spacecraft hulls. Known space, those regions of the galaxy's major arm thought to be explored and understood by known sapient species. Ringworld life forms are little understood. Ecologies tend to familiar patterns, but no trained biologist has had opportunity to investigate. Mammals, hominids, related to the genus Hominidae on Earth. Probably all such species derive from pack breeders imported from the galactic core, subsequently evolved in many directions. Louis Wu, rotating hologram. Now, give us some privacy, Roxani said without looking up. Lewis and Acolyte backed away. Hanuman climbed into Klaus's lap. Klaus scratched the anthropoid's head, and didn't seem to notice its high cranial capacity or the ridge on top. The interview had lasted nearly 2 hours. Lewis and Acolyte settled beside the fly-cycle. Lewis deployed the kitchen. Acolyte said, "Hanuman wants the library. Toonsmith will, too." Lewis passed the Kazin a squeeze of broth. "One fly-cycle would hold all three of us if Hanuman rides my lap or yours," Acolyte said. "Hanuman learns fast. He might already know all he needs to run the library. Then we go, unless you truly want the arm woman as mate." "Good plan. We go when Hanuman's ready," Lewis said. He sucked at a squeeze of green tea. He was not nearly so sure as he sounded. Their library codes might not be easy to crack. The arm might not let them go easily. Anything could happen. The arms were in a shouting match, though Lewis and Acolyte were too far away to make it out. Then Klaus was back at work with the library. Wembleth and Hanuman were peering over his shoulder, and Roxani strode briskly toward the fly-cycles. "Luis," she said with a whip in her voice. Lewis offered her a squeeze bulb. Roxani looked startled. "Oh, thank you. We've been in touch with Grey Nurse." "And?" She glanced at Acolyte. "Let's go somewhere," she said. She led them across the river on stepping stones, then behind some low bushes. Sitting, they were hidden. Lewis kissed her. She accepted the kiss without response, then asked, "Do you still want rescue? Do you want to visit Earth?" "Last time I didn't have a choice." Shrug. "You'd be very valuable. I could try to get you citizenship. Roxani, my father was an illegal birth. He wanted that established. Luis Tamasan isn't registered," before she tried to look up an imaginary man. "Citizenship in what? What does it mean?" He listened carefully to her answers. There would be changes in civilization since his departure. It sounded like there were more laws, more restrictions.
Maybe only in Sol's system. Luis wouldn't know. Birthright? Roxanne, what is a birthright? I'll find it for you in the library. Basically, you're born with 1 or 2 birthrights depending on mostly on your genetic pattern. If you're healthy, you probably have 2 birthrights. You can lose it, or get more. 2 birthrights make a child. Louis Wu had used up his birthrights. Faking his ID would involve faking that, and the penalties were draconian. He said, "It doesn't sound like I want to settle on Earth." No, given a bastard father. It's the most interesting world, though. It was just possible, he thought, that Luis Tamasan could become a whole new person. If he settled "we made it" or home, why would anyone ever try to connect his gene pattern to a Louis Wu? He could pay taxes, learn a new profession, marry. What are our odds of getting to space? We know where a puncture is if the wizard hasn't closed it. The Phantom Weaver. She shrugged. Whatever you like. Grey Nurse can fire projectiles at a puncture from underneath. That'll tell us if it's been closed. Beyond that, who knows? Will Acolyte go along with this? I suppose. Would he come? You can't get him citizenship. He's a Kazin. You're fighting Kazinti, aren't you? There hasn't been a formal war in, 400 years. She tapped her sleeve and read what appeared. In 1600 Phalans. He'd be all right. There are hundreds of thousands of Kazinti citizens in human space. I wouldn't tell him to come. He's younger than me, you know. Let's get back. Louis didn't move. What about Wembleth? Do we want him? Yeah, he's a real native after all. He must know wonderful things, and there are people who would kill to read his genetic pattern. Roxanne stood and semaphored her arms at Klaus. Let's get back. A shadow square had blocked all but a sliver of sun. Acolyte was squatting before the library, Klaus standing behind him. Nearby, Hanuman picked imaginary parasites, looking solemn. The little protector looked up at Louis and made an urgent twirling motion. Klaus raised his hand, holding something L-shaped. Close behind him, Roxanne snapped, "Louis, don't!" Hanuman eked at the sound. She had one too, a slender, flat object, like the butt of a handgun, clearly a weapon. Old Yogatsu training told Louis she was outside his extreme reach. Behind Roxanne, sunrise glowed on the edge of the ridge. The light should have grabbed his attention, but Louis was facing Roxanne and Klaus and 2 guns. His mind caught up too slowly. Hidden or not, the sun is always at noon. That couldn't be the sun. The ground trembled. Acolyte hadn't moved. He must have been warned not to. "I think we'll do better alone," Klaus told them, smiling, victorious. "We only need 1 fly cycle, but we need you to tell us how to fly it. You both know how. We only need one of you." Louis turned away from the fireball rising above the ridge. The flare must have half-blinded Klaus. The ground lurched. Louis lurched. Klaus lurched. And Hanuman jumped into Klaus's arms. Klaus tried to move him aside. Acolyte turned as he rose. His claw swept across Klaus and hooked him under the throat. Louis whipped around and ran 2 steps. His fist took Roxanne under the jaw. He gave it plenty of follow-through. She went down, rolling, and Louis leapt after her, afraid he'd hit her too hard. But he had to have that gun. In his peripheral vision, Acolyte hurled Klaus into the ground in a spray of blood. Louis's foot landed on her gun hand, and he had the gun. "Don't," he said. She did. Her foot lashed out and caught him in the gut. Louis moved his hand. The gun missed her when it went off. Dust blasted out of the turf. A sonic weapon. He was still on his feet, trying to back away. Her other foot hooked his knee. He disengaged. She was up. The heel of her hand caught his cheek, and he was sprawling, still trying to avoid firing. Then she had his gun hand, and twisted, and had his gun. She aimed at a rising fly cycle. He kicked her off balance. She fired as she fell. He was on the ground, screaming. It felt like all the bones of his left hip and leg had shattered. Roxanne fired into the sky, lowered her arm and cursed. When his eyes could focus, she was pointing the gun straight at him from 4 feet away. The fireball was dying above the ridge. A spacecraft came out of the glare and began to settle. 1 fly cycle was still on the ground. The other wasn't in sight. Hanuman and Acolyte and Wembleth weren't either. Klaus lay on his back, his head torn nearly off, his entrails displayed. Roxanne had him under the gun. "Why don't I just shoot you?" she asked. "Roxanne, don't," said Louis Wu, master of sarcasm. He dared not move, and he couldn't think. Just as well.
A 20-year-old would break under the fury in her eyes. "Don't shoot me," Louise said. "I'll fly you anywhere you like. Only I can't move." Wembleth appeared from behind a tree, saw the gun in Roxanne's hand, and ducked back. "I don't need your fly cycle," Roxanne said. "We've got a ship. Wembleth, get aboard and take a seat. Louise, can you stand up?" "Futz, no," Louis said. She stooped above him and picked him up in her arms. His leg and hip sagged as if boneless. She nearly dropped him when he screamed. The pain blasted his mind away, and he missed the rest. Louis was on his back. Some kind of talk show was running on the ceiling, but the voices didn't match. Aha! The sound was turned off. The voices had been speaking for some time against a noisy background Louis took for a ship of war. "I had brothers once." Wembleth sounded drugged. Wembleth's translator device sounded crisp and alert. "Stayed with their home turf when Father and I moved to—" "Move often?" A male voice of command, one Louis had never heard. Wembleth: "Yes." Roxanne had shot him. Louis couldn't believe it. How badly was he hurt? His mind was muzzy. He'd have trouble keeping a story straight. If they questioned Louis Tamasan, they'd hear far too much. Louis tried to move. He couldn't feel much. There was a tickle behind the back of his neck. His eyes could move, and his head a little. He could just see that he was naked, on his back, immobilized in something like a stretch rack or the intensive care cavity of a military autodock. The noisy background suggested a ship of war. He listened to the voices, trying to make them out. Male officer: "Brothers?" "Chosen brothers. Grew up faster than me, stayed with their own, to find mates." "Seen many kinds of human?" Wembleth: 20, 30 species, reshed with—" He thought he could guess what had happened up there. A ship beneath the Ringworld Floor had fired antimatter bullets upward. No need to find an ice storm already in place. One bullet to tear away the foamed Skrith meteor insulation. The next, to blast a hole through the Skrith floor and the landscape above, big enough for a small troop transport to pass through. It was crazy, vicious, simple, and direct. He should have seen it coming instead of making elaborate long-range travel plans. Wembleth: "Can't get anywhere if you don't know. Reshtra. Don't try to guess." Roxanne's voice: "War? Do you ever fight—" "Seen carnivores fight plant-eaters. Eaten me, too. That what you mean?" "Ook." Turning his head wasn't easy. Louis was restrained in a nest of attachments, and he'd lost all sensation below his neck. But there was Hanuman, in a cage big enough to hold a kazin. They locked eyes in mutual sympathy. Then something blocked Louis's view. Roxanne Gautier hung back behind a burly man, maybe a Jinxian, both wearing falling jumpers with arm insignia. The man loomed over Louis, judging. He said, "You'd be Louis Tamasan." "Yeah," said Louis Wu. "You attacked one of my people. I lived to regret it." "Sorry." "I'm Tech Major Schmidt. You're a civilian prisoner. That gives you certain rights, but you're in futzy poor shape to exercise them. These stunners only stun if you're far enough away, but you were right up against Tech First Gautier. You've got bones broken into shrapnel from your hip to your knee. The doc can heal you if you don't move for a while. 5 days. Tange. Better make nice." "Thank you, sir. I suppose I'd be crippled for life without your help." The officer grinned. "Oh, yeah. Now, can I free your arms? It would mean you can eat. Otherwise, you're on tubes." "I won't try to pull loose," Louis said. "You could hurt yourself pretty bad if you did. Stet." The tickle behind his neck moved down his spine. His arms came back to life, the left very tender, bruised from elbow to fingertips, and further until, "Hi!" and back up an inch. Louis could still feel bruises along his ribs, but not that awful shattered shriek of agony that started with his left hip. Schmidt's hands manipulated a video remote in Louis's peripheral vision. The talk show disappeared. Ringworld jumped into being, spilling off the ceiling and down the rectangular walls. Schmidt asked, "Where do you come from?" "Rotated." "More. Stet." "Sir, that's the great ocean. Look along the spinward edge." Louis began describing the Weaver village he'd lived in last year. People, houses, the river, visiting fishers. The web-eye camera, the Hindmost, Chiron, had sprayed across the stone face of a gorge. These arms had no way of checking. If they could, weavers would tell stories of Louis Wu and the Hindmost as Vashnisht having some kind of quarrel. But his mind was turning foggy. Louis hadn't been drunk in a long time, but it was like this. Schmidt zoomed on the great ocean region. You live there? And your parents? Who else? A Kazin family? This puppeteer you told us about? No, not Chiron. Finagle knows where Chiron lives. With a laugh he wished he could suppress. His tongue was curling out of control. Kazinti don't live in the village. They're from somewhere on the great ocean. If they pushed him, he'd reveal another partial truth, that Chimie lived among Kazinti who had taken over the map of Earth, natives and all. Tech Major Schmidt said, a lot of Kazintosh call themselves Chimie. He was some kind of legendary hero. What do you mean, map of Earth? Louis realized he'd been babbling, thinking out loud. Schmidt repeated, map of Earth? With steel in his voice. Sir, there. Louis pointed into the ceiling, into the great ocean, where the continents of Earth were arrayed around its North Pole, 100,000 miles spinward of the map of Mars. He knew now that he couldn't keep secrets. Maybe they'd drugged him. Maybe it was just painkillers. He'd last as long as he could, and then tell him his name, and watch Roxani explode in his face. Roxani said, Futz, they keep human slaves? Luis, Homo habilis, pack breeders. Schmidt, unchanged? Like the skeletons in the Oldaway Gorge? Luis, I never saw one. I'd like to see their noses. Maybe they're a little skewed, Schmidt said, clearly speaking for a recorder. From what we already know, 1 trillion pack breeders had 250,000 years to evolve without protectors to cull the mutants. The Kazinti would have done some selective breeding. Anyway, these animals wouldn't have evolved into actual human beings. Right, Luis? Louis's words came slowly. They could have evolved intelligence. We did. Did you want to invade? He laughed. Rescue? These archaic Kazinti built the biggest sea ship in history, and that was 1,000 years ago. They're not using just spears and clubs. We can beat seagoing ships. Now, what kind of tech has the puppeteer got? Anything weird? Boomp. Louis said, as Luis, how do I know what's weird? But he heard himself continue. Cameras like copper spiderwebs. Out of a spray gun? His voice lost in a recorded bellow. The ceiling was flashing an unfamiliar distress symbol. Hull breach in aft portside consumables tank. Power lost in sections 2 and 3. Schmidt and Roxani drew weapons and turned away, stooping to get through a small oval doorway. Louis spoke to nobody. He's got stepping discs, too. What was that sound? Gray Nurse shook herself. Gravity went away. Hanuman said, Invaders will either be rescued or killed. Expect surprises. No protector would leave us in alien hands. Why not? Louis heard the whine in his voice. Why the futz can't they just leave us alone? He didn't hear Hanuman's answer. It had become too noisy. A spacecraft being boarded made a fearful echo chamber. Roxani Gautier ducked back through the oval door and around out of Louis's sight. A moment later, Wembleth drifted loose, too drugged to act. Roxani touched points on Hanuman's cage and it opened. She was talking in a hysterical whisper. I don't know what they are. Not Kazinti. Nightmares. She looked at Louis, immobile in his medical cage, and said, Sorry. What's happening? Louis asked. She touched his lips with a forefinger. She braced herself behind Louis's medical cage. Only her projectile weapon showed, aimed at the doorway. A voice spoke from somewhere. Tech Schmidt's voice sounding much too calm. All hands, we're fighting from the radiation refuge. I can see invaders on the hull and in 4, 5, 6, and 10. Our motors are burned out, but we're under acceleration anyway. We don't know where it's coming from. We're also facing friendly fire. Armed missiles incoming, 60 and counting. No alien attackers yet. Tech Admiral Rain doesn't want us captured, I guess. Why didn't we see it coming? She whispered. They've got an invisible ship. Shh. Schmidt's voice. The missiles are veering away. Died in a roar of static. A shadow blinked past the little door. Roxani fired and cursed. What came through then looked like a small man filmed fast forward. It was behind Roxanne before she could turn, and Lewis couldn't see the rest. 3 bulkier man-shapes zipped through the door, moving more slowly. They sealed it behind them. They were wearing skin-tight pressure suits. They deployed a balloon with inflatable tubes around it, a big, non-standard rescue pod. They didn't wait for it to inflate. Spill Mountain people come in a variety of species, but they all look more or less alike. Burly bodies and short, thick arms and legs, large lung capacity, thick fur for insulation, hairless faces. These 3 had been Spill Mountain people. Now they weren't. They wore pressure suits and big globular helmets, but their faces gave them away. Mouths hard and toothless, like flattened beaks, big Roman noses, hairless skin wrinkled into leather armor. A mummified look, and an uncanny grace. They'd eaten Tree of Life. They were protectors. The 4th came around into view towing an unconscious Roxanne. It was a protector, but not of the Spill Mountain people. Smaller, more slender. A dead-looking face with no more nose than an ape. Lewis didn't recognize the species, but it wasn't a hanging person. Lewis had thought Toonsmith was involved in this. He was less sure now. They pushed Wembleth into the rescue pod, then Roxanne. Hanuman crawled in without a struggle. Then the protectors turned to Lewis. "I'm injured," he said. No reaction. They studied the machinery around him, talking tersely in a language Lewis's translator didn't have. Then they switched things off. When one reached behind Lewis's back, pain came as if he'd been hit by a truck. He fought to keep from fainting, holding his attention on his breathing. Later he remembered a good deal. The feel of their hands, large with blunt fingers and knobby knuckles. Brown eyes with epicanthic folds. The slender, odd-man-out protector gave orders in monosyllables. The others detached Lewis from the ICC, pushed him into the rescue pod, and sealed it. A framework still held his leg and hip immobile. 2 studied the machinery that had held him, while another cut a wide hole in the hull. Air puffed the rescue pod into space. Chapter 14. The Spill Mountain People. Grey Nurse was an arm warcraft, built more like a spear than a ship, with a few smaller ships along its length. An intruder had attached itself like a remora near the fore end. It was lighter than Grey Nurse, built like the skeleton of a sunfish, a cabin, then an extensive grid of cross-hatching girders like those found on a belt mining ship meant to carry rocks and ore. Lewis couldn't immediately see anything like a motor. The protectors followed the rescue bubble into space. Others, all Spill Mountain protectors, emerged from further aft in Grey Nurse. Some towed the rescue bubble to the sunfish ship and moored it to the grid. Then they spurted away on rocket plumes, leaving their prisoners exposed to open space. Maybe it was the drugs. Maybe it was his body's defenses. The pain had gone out like a tide. Lewis looked around him at the universe. A dusting of light motes, motionless a moment ago, were swept away in an eye blink. Spy probes dismissed as by a sweep of God's hand, but how? Roxanne was stirring, trying to wake up. Hanuman was just watching. Wembleth was very jittery. He spoke, saw that he was not understood, switched languages. His translator said, "I don't understand." Lewis said, "Talk to me, Wembleth." "Where am I, Luis?" "Under the Ringworld." Wembleth looked up at the black wall that blocked half the sky. "We are falling. There's nothing to hit. You get used to this." The protectors were back. 2 were pushing a fair-sized mass, the medical cage. They moored it to the cargo grid next to the rescue bubble. There was other cargo to be attached. Then they swarmed away to the cabin, leaving one still on the grid. Grey Nurse was whipped away. Lewis felt no acceleration beyond a kind of flutter, but he felt his hair writhe about him. They must be doing hundreds of gravities. Grey Nurse was just gone. He'd seen nothing like a rocket motor, nor even a thruster. Wembleth had his arms over his face. The sunfish ship followed the thread of a spill pipe beneath the Ringworld's black underside. A slow hour later, by the watch face in the back of Lewis's hand, the spill pipe led them around the rim and up into a glare of sunlight. Lewis looked down along the inside of the rim wall, 1,000 miles down toward a few tiny cones along its base. Beyond was a wide shore,
20 to 30,000 miles of shore, it must be, given how high they were, and then an infinity of blue water seen from high enough to show the texture of sea bottom, and a few sparse clusters of big flat islands. The clustered islands were peculiar. They all looked alike, and there was something else, too. Lewis had never seen anything like it, and that alone meant that he was looking at the other ocean. They were dropping toward the rim wall. They'd been in flight for less than an hour. "Wembleth? Roxanne, can you talk?" She blinked. "Luis, they took you too. Where are we? Who are these?" "Spill Mountain people," Lewis said. "There are lots of species. Do you arms know about—" "Down there, below us. Those are Spill Mountains," she said. "They're bigger than they look. Do you know what they are?" "They're just the mountains," Lewis said, secretly amused. The Spill Mountains had grown larger. Each of the little cones had a few silver threads of river running from its base. Pipes run under the Ringworld Floor. They pump sea-bottom slush up over the rim. Otherwise, all the fertile soil would wind up in the sea bottoms and nothing would grow. They were dropping toward one of the peaks. Roxanne said, "Those mountains are waste heaps, leaning against the rim wall, 40 to 50 clicks high. People live on them. We've seen balloons going between the peaks. But, Luis, I think the ones who attacked us were protectors. Do you know about protectors?" "Same thing as Vashnisht? Magicians. Very smart, very fierce, and they're born in armor. We wondered if they were myths. There are some artifacts." "Oh, they're real. One of those looked different from the rest," Roxanne said. "A primitive protector got as far as Sol's system, 700 years ago, all the way from the galactic core. Its face looked like that one's." "The Joker. That's the one in charge," Lewis said. "How do you know that?" Bram and Anne, both vampire protectors, had found it easy to enslave Spill Mountain protectors. Spill Mountain people couldn't live on the flats. In every case, their entire species was isolated on some single mountain, held hostage with nowhere to flee. A Spill Mountain protector was born trapped. Luis wouldn't know that, so Lewis said, "I heard him giving orders." They were crawling down the sky toward one of the Spill Mountains. Lewis could hear a thin whining and feel a tremor in the rescue bubble. The sunfish ship had no kind of streamlining. They sank past an icy peak. Green showed much lower down. The sunfish ship moved close and slid sideways along a staircase of ledges, and now Lewis could see trees and tiered fields, and glimpse snow heaped in regular cones. Miles below was a breathtaking view of an endlessly rolling land, intricately detailed in tiny seas, rivers, ridges of hills. There was a thump. Lewis drifted against the bubble wall. Then the gravity generator went off, and he slumped against the curve of wall in full gravity. Pain lashed up his leg and hip. He didn't quite pass out. Roxanne whispered to him, "Things happen in war, Luis. Don't hold it against me," while the protectors moved around on the ice and rock, detaching treasure from Grey Nurse and carrying it away. Several were working on Grey Nurse's dock. The Joker protector opened the rescue balloon. Warm air puffed out. Thin, cold air blew in. The Joker stepped in, sniffed, looked at each of the occupants in turn. Roxanne was wary. Wembleth cringed in terror. Hanuman's eyes met the other protectors. They didn't try to speak, but they knew each other for what they were. The Joker touched Lewis's leg in its brace, using great care. Wembleth bolted for the opening. The Joker swiped at him and missed, or else changed his mind. Wembleth bolted along the ledge, past conical houses, and was out of sight. Wembleth was suffocating again. There wasn't enough air. The folk around him didn't seem to be having trouble. A few children watched him curiously. He'd snatched up the translator device Roxanne had given him. Learning their language would be easier now, but it would still take hours. Strangers were always well treated, but the Vashnisht was a stranger too. Wembleth knew he'd have to hide now, and without help. The houses were tall heaps of snow with a single small hole for a door. He'd be found quick in one of those, and only one way out. He considered hiding in a snowdrift, but only for an instant. He'd freeze. He wasn't wearing enough clothing, and he was leaving footprints. A ridge of naked rock gave him the chance to backtrack. He followed it to where he could jump across snow onto the angled trunk of a huge elbow tree. His knees betrayed him as he jumped. He landed on the slope, slid, caught himself, and clawed his way up 60 feet of naked trunk. The top was a dense green tuft. Wembleth burrowed into it. He could see out. A little. 4 Spill Mountain protectors, naked in the cold in their own thick white fur, wedged Grey Nurse's dock through the opening into the rescue bubble. Lewis moaned when they moved him. The protectors were fiercely strong and surprisingly gentle, but it hurt. They lowered him into the intensive care cavity, and one reached around behind him. All sensation went away below the small of his back. Though the military dock was severed from Grey Nurse, somehow they'd got it running. The Joker turned when Roxanne spoke. "You are in violation of several dozen laws enforced by the ARM and related governments." The Joker answered in unknown speech. Roxanne's translator would pick up the language. Good, and Lewis's would catch it too. Immobilized as he was, there was no more he could accomplish here. Lewis went to sleep. Through the greenery, Wembleth watched the protector leave the rescue bubble. Roxanne followed. A dozen children followed her. The protector tracked his footprints for a time, then jumped across to the ridge of rock, examined it with her nose to the ground, then came straight toward him. She ran lightly up the trunk. She reached into the tuft and pulled Wembleth out into empty air. She let him dangle from one hand as she climbed down. He was frozen with fear and cold. A dozen children crowded the rescue bubble, and more swarmed outside. Hanuman was clowning for them. They shied back when Lewis stirred and woke. He smiled at a wall of white fur and 24 eyes. "Hello," he said. A few voices answered. His translator did not. Most of the pain above his waist, left arm, ribs, had eased off. He wondered how long he was going to be like this. If Roxanne and the Joker had taught each other their speech, then the Joker hadn't been speaking local dialect, and that meant Lewis couldn't even talk to these kids. But Roxanne and the Joker were coming back, and Roxanne was holding Wembleth's hand. They couldn't get through the crowd to reach the rescue bubble. They didn't try. The Joker began to lecture, pointing occasionally at the humans and Wembleth. The kids inside couldn't hear, so they went out. Presently, the Joker sent Wembleth and Roxanne in, and gestured 4 remaining kids out, and closed the bubble. Roxanne glared after the Joker, who was hopping away on the struts of the cargo grid. "She won't talk," Roxanne said, bitterly. "Translator won't work?" "The translator's fine, but it doesn't have anything to say." Lewis asked, "Are you keeping arms secrets?" "So she. Yes, she. She told me that much. She said her name was Proserpina." Wembleth's teeth chattered as he spoke. His translator said, "We're going for another ride." Lewis asked, "Are you up for that?" The man shivered violently. "I pissed my clothing last time. Thank you for not noticing." Lewis sniffed. The air in the bubble had never ceased to smell clean and fresh. "Protectors build good machines," he said. "We'll be fine." He saw the Joker enter the ship's cabin. Gravity went away. "We'll be fine," he repeated. The sunfish ship floated away from the cliff, then straight up. Blue sky darkened to black. Lewis said, "I figured out this ship. Gravity control. Magnetic," Roxanne said crisply. "They must use the grid. Luis, there's a superconductor grid in the Ringworld Floor. If this ship is using a magnetic drive, then it can thrust against the Ringworld. It's like leaving your motor at home. I felt my hair stand up. Didn't you?" "Stead. But I meant the cabin gravity. Powerful, but it flutters. Why wouldn't Vashnisht fix that? I think they're too arrogant to test what they build. They do it all in one shot." "Got it all figured out, do you, kid?" Lewis flushed. He said, "Stead, it's magnetic. You'd have near infinite range and huge acceleration as long as you stay near the superconductor net. You could use it as a weapon, too. Push away missiles and ships. It could even be seen as a message." "Message?" "I can't invade you. I'm purely defensive, like a fort." Or just keep out." "We're falling again," Wembleth burst out. "Roxanne, where are we going?" Roxanne shook her head. They crossed a wonderfully fractal shoreline, all curlicues of bay and beach, and were over the ocean. Ocean and sprinklings of islands. If you thought of them as islands, you didn't see that much speed, but they'd be one-to-one maps of a world. Near the shore of the other ocean, the clusters were a bit foreshortened. Otherwise, they were all maps of the same world. One sprawling continent with a spine of mountain, 4 smaller bodies, and an archipelago of scattered tiny islands, all to antispin of the mainland. All showed a grainy texture. If you had to tell someone where you were, say Toonsmith, if you could get hold of any kind of communicator, how would you? But the shadows were different. Bands and flecks and patches of shadow on only a few of the islands. Roxanne said, "This is Ocean 2. Do you suppose we're going to one of the maps?" "Sure. What do you make of the shadows, Roxanne?" "We're too high to tell." Louis didn't answer. What should Louise Tamasan know about this? But shadows just didn't happen in a place where it was always noon, and Louis Wu found it freaky. Roxanne said, "Louise, Wembleth, there's 2 oceans on the Ringworld, you know? There are all those billions of little shallow seas with corrugated shorelines to give the locals lots of convenient bays and harbors, and all the trillions of clicks of twisty rivers. But then there are 2 big counterbalanced oceans, the one with all the inhabitant worlds and known space on it. That's yours, Louise. And this endlessly repeated map. It's probably 1-to-1 scale of something, but it's no world known to the arm." Louis started to laugh. Roxanne glared at him. She said, "There are 32 of these maps, all of the same world. So after we land, we still won't know where we are. Is that what has you amused?" "Yeah. Does the arm have any idea what the Pack homeworld looked like? A permanent war zone. Every Pack protector wants his gene line to rule the world. I'm just repeating the briefings," Roxanne said. "And we got all that from a stray Pack protector via Jack Brennan, and he was a belter turned protector who couldn't be trusted worth tange. So, no, we don't know the shapes of the Pack continents. Maybe they change. These creatures are powerful. The Joker. She looks like Pack breeder skeletons we're still finding in Asia and Africa. So where's the Joker from? The Pack homeworld? But maybe it's the map of Earth. Luis, you said the map of Earth was originally Pack breeders." The sunfish ship was descending toward an island cluster near the other ocean's anti-spinward shore. 50,000 miles near, maybe. Any distortion was lost in detail as the land rose up to meet them. There were crescents and pools of shadow on the land. But how could they be shadows with the sun just overhead? They looked almost like pictograms or writing. A lone mountain near the continent's midpoint glittered. Dwellings? With windows? The grainy look of the land became interlocking dots of all sizes, circular features, as if the land had been battered by meteors. They skimmed a forest, slowing now. Louis recognized chains of elbow trees and other familiar vegetation. He said, "Most of what's on the Ringworld must have evolved as Pack plants and animals." "Good, Louis." A verbal pat on the head. "Something about these patterns." "It's a garden," Roxanne said. Roxanne? This big? They were still miles high. Still, she was right. The landscape wasn't croplands, but it was just as certainly shaped. Variety in color, rainbow ripples that must be thousands of square miles of flower beds, varied stands of trees in all the colors of autumn and more, still seeming no larger than hairs in a dandy's beard. A veldt shadowed with black arcs, ponds, lakes, seas like silver plates with little central dots of island. Roxanne said, "Formal gardens are all rectangles, unless they're supposed to look like wilderness." "What kind of garden is all circles, and no two the same size? This is like—" "Right, like the moon," Louis thought. "Like a war? All circles, all craters. The Pack homeworld." "Was nicht," Wembleth said positively. "Ja, the Joker is trying to impress us," Roxanne said. Louis laughed. He glimpsed rectilinear outlines peeping through the wild colors. They dropped. There was a thump.
Gravity ceased its flutter. Chapter 15. Proserpina. She brought the mag ship down in the garden, 6 miles downhill from the Penultimate's mainland habitat. As soon as she'd safed the motors, Proserpina rolled out of the cabin and ran aft. A sense of order might help the aliens adjust, but she'd learn less if she gave them too much time. Isolated, shorn of her senses, imprisoned in the isolation zone for all of these millions of phalans, Proserpina had still been able to infer general details of Ringworld history, infighting, dominance games, reshaping of world-sized stretches of topography, shifting alliances, changing genetic patterns. There was only one repair center, set halfway around the Ringworld from this, the isolation zone. The repair center could be seen as the Ringworld's natural throne room. A ghoul was in power now, and that was good. He was short of experience and reckless, not good, and probably male. Males wandered further. Where Tree of Life was scarce, a male would find it first. Control was what this was all about. In earlier ages, she had seen conspiracy after conspiracy, and had always found a way to stay neutral without being destroyed. There was always a master of creation, and, after one awful early experiment, it was never Proserpina. She hop-stepped over the struts of the cargo grid and slid into the rescue bubble. The woman spoke. "We need to talk." Proserpina perceived Tech-First Gautier's impatience and was amused. The woman was young, though not young for a breeder. Her stance suggested a different gravity. Her speech was a bit altered from what Proserpina had heard while eavesdropping on the ghoul's retinue. Gautier was one of the invaders. She'd have much to tell, once she stopped refusing to tell it. Proserpina's silence made the woman uneasy. "We need to talk to make the translators work," she added. Proserpina didn't smile. She couldn't. They'd talked while they hunted Wembleth in the Spill Mountain village, but they'd said nothing. Nouns, verbs, not enough to cue Tech Gautier's speaking device. Gautier was keeping secrets. So was Proserpina. When she needed to talk, she would. The brachiator watched her and did nothing. She'd been expecting subservience. The little protector must serve another, perhaps the ghoul. One of the males made a soft-voiced request. Proserpina didn't know his speech. She'd work it out presently. He stood like a local, a little stooped, but at home with Ringworld spin gravity. He wouldn't have much to tell. What he wanted was clear. He was hungry. The other male was injured and immobilized, naked and helpless. He watched. Proserpina was struck by his patience. Though no protector, he was an elder, of the same species as the woman. This would be the ghoul's breeder-servant, Louis Wu of the Ball Worlds. "You're all hungry," Proserpina said in Interworld. The men were unsurprised, but Gautier jumped. "You can all tolerate fruit. We'll work out details of your diet presently. We're all omnivores, I think, except you," looking at the little one. "How are you called?" The woman recovered her aplomb. She gestured. "Louis Tamasan, Wembleth, Roxane Gautier. Proserpina?" "How did you learn our language?" "I've hacked into a library," Proserpina said. She saw the woman bristle. "Grey Nurse's computer. Stolen. I chose my name from your literature." Speaking now to Louis, Wu and the little protector were keeping secrets too. She clapped her hands. "Let's feed you. There's fruit outside and a stream." "I'll have to feed Louis," Roxane said. "You must learn what's edible. Come, Louis, we'll be back soon. Your device is giving you nutrient, but it's best if your digestive systems are exercised." "Thank you," he said. Roxane looked dubious, but she went. Roxane followed the protector. Wembleth followed Roxane, holding Hanuman's hand. The ape scrambled along faster than his little legs were up to. From the back, the Joker looked like a small, scrawny, bald woman. She stood 1.5 meters tall. All of her joints were swollen. Her back was a column of pebbles. Roxane knew that she should be afraid of the creature, but she couldn't feel intimidated.
Proserpina was talking to Wembleth in interspeak. Wembleth chattered in his own language, and Roxane listened to his translator with half her attention. Mother abandoned us. I never asked Father about it. He was touchy there, but I listened. They both used to go exploring. One day, she was just gone. Some species do that, turn vicious and solitary, like the swamp folk, friendly and curious when they're young, great Rishatra. Then something triggers, and they bulk up and change attitude and go off into the swamp. I was afraid I'd do the same. Interbreeding is rare, and you don't know what you'll get. Have you rished with swamp people? With a swamp girl until she mated, and afterward we were friends. Then she got pregnant, and she went off alone to raise the children. There were low buildings in the forest. Trees masked them. Trees grew from the roofs, or up the side of a minaret. A huge tree grew through the hollow core of a ring 2 stories high. Shadows ticked at the corners of her vision. Tree shadows wouldn't move in this weird place where it was always noon or night. Roxane became sure that there were animals in the forest, watching them. Proserpina was fast, darting among the trees, plucking and gathering plants in varied colors and shapes. "Try this," she said to Luis's long-armed pet, setting a purple blob in his hands. It resembled an eggplant, but it sprayed red juice when Hanuman bit into it. Hanuman buried his face in it. Here. Proserpina distributed other fruits and watched for reactions. Roxane's yellow globe was bitter. She dropped it. A handful of green cherries was edible, but sour around the seeds. Wembleth liked the inner rim of a mottled yellow ring. He had to fit his head inside it. And Hanuman's purple blob. "Roxane, is this place very different from your ball worlds?" "Very." "How?" "I haven't been here long. I'm still looking." Roxane was reluctant to speak. Sooner or later the Protector would be asking questions she shouldn't answer. Still, weren't there things she could learn from a Protector? So she temporized. "We learned a lot before any ship landed. It's always noon here. I expect that could drive a person nuts. If you ever saw a sunset, it would be the end of the world. And a mining system would hit vacuum. That's not all bad. Industries can sometimes use vacuum. A year ago, you were shooting down every ship that came near the Ringworld. Why did you do that? Why did you stop? There was a Protector vampire in the repair center. He did the shooting. Another replaced him. And now it's a kinder, gentler time? Not while you're playing with antimatter, dear one. That will have to stop. You could destroy us all, and yourselves, too. I think you must be skits. Roxane, you flinched. Did I? Are you skits? Were you skits? Were. How were you cured? Roxane snarled. I stopped taking the stuff. Stuff? The Amalgamated Regional Militia used to draft skitses for the lower echelons. We've tried to breed that trait out of ourselves, so it's hard to find a real skits. But there are biochemicals that can imitate the skits state. You see things, think thoughts, hear voices that a citizen never dreams. I took the stuff during training. I can get a shot during a mission. It makes things easier, but I try to stay off it. I'm not skits, Proserpina. My genes are clean. Roxane clamped her lips closed. This was far more personal than anything she'd intended to reveal. Lower echelons? Do any of the top ranks go skits? No, never mind. Do warriors such as yourselves have children, Roxane? No, I can't. I've had my shot. Proserpina stared at her. Then she turned away to gather more fruit. I'll feed your injured one, she said. Eat, explore, enjoy, waving vaguely at the forest and its hidden buildings. The stream is that way. Follow it back. We'll talk soon. Roxane watched her go. Had she really been left to explore unsupervised? The prospect was terrifying and irresistible. She was in the Garden of Eden. God walked here. Nothing was otherwise harmful. The building. It was a toroid. One door, no windows. A sequoia-sized tree in the center lifted it 2 meters off its foundations. While Roxane hesitated, Wembleth jumped to reach a doorsill, lifted himself, and was in. Roxane waited a beat, then followed. She wished she had better armaments than the needler in the small of her back. Roxane jogged around the perimeter. It was all one big tubular room, a few degrees tilted. She found nothing worth seeing or stealing. The floor was deep in dirt and rotting leaves. No obvious lighting, barring the transparent roof. No offices, no toilets. She asked Wembleth, "Do you know this style of building?" "Vashnisht work. Very old. These walls cannot be harmed, but many lifetimes of wind made these corners round. I think servants of the Vashnisht lived here. Look, this was bed." The vegetable trash? Roxane was used to float plates. The next building over looked like a pump house nested in a forest of pipes. It was, but it also held toilets, a huge tub for bathing, and dust heaps that must have been towels. Wembleth understood. He knew more primitive means for using wastes for fertilizer. Sewage and wash water flowed into a sprinkler system. It was all powered from the roof, from converted sunlight. Roxane and Wembleth spent an hour bathing and then investigating the system. The remarkable thing was that it still worked. Roxane led them along the river, in the direction of flow of the shadow squares, anti-spinward. They came to a wide, white sand beach. Huge combers rolled in from an endless ocean. Roxane tried her mag specs. She knew what she ought to see, but the horizon was a line of haze. The specs only magnified it, or picked out currents of heat. She'd be peering through hundreds of miles of that to see subcontinents belonging to this same little map. How long would it take to get used to the Ringworld scale? She'd get a better view from the roof of the arcology, but that was not walking distance. Proserpina paused at the edge of the garden long enough to instruct her servants. Aliens were not to see them. Aliens were not to be interfered with. Aliens were not barred from the Penultimate's long-abandoned buildings. Hanuman was eating and watching her from far up a tall tree. Proserpina gestured him down. "Who do you serve?" she asked. The brachiator spoke a musical phrase, then translated into Interworld. "Toonsmith. He derives from one of the Night People varieties. His secrets are not mine to give." "Why do you conceal your nature from the arm?" "Why should I?" "A ship of the arm exploded 3 days ago. It tore a hole in the world's floor that would have destroyed us all." Hanuman described the location quickly and precisely. "Toonsmith repaired it." "How?" "Secret, but his means are limited. Another such event would end everything. You and Toonsmith and I have this in common. To hold armed ships away from the world is our only hope. Kzinti also must be kept distant. Puppeteers would rule us to make us dependable. They would make the Ringworld safe to a point beyond habitability. Who knows what outsiders might do? There are other factions. Question Tech Godier or scan any armed ship's library. Giving information to any of these invaders would only lure them all here to learn more. To tell them of protectors might scare them witless. Rewarding invaders with valuable data. Enough of your chatter. I understand you. What of Luis Tamasan? What sources have you been scanning? Scan is too large a word. I've barely had time to browse in the libraries of Grey Nurse and Hot Needle of Inquiry. Seek Louis Wu. Grey Nurse has the report he made to the United Nations following the Lying Bastard expedition. Should I hide his identity too? Please yourself. He plays a frivolous game of mate and dominate with the arm woman. Stet, we will leave all as it is for this little time. Hanuman asked, "What is this place? Are my charges endangered?" "No, but guard them if you will. This was the domain of the last rebel but one, the Penultimate," Proserpina said. "Will you serve me?" "No." No ambiguity, no hesitation. "I want to talk to Toonsmith. How may I do this?" "Tell me what you want said. Give me a vehicle." "I have all of the history of this structure and its regions, all for barter. The repair center is not the Ringworld's only secret. Do you dare withhold my knowledge from Toonsmith?" "No. Toonsmith is more intelligent than you or me, but he cannot act without data." "Where is he?" "Some distance up the arc." "You came to investigate the antimatter explosion. You left your vehicle behind when the armed ship took you." Hanuman didn't react. Proserpina said, "You have no transport. I have only this one mag ship. To make another would delay us for days. Can we spare the time? I must guide you to Toonsmith. Proserpina thought about this. Could she find a way to guard herself? Or was it time to die, if Toonsmith chose to make it so? I'll make things secure here first, she said. Wait until tomorrow night. Louis Wu was not unhappy. He was getting a long rest, prone in the intensive care cavity. Nobody expected anything of him. Let others deal with the fringe war, antimatter fuel tanks, the dance of protectors. He dozed and thought and dozed. And he fell asleep, or was put to sleep. He woke under high, dark trees. His massive arm autodock was no longer attached to the sunfish ship. The Joker stood above him. He tried not to be dismayed that she'd come back alone. Hanuman must be with the others. He'd protect them. She asked, "Are you well?" "Check the readouts," Louis said. She took him at his word. "You're healing. You're getting nourishment and something to calm you." She tapped at a screen. "You wouldn't be getting these inputs if you didn't have internal injuries. They're still healing. This other concoction seems to be brewed from Tree of Life root, or some synthetic analog, but the machine isn't feeding that to you either." "Really? Tree of Life? The stuff that—" "Here, this tube." Louis tried to sit up. "I can't see it." She sketched a mark in the air. Louis knew that symbol, a trademark 1,000 years old. Booster spice. Intended to restore a breeder's age-rattled body? And you don't need it. You're an old man made young. Is booster spice one of Toonsmith's secrets? Louis blinked. No, it might be an arms secret. He'd been told as a child that booster spice had been made via genetic engineering done on ragweed. It now struck him that the longevity treatment had been introduced and allegedly changed human nature forever about 200 years after an alien ramship reached Sol system. It could fit. You are fertile. I can smell it. Roxanne spoke of shots to make a person sterile. Louis smiled. How would a genderless protector ever understand that? He said, I was chasing a woman named Paula Cherenkov. I knew she wanted children. I had the habit of bugging out of human space from time to time. I always thought I'd smuggle something someday. Never did. This time I went to Jinx. Some worlds think just like Flatlanders when it comes to the population explosion. Some worlds don't have much habitable territory. Not Jinx. When they need more room, they expand the terraformed regions. I got them to reconnect my vast deferens. Then Paula left Earth because she wanted a large family. A few years later, I brought a new intelligent species into known space. The UN wanted to give me a birthright for finding the Trinox and serving as their first ambassador. Now the doctors were waiting to fix what shouldn't have been already fixed. When Nessus made his offer, I went to the Ringworld. Proserpina set her hands on Louis's belly and moved them around. Pressure above his left hip. Old damage to the gut? Yeah. There's barely a trace. This floating rib is newly cracked. Ugh! Hands like a score of walnuts palpated his numb hips, then ran down his legs. 6 breaks, maybe more, all on the left. It doesn't matter. They can all heal at the same time. In 4 days you'll walk. In 7 you'll run. Would you try solid food? Louis pointed. That one's good. The Hinge gave it to us. She broke a cantaloupe-sized yellow fruit for him and fed him, and ate some herself. He asked, Who are you? I'm the oldest protector, the last of the rebels, she said. Tell me who you are. The woman doesn't know. She didn't perceive Hanuman either. What does she think he is? We let her think Hanuman is a tame monkey. She thinks I'm the son of an Arm who got himself stranded. Can we keep it that way? Roxanne is an Arm detective. There are things they shouldn't know. Arm is one of the faction's amalgamated regional militia from Earth, the United Nations police since 800 years ago. There are a few hundred armed ships in the Fringe War. How much do you know, Proserpina? Have you been hacking into Needle? Yeah. Puppeteer civilization is too fascinating. I could become lost in it. Still, this Hindmost has extensive records of human civilization. Do you know the name Proserpina, Pluto's wife, the lady who rules hell. Greek myth, Elizabethan pronunciation. Is this hell to you? In a loose sense. Tell me about Toonsmith. Not yet. I want to know about you, who you are. He had the impression she was grinning. She said, Your muscle cues aren't easy to read, flat on your back, hips and legs inert, and the rest hooked to all these pumps and sensors. Still, I sense something proprietary. Do you own Toonsmith? Lewis laughed. He thinks he owns me. You don't agree, but you don't hate him. You'd free yourself if you could. Will you serve me? No. For a time, then? Perhaps if you knew me better. I'm not prone to rages or bouts of frantic activity or megalomania, Lewis. I don't suck blood, though you served a bloodsucker. I've been passive for millions of phalans while the rest of my kind burned themselves out. Of course you must know me first, if we have time. My tale is complicated. I helped build the Ringworld. I've heard that before, Lewis said. From some braggart breeder? They've become hugely various, haven't they? My telescopes won't penetrate atmosphere well enough, and I dare not travel to see more, but I've dealt with spill mountain species. Lewis, or Luis, I'm the real one. I broke promises before the work was finished, so it was finished without me. But I believe I'm the last builder. Would you like your legs back? What did she mean? She bent over him, reached around behind him. Pain surged. Can you tolerate it? It's better if you can feel what's going on. That's pretty fierce, he gasped. I'll cut the input by half, the pain receded, and change your chemical balance a little. The pain fuzzed. There, will you try to urinate and evacuate? The dock system is equipped to handle that. In privacy, please. Stet. She turned away. Then you can tell me about the people of the Ringworld. Who have you met? What are they like? I have the right. Our children became their ancestors. Lewis considered keeping silence. It was not his nature. He couldn't hide anything from a protector anyway. He did wonder if Proserpina had set armed truth drugs dripping into him. But the vampire nest wasn't a secret to be kept. It was a futsy good story. Breeders, ring-world hominids, had evolved into an ecological slot elsewhere occupied by vampire bats. Louis Wu had interfered with the weather over a world-sized area. His intentions had been good. He'd ruined the environment for some dangerous plants. But over the next few years, vampires moved under the permanent cloud deck established by Louis Wu and took over a floating industrial park. That happened far around the Ringworld's arc from where Louis was dwelling with the Weaver species. He'd watched through the Hindmost's web-eye camera. Louis described it for Proserpina and the Weaver village, and that led him back and back. Floating buildings gathered to form a city, and the shadow farm beneath that grew 100 kinds of fungus. The Ringworld slid off center, near to brushing against its sun. Back and back, until he was telling her how he'd come to the Ringworld, lured into an expedition to explore something strange beyond the worlds he knew. She knew what questions to ask, when to keep silent, when to break and feed him fruit. Here, this machine makes a nutrient fluid too. Would you eat that? He tried it. It was basic stuff to feed an injured soldier. Not bad. You eat meat too, don't you? Fresh killed? I'll hunt you up a sampling tomorrow. I'm more of a scavenger than you are, I think. How did you return to the stars? Through an ice storm? Something like that. He spoke of Howruloprillar, the city builder who claimed that her kind had built the Ringworld. She was joking with me, but she had it backward. She and her species nearly destroyed it. How? They dismounted the attitude jets on the rim wall and built them into their spacecraft. Proserpina, why did you let that happen? Poker face. We made attitude jets to be easily dismounted so that they can be easily replaced. We expected them to wear out in time. Was this a part of the Fringe War? No, earlier. We'll speak of this again. When did the Fringe War start? Tange, I don't know. The first ships may have got here ahead of the Hindmost, 100 phalans ago. You stole Grey Nurse's library, didn't you? Have you got it running? See if it's got footage of Needle coming in. I'll do that, said the Protector. Louis called after her. Check on the others, will you? They're safe here. but I will. Sleep. It was night, and he'd talked himself hoarse. He slept. He woke to find Roxanne and Wembleth asleep on the plastic sheeting. He didn't disturb them. In an hour they woke, found the store of fruit, and ate. Roxanne fed him delicately. Perhaps she'd raised a child once. She and Wembleth had spent yesterday exploring while Lewis lay in his ICC. These elbow trees are easy to climb. It's even somewhat safe once I found some rope. We got a wonderful view. It's all flat. The horizon never curves out of sight. And I had these, mag specs. Luis, did you notice one big central mountain coming in? Yeah, inland. It's windows, top to bottom. But there are only a few picture windows. The rest looks like a spray of glitter everywhere. I'd call that structure an arcology, but big. And built by military, or maybe paranoid crazies. Straight highways with towers at the end, wonderful fields of fire. Big helipads. I didn't see any guns. I just saw where they should be mounted. There's only that one huge palace. Over the rest of the island, I keep saying island just because I can see so much of it, even though most of it dwindles into what looks like fog. Continent. The buildings nearby are all very basic, and there's nothing big further out. Wembleth thinks it's all housing for breeders. Homo habilis. We didn't see any. They could all have died off, but, Luis, if this was a protector's home, there'd be defenses and research labs and libraries, wouldn't there? Well, there's the arcology, Lewis said. She grinned at him. Do you even know what arcology means? Big building. Well, yeah. I don't think she's using it. It was left by the previous tenant. I think Proserpina has a base, maybe on the little continents, maybe on another map. She wouldn't have turned us loose where she works. This place is... Remember I said garden? Suppose you had to turn the whole Earth into a garden. Earth is a closed ecology, but it changes. It drifts. She looked deep into his eyes, seeking understanding. Gardeners don't like weeds. They'd do something about deserts. Wouldn't have to worry about tundra because there's no winter. But a gardener might have to control the weather. Weather's chaotic. It can't be controlled, Lewis said. What if you had huge air masses to work with, an area of 1,000 Earths, and no hurricane patterns to foul you up because you're not on a spinning ball? Air masses wouldn't move fast. Lewis laughed. Stet, maybe. We won't actually see other maps, she said, suddenly depressed. No boats for guests. What do you think, Luis? One whole supercontinent for a garden, and breeders are an integral part of the garden. Defenses on the islands, telescopes and research facilities, mines. You don't get mines on the Ringworld, do you? If you could reach the spill mountains, Lewis said. Materials might layer out according to density. Otherwise, no mining rights. You dig for oil, you hit Scrith, then vacuum. Proserpina can reach the spill mountains. Lewis shrugged. I can't help you explore. Be cautious. Every culture has fairy tales about someone finding something he shouldn't. Even so, Roxanne said, I'd like to get into that building. Wembleth and Roxanne went out again after breakfast. Proserpina was back at midday. She asked, What are stepping discs? Where did you find those? Your own report to the arm, Louis Wu. You didn't tell enough. What if I had to make stepping discs? Is the ghoul protector doing that? You first. How are my companions? Exploring. Hanuman went off alone. Wembleth and Roxanne are together. They'll learn little in this place. The last rebel to die lived here. I took charge of his habitat, but the Penultimate's palace is trapped. I leave it alone. She hoisted a miniature deer nearly her own height. It dangled, its neck broken. Big insects buzzed it. I use this animal for food myself. Can you eat it? Maybe. Treat it with heat? Yeah, clean out the body cavity. Shall I? You may exercise your upper body, but otherwise rest. Your bones are pinned together, but let them knit. I will cook. I can research this. Barbecue smells made him hungry. In an hour she was back with a roasted carcass. She stripped off pieces of meat for him. He found it pleasant to be waited on. But always at my back, I hear Time's winged footsteps hurrying near, she said. No, eat. I need to know how urgent this matter of the Fringe War is. Does Toonsmith have it under control? More or less, he said. Eat. Is it more or less? She scowled at what she saw in his face. Less. Hanuman tells me of the blast that tore a hole into space. I saw it from a distance and knew I must act. Antimatter. Could it have killed all life? Did Toonsmith really prevent that? Yes. What did you see? Wembleth and Roxane would eat some of that, Lewis said. The Protector met his eyes for a long heartbeat. I'll fetch them, she said. She set a great slab of meat in his reach and departed. Daylight was fading when they returned. Proserpina and the others cooked dinner outside. Lewis smelled wood smoke and roasting meat. What Roxane brought to Lewis included vegetables, green and yellow leafy plants, and roasted yams. Proserpina was becoming a skilled chef. She ate with them, but what she ate was raw meat and raw yams. When they had finished eating, she said, I want your trust. The ancient Protector's eyes locked with theirs, skipping past Hanuman as if he were a dumb animal. Wembleth, Roxane, Louise, you'd be demented to trust me knowing no more than you do. Tell us a story, Lewis said. Proserpina was keeping Hanuman's secrets, and Lewis's, and perhaps Roxane's too. There was no reason to trust her, and every reason to listen. These events all took place near the galactic core. We who held our world were 10 to 100 million protectors of the pack species, the Protector said. The number varied wildly in the endless war. Something more than 4 million Phalans ago, I've lost track of time to some extent, 10,000 of us built a carrier ship and some fighter scouts. 80 years later, 600 were left to ride them. Proserpina spoke slowly, reaching far back into her memory. Interworld was a flexible language, but it wasn't built for these concepts. This land is a good map of the pack world. Did you see its shape? Circles everywhere, Proserpina said. Blast craters, new and ancient, from an endless variety of weapons. These maps were identical when we built them, but they've changed since. On the pack world, and here, we fought for any advantage for our bloodline. Luis, what? Well, it's strange, Louis Wu said. One world, over and over. The pack world was in the galactic core. Suns are packed close together there. You came here, 30,000 light years in one leap. Why didn't you use worlds closer in? Yes, our worlds were much closer together than yours. Endless room, endlessly coveted. We saw no way to reach them in a spacecraft carrying breeders, because we would fight for advantage of the breeders. If we solved that, we'd face another problem. Any world would require reshaping for periods of thousands of years. Before the work was complete, each would be snatched away by armies of other protectors. We could see that this had happened. Worlds near Pack were shaped to a Pack ideal, then blasted back to barren waste long before I was born. We saw no way to take other worlds unless we could change the circumstances that shaped us. This is what we did, we 600. First, we gave up nearby worlds. If another ship could reach us, that world was too close. We found records of a voyage into the galactic arms, a route already tested by an earlier colony ship. The colony failed, but we knew no intervening danger had stopped it from reaching its target world. Second, we segregated ourselves from our breeders. We housed them in a cylinder topographed like a rolled-up landscape. Their food would grow there too, water and air and wastes recycled, a locked ecology. No pheromones from breeder housing would reach the flight control complex. The breeders were not to love us. They would not be aware of us at all. Any protector violating the ban must die. Of course, there was natural selection at work. Many breeders would die, did die without the company of protectors. Proserpina's eyes sought theirs. Even now, 4 million Phalans evolved. Don't you ball-worlders sometimes need the companionship of something greater than yourselves? Roxane said, No. I find records of scores of religions. We've outgrown them, Roxane said. After a moment's pause, Proserpina said, Stead. Many breeders died for lack of our company, but less every generation. Again, many protectors found we must smell or touch our own kind. Many found ways to enter breeder housing and died when they were caught. Others stopped eating. In the first 1,000 years, we lost half our number. Replacing them from breeder stock was a chancy thing. Natural selection took its toll. What emerged at the end of 350,000 phalans of travel was a race that can live without the smell of our own bloodline constantly in our nostrils. We veered away from the target world. A colony there had failed, but we could not know how badly. We might find protectors already in place, and our ship was a fragile bubble. We believed. Yes, Roxane? Earth? Yes, your world, Earth. We could have had Earth. Your tree of life plants weren't growing right. Your protectors died. Their descendants were mutating in many directions. We didn't know that. I learned too little of the Earth colony before your evolved breeders began blasting radio waves at the stars. By then, Proserpina blinked at them, started over. We arrived in the local neighborhood. We found worlds we might take, but our ambitions were greater than that. We chose a system with a gas giant planet huddled close up against its star. We surmise it formed far out in the disk that became the planets. Then it was drawn in over the billions of years, eating lesser worlds as it came. Thus we found a planetary system already cleared out for our convenience, and most of the mass gathered in a single body, a mass of almost 20 Jupiters, Roxane. So we built. We met difficulties working that close to a sun, but we could use the sun's magnetic fields to confine the masses we worked with, particularly the hydrogen we needed for fusion motors to spin up the ring. Stars that can generate extensive planetary systems form in clusters. There were stars with planets around us where we stopped, and some were pack-like or close to it. We identified those that might evolve dangerous enemies. We collected local ecologies and settled them on maps of their worlds. We never approached Earth, Roxane. We were afraid. We studied the system intensively at long range. The map of Earth became home to our own breeders. We needed 50,000 phalans to build an ecology into the Ringworld's inner surface, but we started there, with the map of Earth as a test bed. Whales, Lewis said. There are whales in the great ocean. Some protector must have gone to Earth. It may have happened after I was isolated, Proserpina said. Wembleth, are you keeping up with this? Proserpina changed languages and spoke rapidly. She switched back. Later, I'll show Wembleth maps of the sky and diagrams. You two should try to tell him what a ball world is. Roxane, these maps of our world are prisons. We knew some of us would break the one law. We built the prisons first, to warn each other. Any felon would be isolated with a world to rule and a population all of her own kind, just as if they'd each conquered the pack homeworld, but all made hostage to the majority. I was one of those. Why? Oh, Roxane. Proserpina's body language suggested impatience and bitter laughter. We thought we would win. 11 of us thought we could take the repair center. We'd breed our descendants to all of the lines and cull to keep our traits dominant. In 1,000 years, we'd be safe, even if the power balance changed, even if an insurgence should kill us. We planned it all in an afternoon and collected our resources as fast as ever we could. Even so, we were a little slow. They confined me on one of the maps, not this one. They collected 100 of my line and scattered them in pairs through this land. I must build a land they could live in. I must guide the breeders myself so that ultimately they meet and interbreed, or else inbreeding would destroy them. While I did all that, time passed me by. I was out of the loop. Others of my descendants lived among the Ringworld's expanding population, and their genes were hostage too. Proserpina fell silent. Lewis asked, How long did it last? What stopped it? A few 100,000 Phalans, I'm guessing, Luis. Wembleth, Roxani, you don't understand? On the Ringworld we built, a breeder population expanded to 1 trillion. At some point, they became a chaos of mutations. Mutations are of no use to a protector. They don't smell right. Luis asks me when the protectors stopped culling their tribes, and why. I witnessed too little. I don't know why. I'm guessing even at when. I was a prisoner. I spent long periods in depression, noticing nothing. I never quite starved myself. When I was myself, I made telescopes, but not probes. We were barred from intrusive investigations. With telescopes, I could see nothing nearby, but I could study what was happening far up the arc. Meteors continued to be intercepted. An ice storm formed. I guessed at the dynamics. I saw the storm dissipate. It meant that protectors were still doing repairs. Luis, what? Depression. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. How can I not notice when you want to speak? These bouts of depression, do they make you miss things? I'm wondering about the rim wall attitude jets and Fist of God Mountain. Where is it? Near the far ocean. It was a giant meteoroid impact from underneath. It didn't leak much because the land was pushed up. I would not have acted. This is work for the resident protector. There was a fight for who would be resident protector. Roxani and Proserpina stared at Louis. Then Proserpina moaned. I've been remiss. Louis asked, Did your jailers give you Tree of Life? Yes, but neutered. A virus causes the gene flip that makes a breeder a protector. The virus lives in Tree of Life root. Neutered Tree of Life will still feed me, will feed any protector, but it won't change a breeder. What made you ask that, Luis? Just a thought. Tree of Life only grew in the repair center, as far as Louis knew. Apparently, it had died out elsewhere. Is it easy to get rid of the protector virus? Yes. But you got more? How did you know that? Yes, I filtered it from the air when it grew thick enough and scattered far enough, 400,000 Phalans after creation. I cultured the virus and grew it in my plants. I made a few servants then, not enough to be noticed, and sent them on errands. But they revolted, and I had to kill them, Luis. And the next time I tried it, it didn't work. My plants had been neutered again. I know not by what means, and the virus wasn't in the air anymore. You ate Tree of Life tonight. Roxani gasped. Louis gulped. He said, Tasted like yam. I think it probably is a yam, Roxani. Proserpina, when did it happen? Something more than 1 million Phalans after creation. You know what happened, don't you, Luis? Tell me. Louis shook his head. The protectors are gone. That's all we know. Proserpina said, I understand now. Species differentiation has been extreme in the past 2 million Phalans. I can see how far your species has veered, Roxani, under pressures that favor intelligence, hairlessness, swimming talent, and a 2-legged run. My telescopes can observe the spill mountains. I went to visit them when I dared, when I was sure I was the last protector in these lands. Their people fission into incompatible species under nearly identical conditions. I've tapped the heliograph communication network formed by the Night People. Eaters of the dead, aren't they? And that intelligent? And as breeders? Some half-intelligent protector ruled the repair center for a very long time. I can't guess how many other variations there are. Roxani said, Thousands. But on the map of Earth, there isn't room for mutations to settle in and compete and shape each other to strangeness. My servants settled my breeders among the pack of the map of Earth. My line may thrive there. Luis, what are you hiding? I'm sorry. She loomed over him, small and dangerous. Talk to me. Prone in his casket, he said, I have a friend on the map of Earth. I want him protected. Toonsmith wouldn't let another protector near the map of Earth. I haven't survived by challenging the resident. What are you hiding? Roxani spoke. There are Kzinti on the map of Earth. He said so. His friend Acolyte comes from there. Archaic Kzinti, Louis said. Not the same as the armies of the Fringe War. They sailed across the great ocean and formed a colony on the map of Earth not that long ago. While I was in depression, Proserpina said, I left too much to the resident. Stet. I'll research Kazinti, archaic and modern. Maybe we can deal. But I must confront the resident. Tonight, I must go away. Toonsmith must be dealt with one way or another. I may be gone for days. Tech Gautier, you must care for Louise. Louise, shall I give you back your sensation? Try it. When pain came, Louis wondered if Proserpina was taking revenge on a bearer of bad news. But there was no more than an ache, though it ran from hip to heel. Wriggle around if you feel like it, but carefully. Don't detach anything. Proserpina stroked the tree-swinger's head. Little Hanuman, would you like to come with me? Hanuman considered, then jumped into her arms. She looked around at them. I make one proscription. All of what you can reach is open to you, save only the big building to spin and starboard, and the continent nearest to anti-spinward. I'm sure the big building is trapped. I haven't dared it myself. The little continent is where the Penultimate kept the dangerous species from pack. Analogues of wolves, tigers, lice, mosquitoes, needle cactus, and poison mushrooms, the plants and creatures we never wanted among our breeders. Most of them were extinct when we left the core stars, but we saved a few. We might have released them, had we known that our breeders would evolve into their ecological slots. She turned and was gone so quietly and easily that it was as if a ghost had evaporated. Chapter 16. Meeting of Minds. She would let him fly. Hanuman prepared. The chair was wrong for him. He reshaped it. Proserpina watched. They stepped into the forest to collect a store of fruit. Sudden as lightning, Proserpina snatched a weasel-like animal out of a bush and broke its neck. She tossed it aboard with the fruit in the water. She took her place on a horseshoe of couch and improvised a crash web. Hanuman studied the ring of telltales and controls for some seconds before he dared touch them. They had a half-random look, fitted in whenever there was something new to be monitored. The vehicle was nothing like an airplane. Relaxed as it poured into her couch, Proserpina watched him lift and swoop and spin and dip almost low enough to shatter a tree and minaret, lift too fast, slow until the wind-induced tremor went away, then rise sedately into the vacuum where he could build up some speed. The magship was as much a wonder as any of Toonsmith's ships. Its brute strength was startling. It could easily have torn itself into shreds of foil. Its motor was the Ringworld Floor itself, powered by sunlight falling on trillions of square miles of shadow squares. Sailing lines of magnetic force, it moved less like an airplane than like an undersea vessel. These controls weren't all involved with flying. Hanuman was aloft for some time before he tried anything esoteric. Proserpina watched but did not interfere as he manipulated magnetic fields beneath the landscape. Soil lifted and shifted. In his wake, a stream began to change its course. He'd seen Toonsmith manipulating such forces in a command post in the repair center. This wasn't just a spacecraft. It was an entire ring-world defense system. Under guidance from the magship, the superconductor cables below the landscape could attract, repel, or shift anything metallic. Incoming meteoroids, alien ships and missiles, even the occasional solar storm or lethal surge of cosmic rays. Hanuman might be good enough to orchestrate such a defense. He had watched Toonsmith at work. The land below Hanuman was only a mask over vacuum. Knowing that in his gut, seeing it in the ring world's underside, ridges that were canyons and riverbeds, creases that were mountain ranges, had almost destroyed the newly created protector. Hanuman had never grown used to it. Only now did he begin to feel that he was its master. Its master, barring the presence of a greater protector. Proserpina was greater than Hanuman. As a breeder, she'd evolved closer to intelligence. The Tree of Light virus had done its work on a bigger brain. She had more experience, too. But Toonsmith was brighter than she. It was a bribe, letting him fly. Hanuman understood that well. He understood, too, that he was telling secrets with every move he made. Hanuman is a master pilot,
and expendable. What has he flown? How much did she see? How much did she already know? She reclined and watched. He circled above land, scoured, bare and half-hidden beneath tiers of cloud. The hole had closed, but even now the atmosphere had not flowed in to fill the partial vacuum. He told Proserpina, "This would have spewed all the Ringworld's air to the stars. Toonsmith stopped it." "How?" "I may not tell. Good enough that he has a way." "How did you come here? I saw no ship large enough for my sensing devices." "I may not tell." "Stepping disk. Louis Wu described them for the arm. We must find one. Show me that wreckage." Hanuman skimmed over the vast, deflated balloon that had been Toonsmith's meteor plug. She'd have found it without his help, of course, then hovered above the ruin of an arm pressure tent. "Set down?" "Yes." They donned pressure suits and walked through the wreckage. He saw no reason not to answer her questions. What she asked told him a little of her thoughts and purposes, though Proserpina was learning more than Hanuman was. They moored the heavy arm kitchen dock to the cargo grid and lifted again. The battlefield had been disturbed. Proserpina walked through it, observing first, then asking questions. Hanuman tried to see what she saw. The sonic hadn't left splashed projectiles or scorch marks. There was the ant-covered splash where Klaus had died. Hoofprints, small herd beasts, had run through this place afterward. Prints of big hands and feet. Scavengers had come to smell of blood and found nothing. The Armlander had taken Klaus's corpse. The fly cycle was upside down, resting on its rack and seat backs. There were more scavenger prints around it and on it. Ghouls had tried to fly it. Toonsmith's locks had held. They'd turned it into a joke. Hanuman said, "Toonsmith is smarter than you. Why not let him play? You've done that for ages." "I must still be satisfied as to his fitness. I must speak to him." The fly cycle was too heavy for the strength of two protectors. Hanuman crawled under it. The vehicle lifted and righted itself. He turned the holoscreen on. Louis must have turned reception off and left the sender going. Now, how to hide the lightspeed delay, to conceal Toonsmith's location? Hanuman saw no way. He said openly, "Now you may speak to Toonsmith. He cannot see us yet. Expect a delay of half an hour." "He's on the far side of the arch?" "Conversation will be painful. Stet, I'll begin. Toonsmith," and she howled what Hanuman had given as his true name. "You have been meddling with the basic design of the Ringworld. You must have surmised my existence. Call me," followed by a decidedly unmusical sound. "I reside in the isolation zone. Louis Wu and your pilot are both safe. Louis Wu is injured and healing. We hold Tech Roxani Gautier, an arm of the Ball People. The Kazin Acolyte is missing. I presume he's with you. I want to trade secrets and promises with you. What I have to offer is some knowledge of the Ringworld's construction and history, plus whatever I can get from Roxani Gautier. We all want to protect the structure from what Louis calls the Fringe War. Haste seems called for. I beg you to reassure me that you can plug a hole if another antimatter explosion happens. Reassure me that you can outfly these intruders. Hanuman seems skilled and apt, but he is no better than his vehicles. Also, my direct lineal descent." Proserpina paused, then said, "I must inquire as to the state of the map of Earth. Tell me what you can. I give speech over to Hanuman." Hanuman chattered at length. Meticulous descriptions of Proserpina, Roxani, Grey Nurse, and armed warriors, the Sunfish ship, the flight from the rim wall, the continent on the map of Pac, local vegetation probably imported from Pac, Proserpina's not-quite-hidden servants. Concise as the ghoulish language was, he spoke for a long time. When he stopped, it was not because Proserpina forced him to. He had given away every secret he knew, and Proserpina had not killed him to stop his mouth. Proserpina climbed from the fly-cycle saddle. "How shall we occupy our time?" "Lunch." "Good." They spread fruit on the grass and added a weasel carcass. Proserpina asked, "How do you suppose our guests are getting on?" Hanuman ate a dwarf apple. He quoted something he'd found in Needle's library. "When the cat's away, the mice will play." "Did you leave them a boat?"
Anything that flies? No? Then they'll try to reach the Penultimate's palace. There's no access, Proserpina said. Not even for you? I have mapped hypothetical routes, but I deem the risk unacceptable. The Penultimate's inventions are nothing I can't evolve for myself. Hanuman, they are only breeders. They will search. Hello. Bored? Yeah. How are you entertaining yourself? Counting up mistakes, Lewis said. There's another one. Youths don't remember enough mistakes. Did they? He didn't really recall. It had been too long. Are we still friends? Sure, why not? She cocked her head, studying him for signs of sarcasm. Luis, I want you to forgive me for shooting you. Okay. Tange, you're easy. You could ask me to forgive you for Klaus. Klaus pretty much killed himself, Luis said. Your friend killed him. First chance he got. Stet, why not? It's a prisoner's duty to escape. Why in the name of sanity would Klaus hold a Kazin at gunpoint? That's war. Who declared war? Roxanne, who decided to imprison me? I could have been conned into going for a ride. Done that way, maybe you could have had Acolyte, too. What if you said no? He asked, genuinely curious. Are you skits? What? Not right now. The arm was manned by schizophrenics and paranoids. Everyone knew it. In real life, any doc could provide chemicals that would keep a skits sane. But in the arm, they did without chemicals at least some of the time. Lewis didn't comment. Roxanne glared at him. This is pretty personal, isn't it, Luis? I've been diagnosed not skits. I didn't join the arm because I was skits. I did it for the adventure. Ah. But I can fly on psychomimetics. I'm not getting them anymore, but they were used in training. She shrugged it off. Want to go for a walk? I don't climb out of this thing for another 2 days. You're going to love it. This place is the Garden of Eden. There's nothing harmful and God walks. She's just gone away for a bit. Any idea where she went? Nope. Why did she take the little ape? I thought it might be a pet. Then I thought, maybe it smells like a relative. What do you think? Not a relative. No more than you or me. There was silence. Then, Luis, are we lovers? He smiled. In this condition? I saw her turn off the nerve block. Does it hurt much? Not much. Aches. He watched her take her clothes off. His own must be back aboard Grey Nurse. Suddenly he felt helpless. He wondered what she would do if he said no. She ran her hands over his feet. Feel that? Yeah. Her hands moved upward, part massage, part caress. Where he winced in pain, her touch grew lighter. The thrill never went away. Among the Giraffe People, he'd been too flustered and in too much of a hurry. When she climbed onto the ICC, he said, You drop all your weight on me, I'll scream my head off. Nobody'll hear, my poor boy. I sent Wembleth to look for anything that flies. Let's see if I can get you interested. Luis, how old are you? 200 and... Seriously. She squeezed him intimately. Sometimes you seem older. You know things you shouldn't. Breast tips brushed against his chest hairs as she hovered above him. How do you know there are whales in the great ocean? My father told me. You can see huge levels of detail underwater from high enough up. Oh. You've been treating me like a kid, Roxanne. I'm not sure I like it. I'm not sure I don't. But hey, you're definitely in charge now. Oh yeah, so let's see how agile I am. With a certain dexterity, she fitted them together. I'm over 50, Luis. This dock is my booster spice supply for the foreseeable future. Well, don't bounce too hard or you'll wreck it. She laughed. He felt the ripple in her powerful belly muscles. Roxanne, did you know booster spice is made from Tree of Life? What? No. Who told you that? Proserpina. Look at the implications. If the United Nations was playing with Tree of Life 1,000 years ago, what else have they done with it? Maybe there's a protector running the arm. Her eyes got big. I don't believe it. Luis, the arm's top rank is all paranoid schizophrenics, and they don't take their shots. Can't you... Keep moving.
I thought that was just rumor.
Well, everybody says so. They'd never let a protector rule them. It might take over the Earth.
But if they did let a protector get loose, he'd run the arm. And he'd think like a paranoid schizophrenic, wouldn't he? Roxanne, I should stop distracting you.
Tan's right, you should. Thinking about the arm is no fun at all. This feel good?
Yeah.
You're not ticklish.
Used to be.
Not at all?
He giggled. No, nope. He got his tickle reflex under control long ago. Wrong. The holoscreen view of Toonsmith matched Proserpina's imagination. Elongated jaws, a face bare of beard, knobs at the jaw hinges, flat nostrils, sharp-edged cheekbones, a ghoul turned protector. Toonsmith spoke the ghoul tongue. Proserpina was only confused for a moment. The heliographs had spread a common language. She knew written ghoulish, and a version spoken near the Spill Mountains. She had listened to Hanuman while he spoke into the holoscreen. It was only a matter of pronunciation. Omnivore plains runner, I have long wondered about you. Your species survives on the map of Earth, but not unaltered. Proserpina yowled. Hanuman was up a tree and hidden in its puffball top before his mind quite caught up. But Proserpina was still at the holoscreen, and Toonsmith was still speaking. Local carnivores, transplanted Kazinti, have been selecting among the local hominids for such traits as please them. The exception is an invader who came with the first expedition. Chimie tends hominids in his little sector of the map, lets them run wild, and does not eat their meat or allow his servants to harm them. We might solve your problem most easily by giving the map of Earth to Chimie. We could deal with him through his son or through his ally, Louis Wu. The Fringe War is a more difficult problem. I believe we must meet. You must view the repair center, and I must not leave you unwatched. What I know of you leads me to believe that you have learned not to act. Such a degree of self-control is rare in one of our kind. I believe I would be safe in your presence if I can offer reasonable guarantees for your own safety. A guarantee you might accept is your knowledge of what I am. We evolved as intelligent breeders. My own several species survive as eaters of the dead. Thus, we normally see harm to any race as bad. Where other hominids survive well, so do we. Wars are not good for us. A battle is a glut, followed by famine. Drought is not good, so we guide locals in water and canal management. Deserts are not good. We guide locals in replanting. We teach flood control and farming. We keep local religions, but we guide them away from messy practices, jihads, and human sacrifice and cremation. We keep track through heliographs managed by the people of the rim walls. We control our numbers. If I see no reason to harm you, I will not. If I desire your goodwill, I will act to your benefit. Learn what you can of me, and decide whether you will come to meet me. I will send a service stack to rendezvous with Hanuman's fly cycle. The face of Toonsmith went away. The picture remained, a background of interstellar space, skeletal black structures in the foreground. Proserpina shouted, Hanuman! Hanuman climbed down. Proserpina's grip had bent the armrests of the Sky Cycle's forward chair. She said, My descendants are being eaten by large orange carnivores. Did you know before last night? I knew that most of the ring world was out of my control and barred to me. This was not nearly the worst of what I imagined. But I knew with my forebrain, Hanuman, not with my glands. Well, what is a service stack? Float plates topped by a stepping disk. I can guide us through the stepping disk system. We should look to our guests first. You take the fly cycle. I'll take the mag ship home. I have an errand. Evening. It isn't the same as Rishathra, Louis said. Can't you feel the difference? Kid, you've had more experience than I have at that, Roxanne said. So you say. What are we doing for dinner? You could go hunting. I feel lazy. Will this system make dole bricks? Roxanne looked it over. Just soup. Draw me a mug. She dialed for 2. Luis, how would you get into the mountain? I haven't even seen it. My daydreams have mostly involved walking erect, not climbing around in an artificial mountain. What are you thinking? Roxanne said, We'd need transportation, even on Earth. Our colleges are too big to explore on foot. Then I'd worry about security.
Protectors were very territorial, it said. This is good stuff. Roxanne sipped. It was a heavy, grainy soup. You get tired of it fast. Think about breeders. Pack who haven't turned protector. Plains apes, adults, and children. They can run alongside an antelope, whacking it on the head with a knobbed bone and not fall over. Keeping their balance may be what got them the big, complicated brain. But they can still climb. If there are booby traps in that futzy great building, they'll be set to leave breeders alone. Well, unless the breeders are kept out by something like, I don't know, a fence? We should look for a fence, he agreed. Roxanne, don't go alone, Stet. What's that? Light outside. Fly-cycle riding lights. Roxanne went out to look. She came back holding hands with Hanuman. The protectors sent the fly-cycle home on automatic. It's got an autopilot. She might have fiddled with it. Where is she? Roxanne shrugged. Nobody was aboard but the beast. Chapter 17. The Penultimate's Citadel. On the fourth day, Roxanne told him to walk. It'll be another day yet, he told her. I know, but the diagnostics say you're nearly cured. Benefits of youth, I guess. Luis, soldiers turn out of the dock when they have to fight and futs the diagnostics. It doesn't hurt them. Louis was tempted, but... What's the hurry, Roxanne? Wembleth says he's found a way in. Ah. We've got a fly-cycle. It won't fly without you. Proserpina seems to have got it to fly itself, but I can't. Proserpina hasn't come back. Where's Hanuman? Somewhere in the forest gorging on fruit, I think. Why? He needs taking care of. No, he doesn't. Luis, I don't know what she's doing, but the Joker won't stay away forever. So Louis climbed out of the ICC. He limped with one hand on Roxanne's muscular shoulder, out to the fly-cycle, where Wembleth was waiting. There were little sharp pains all through his left leg, hip, ribs. Roxanne asked, Will this thing hold 3? Sure. Wembleth can perch in the middle. Give me the front seat. Louis took his seat, wriggled carefully into a position of minimum pain. Wembleth crawled up between him and Roxanne. It was crowded, and the native's wild pelt brushed Louis's neck and ears. He asked, What did you find, Wembleth? A path into the fortress, the wrinkled man said. Stet, point me. Louis took off. It wasn't symmetrical or self-consciously artistic. It looked like a mountain, like the Matterhorn, all tilted plains done in dark stone, with a pervasive glitter from thousands of windows. A broad veldt surrounded the base, ending in a vertical cliff. The veldt was a tilted plain of golden black, lines and arcs of black grass on a field of gold. Louis asked, What do you make of that? Wembleth said, The black is dying back. Black isn't unreasonable for a plant, Roxanne said. Chlorophyll throws away all the green light. What if a plant could use it all? There are some that do, in known space. Yeah, but Wembleth's right, too. This looks like writing that's been eroded, partly erased. How about this? Genetic engineering. The Penultimate planted it for decoration. It's just not as hardy as the hay, wheat, whatever. From a height, the cliff did look artificial. Louis steered the fly-cycle close, then skimmed along the edge. This would stop plains apes, Roxanne said. Not a fly-cycle. Nope. Do you feel lucky? Protectors are territorial, yes, Luis. Wembleth, are we close? Go more slow. Go up. Louis took them up. Here, Wembleth said when they were flying along the rim of the cliff. Go left, starboard. The tilted plain of grass might have been a lawn if it weren't so big. Patterns shifted restlessly on its vast expanse. Wind? Louis borrowed Roxanne's mag specs. With their aid, he could make out thousands of creatures resembling yellow sheep. Ahead, the rock barrier had fallen. Soil above had spilled after it. Quake? Wembleth, what makes quakes on the Ringworld? Wembleth shrugged. Roxanne said, Meteors? I don't see a crater. Then try this, Junior. We have here a protector stronghold. What if some other protector wandered in? Long, long ago, Louis said. A whole ecology, several varieties of grass and a puffball forest, had invaded the fallen rock and earth. But that track is new. It began as a series of scorched craters in the trees below the overgrown slope that had been a wall. The scattered dots became a dashed line of freshly chewed, carbonized earth as it rose up across the lawn and higher, into the curved walls of the Citadel itself. "We weren't wrong about defenses," Lewis said. "Something climbed this slope, and weaponry fired on it all the way. Wembleth, how did you find this?" "Roxanne sent me out to look around. The slope looked dangerous. Something must have done all this damage. I climbed a tree for a better look. Look, it goes all the way through those holes in the wall." Roxanne said, "Follow that path and we'll be safe. All the booby traps are already triggered." "You sure? Good. Then I won't turn on the sonic shield." "You've got a shield of some kind? Stat, turn it on." I was being sarcastic. "Roxanne, it's crazy to go in there. That's a protector's castle. There's no telling what games he's... What did she call him?" "Penultimate. The next-to-last protector on the sea of maps. There could be 1,000,000 years of miracles in there. Lewis, we can't turn back now." It's easy to be a coward when you can't fight and can't run. Lewis looked behind him, seeking an ally. Wembleth's posture urged him forward, as eager and impatient as Roxanne. Lewis flipped the sonic fold on. He couldn't see it working. They weren't moving at anywhere near sonic speed. Dark animals had been circling the yellow sheep, hidden beneath the grass. Now they streamed straight toward the fly cycle, snarling crazily. They looked like dire wolves. They'd certainly stop Homo habilis who got this far. Lewis skimmed above them, through cratered grass, following the path. It was a time of surprises after ages of predictability. Proserpina brought the mag ship down at her base and found no fly cycle, everybody gone. She found Hanuman among the fruit trees. He hadn't known that the fly cycle was missing, but his guess was the same as Proserpina's. They ran for the mag ship and set it floating toward the Penultimate's Citadel. On the path of destruction Lewis was following, they found places where the Penultimate's own defenses had blasted away thick rock wall and left windows standing or fallen intact. The windows were hexagons about the size of a man. They were stronger than the stone. Diamond? Lewis could feel mechanical senses watching him. He took the fly cycle through a gap the size of a sailing yacht. Sound struck at them. It was almost speech, 1,000,000 angry voices yelling incomprehensibly, all muffled by the sonic fold. Light blazed at them, dimmed by the mag specs Lewis had forgotten to take off. Behind him, Wembleth and Roxanne both had heads bowed, tears running from their eyes. Lewis looked for the nearest cover, a melted hole in a second wall. It looked too small for the sonic fold. He turned it off, screamed against the sound, went through, flipped it back on. The roar eased. The light eased. They were in a jumble of machinery, in a corridor 20 meters across and much higher. Some of the machines were tall and skeletal, like construction machinery. Many looked half-finished. The place looked like Toonsmith's workshop, or Bram's, but more crowded. Roxanne said, "I was hoping whatever went through here shot out the defenses." She was rubbing her eyes. Wembleth seemed okay, but... "That stench," Roxanne said, "like a circus." She was right, though Luis would never have seen a circus. Wembleth said, "It smells like blonde carnivores running a troll drive. I don't understand." It was bad enough with the sonic fold keeping some of it out. Lewis asked, "Pack planet panthers? That might drive away breeders. That and the lights and noise. I wonder what this smells like to a protector. That unwashed crowd stench could be someone else's children. Millions of them. Maybe 1,000 angry protectors smell like this. That's it. It's a warning for protectors." Roxanne said, "Us too. Time to Wembleth jumped from the fly cycle, dropped a meter, and landed with bent knees. He ran, weaving between machines and parts of machines, following the dashed line of melted floor. He looked back at the fly cycle and happily waved them on. "I was about to say, time to quit," Roxanne said. But let's follow Wembleth. Right behind him, Luis. No shortcuts. I think he's right. We shouldn't get high enough to be shot at either. And don't get too close.
Stet, Lewis muttered. No point in being right there when something cremates the poor bastard. The scars of blasting led Wembleth around the curve of the corridor, then rose up a wall. He couldn't follow on foot. He waved the fly-cycle down and climbed up between them. He pointed past Lewis's ear. There, high up. The blast trail had broken through, high up. Lewis looked around Wembleth at Roxanne. She shrugged. There wasn't any cover. Lewis took the fly-cycle straight up and through and let it fall. A beam, not a laser, a jet of plasma, fired at the hole after they dropped below it, and followed them all the way down to cower in a maze of ramps. The wall collapsed under its fury, a dozen meters too high to harm the fly-cycle. They were deep inside the faux mountain. This interior cavity was mostly empty space laced with a maze of ramps of a Brobdingnagian size. Lewis wondered if it had been intended as a training ground for warriors. If that, it was other things too. As Roxanne had guessed, there were wonders. Here was a line of crude machines floating by magnetic or gravitic levitation. There, light rays in a haze of dust bent through a scintillating focus. There were guns or instrument packages mounted where ramps crossed. They all looked ruined by heat. Lewis was tempted to stray off the path of destruction. Roxanne was right. A lot of guns had been shot to pieces here. But he could still feel sensors seeking him. Later? He floated across a broken ramp to a blackened flight of steps. It was fatuous to suppose that a death trap wouldn't repeat. Yet Roxanne's optimism seemed to be working. A projectile weapon rained bits of metal on them, but the sonic shield diverted them all until Lewis could drift the fly-cycle under a ramp. He left the path to veer around a fallen wall. Something exploded in a glare of light. The sound barely reached them. "Wait," Wembleth said. "What's that?" It was a war zone lit up like a Holoflick ad. Rubble like a stack of pancakes slumped in the glare, soggy but not quite molten. It had been one of Toonsmith's service stacks. An attack laser on a wall high above them bathed the rubble in pearl-white light. As they approached, it burned out. The stack still glowed white-hot and black at the top. Those float plates wouldn't fly after treatment like that. The stepping disc at its tip. Hold that thought. "End of the trail," Lewis said. Roxanne said, "Yeah, I'd say this is what we've been following, and I'd say it was armed. Down there," she pointed at the foot of the stack. "What do you see?" "More melted machinery. A glitter of lenses. Laser cannon?" "A weapons and shield package. It sat like a cap on that tower. It must have shot up everything that attacked it. All but one, Roxanne. That last weapon got it. That last weapon just burned out 10 seconds ago. Everything that's tried to hurt us is damaged. Luis, Wembleth, we have here a perfect chance to go exploring." That seemed a little too fortuitous to be credible. "You say burned out. What if it's just sputtering? Your point? Go home now. Stick to the path, but photograph everything. Work our way back. Study what we've got. Show it to Proserpina if we can't solve it ourselves. Luis, what does any of that get us?" "Might get us another way in," Lewis said. "Roxanne, have you got a better idea?" "Get out and look around. Luis, if we're on foot, we'll look like breeders. We are breeders." "I don't think the defenses will fire at a breeder on foot," Roxanne Gautier said. "Breeders are naked." "Get naked?" "You're already naked." "And you're already skits." Lewis turned the fly-cycle and started back. That last plasma beam had burned a nice big hole in the wall. It ran to floor level. They'd be safer leaving than they'd been coming in. Wembleth gripped his shoulder. "Look! Plants!" Far above their heads, greenery dripped over the edges of a ramp. It did seem a funny place for a garden. "We know a way out," Lewis insisted. "One." Roxanne, too, was gripping his arm. Her voice was soothing. "What's biting you, Luis? Look, this ramp is as wide as a racing freeway. Just take us straight up. If something attacks, we fall back to here,
And that's back on the safe path. Stead, go straight up. The ramps had no railings. Louis didn't say so. Roxane saw him as a coward, and somehow he couldn't stand that. He lifted the flycycle straight up. Nothing fired on them. A green jungle spilled over both sides of the upper ramp. Roxane said, "The guns won't fire on crops either. This was the Penultimate's food supply. You don't know any of that. You're betting 3 lives. Armed detectives do that, Luis. This is our last chance to learn anything without Proserpina learning it too. And Proserpina is not my superior officer. Take us there, Luis." "The jungle?" "Yeah." He started to turn, and something found them. The sonic fold rang like a great bell and kept ringing. Louis shouted against the sound. He turned off the lift motor, and Roxane had better be right. The flycycle dropped. In midair, he passed out. From the moment it came in view of the Citadel, the mag ship was observed. Proserpina worked to muffle the wavelengths reflecting from the ship. As they neared the mountain, something got through. Projectiles stuttered toward the mag ship, then veered away. Light blasted up at them and also veered. Hanuman kept flying. It was all he could do while Proserpina fought the ship. His path wasn't in doubt. He hoped Tech Godier had followed the chain of chewed landscape. Even if she had, she could still be dead in 100 ways, and her companions, too. He asked, "Do they live?" Proserpina didn't answer. Her fields delicately plucked a section of wall away. There was an inner wall, and she plucked that away, too. Light flared and was gone. Hanuman was looking at something like a beehive. Proserpina took them in. There were strong arms around Louis, easing him down to a flat surface. Everything hurt. He was familiar with this pain. The injuries he'd been healing from, plus a whack on his jaw and a ringing in his ears. He opened his eyes. Roxane was lifting Wembleth into the forward seat. Blood ran from Wembleth's nose and ears. She shouted, "You awake?" He could barely hear her. "Here, help me with this." She lifted him into position. She was trying to hook Wembleth into the medical systems. "We had crash fields," she said, "but he didn't. He might have broken his back or his neck. Look, he's got a nosebleed." "So do you," he shouted. She looked at him. "So do you. I guess that's the sonics. Tange, is he dead?" Louis, with Roxane supporting him, finished mating Wembleth to the medical system. Readouts flickered on. "He's alive," Louis said. "Trauma all the futs over his body. He'll feel like me when he wakes up." "It's feeding him booster spice, isn't it?" That ancient trademark. "Yeah. He's never had booster spice before. I think he's old, Roxane. He'll eat up the whole supply. Tange, that would have been my booster spice supply. All right, Luis, put your hands on the controls. We can't fly in this position. We should get into seats." "I know." She set his hands on the flight stick and the keypad. She turned on the lift. Then she pushed him hard in the chest. He flew backward into space. He fell 2 meters onto rock. A sea of pain washed over him. He couldn't breathe. He saw the flycycle lift and pause. "You're Louis Wu," Roxane said, leaning over from the aft seat to meet his eyes. "You're 250,000 years old. You were the servant of a Pearson's puppeteer until you changed masters. And what you serve now, I wouldn't care to describe." Groaning, Louis rolled to his knees, then managed to stand. He stretched up, but the flycycle was floating out of reach. The controls shouldn't have served other hands than his. Maybe Proserpina had hacked the security system so she could use it herself. Louis asked again, "What is this?" "I made Proserpina tell me. But I guessed first, Louis. There's just too much wrong with the way you act. You played me for a fool." "No, Roxane, no. I liked being treated like a kid, being young again. No responsibility. Roxane." Louis Wu was fleeing from the arm. He couldn't tell her that. There were other things she couldn't know and still run loose. He said, "I love you." She pointed at a mass that was still red hot. "What is that?" "A service stack. Float plates from elsewhere on the ring." "What about the weapons?" "Those." Don't know. He could guess. Toonsmith must have lost a service stack exploring the Citadel. He'd armed the next one and invaded again, and got this far. And that silver cap? He couldn't answer. That's a puppeteer stepping disc, isn't it? And it's pumping light and bullets and whatever else falls on it into some other space. That means it's still working, and that's why it's still working. Dangerous. Roxanne, you have no idea where it leads. All the things you lied about. I am not a child. Roxanne studied him. I didn't believe her. You didn't make love like an older man. So I tried you out. And you do. How could you? There was a teacher, Roxanne. Well, we seem to be a target here. I think I'll just try it. The fly-cycle lifted, slid sideways. The pile of ruined lift plates glowed dull red. The plate at the top was dull silver. Roxanne dropped the fly-cycle onto it and was gone. She was upside down and falling. Roxanne's breath streamed out in a long, silent scream. She fell along smooth, vertical red rock toward ochre sand a long way down. Past her feet was navy blue sky touched with pink. Then the fly-cycle righted itself and began to rise again, but her scream remained. The fly-cycle had emerged on Mars with the sonic fold-off. In a vacuum, you scream, or else your lungs rupture. Mars. Ridiculous. Insane. But she knew this place. She'd trained on Mars. Her spinning senses found the arch, the ring world rising over itself. So she wasn't quite crazy. It was the map of Mars on the great ocean halfway round the ring world. Even so, she and Wembleth would be dead in minutes, in an atmosphere that would be poison if it weren't too thin to matter. The blood that still streamed from her nose was foaming. Wembleth's mouth was open in a long scream. He clutched the fly-cycle controls as if throttling them. The fly-cycle eased up above a single silver plate like the one they'd come through, an inverted stepping disc. Wembleth reached out, pulling at the umbilicals that attached him to the fly-cycle's dock. He swung a fist at the edge of the stepping disc. The rim popped up on a hardware keyboard. His fist pounded the buttons. He twisted fly-cycle controls, and the vehicle dropped, twisted, and rose to touch the stepping disc's undersurface. There was air and baby blue sky. Roxanne sucked air, gasped. She said, "Perfect." Her throat a raw whisper. She hugged Wembleth. "Perfect. You saved us. That thing would have come after us. Proserpina. And Louis Wu." After a long moment, she lifted her head. "You just slammed touch points at random, didn't you? I wonder where we are." She could see everything there was of it. They were on a tiny island in the midst of a flat, calm sea. Nothing but scrub was growing here. It seemed a safe place to leave a stepping disc and its stack of lift plates. Roxanne popped the cover and tapped touch points. "There," she said. "Let's see them find us now." Louis tottered toward the service stack. He'd do better with a walking stick or a crutch. He stopped where the heat was too much. He had to follow her, but he couldn't get close. He sat down to think. Jump to the stepping disc from a higher ramp? Yeah, Stet. The service stack wouldn't be red-hot forever, but it would take a long time to cool down. A day, 2? He'd have to feed himself while he waited. In a minute, he'd start climbing toward the hanging garden. Sputtering light woke him. He'd dozed or fainted. He watched without surprise as Proserpina's ship descended. Lasers stuttered from a dozen directions. The sunfish ship flickered. Then all the lasers died in fiery puffballs, and the big sunfish ship hovered above him. Hanuman, in full pressure gear, emerged from the opening hatch. "They went through there," Louis called. "I have to catch them, but it's too hot. Wait!" Hanuman jumped. He landed on the stepping disc and was gone. What had turned it on, anyway? Plasma heat? A random bullet? Must have been something like that. Why would Toonsmith send a service stack in here with the stepping disc running? Louis saw Proserpina in the hatch, wearing a pressure suit. He called, "Watch out! It's still going!" She dropped onto the stepping disc and was gone. The sunfish ship turned, questing blindly. It lifted toward the hole in the wall outside and gone. Louis wondered how much trouble he was in. Everyone had left him. He hadn't felt this alone since... He couldn't remember. Roxane had left him. How would he ever explain? Or did she understand too well? He thought of her as his woman, decreed by fate, the only Homo sapiens woman in a vastness of 3 million worlds. She'd taken the fly-cycle. Proserpina had programmed the sunfish ship to take itself home. Louis was on foot. That was good news and bad. It was a futz of a long way to a food source, but it was all downhill. Hunger wouldn't kill him. The Penultimate's defenses wouldn't kill him, if he believed Roxane's analysis. He would be seen as a wandering Homo habilis. He was nearly naked already. But he had to find water sooner than that. There'd be water to feed that vast green belt. Even so, there was water closer, not far above his head. His eye could follow ramps around and up and over to the hanging gardens. Louis began to walk. Nothing shot at him. Maybe Proserpina had shut down the rest of the Penultimate's defenses. He rested more and more frequently. Presently, he was crawling. A walking stick sounded really good. Maybe he'd find a sapling in the hanging garden. Then, walk home to Proserpina's base, climb into the arm dock and finish healing. Figure out what to do next. He knew that smell. He'd found the Penultimate's tree of life supply. It was a futzy good thing, he thought dizzily, that he hadn't landed the fly-cycle in the garden. Roxane would have eaten. She was... maybe past the age, maybe not, given decades of booster spice. She'd be a protector, or dead. Wembleth might have eaten too, he thought. The native's elegant black and white hair could be a sign of age. Water welled up, pooled on the ramp, and ran into the plants. Louis waded into it on hands and knees. It rose to his belly. He only stopped once, when he realized he was kneeling on bright cloth, on a woman's skirt with a hologram running around it. Wild horses ran below Wyoming buttes, around and around. No telling how long it had been here at the bottom of the pool. Good cloth didn't rot. Tila had owned a skirt like this, bought her at a shop in Phoenix. And Louis was crawling again. He crawled into the garden, dripping, pulling the skirt behind him. There were trees. He could pull himself to his feet. There was more than tree of life here. He saw fruit, snap beans, fist-sized ears of corn. He knelt and began to dig. He pulled up a yellow root, shook off some dirt, and bit into it. It was like chewing wood. This was twice insane. He was too young. Carlos Wu's nanotech doc had made him too young. There was no reason for him to be interested in Tree of Life. It might kill him. He went on eating. Chapter 18. The Ringworld Floor. Hanuman caught the rim of the stepping disc with a hand and a foot. Rocks like rust-colored teeth waited far below him. For millions of Phalans, his kind had known what to do about falling. Proserpina flicked through. Hanuman caught her belt, but he wasn't needed. She had the rim of the stepping disc. "Trap," she said. She pulled herself onto an ochre rock. "Crude. Aliens?" Hanuman said, "Toonsmith is careful. Anything might come through from the Penultimate's home. Proserpina, we were told to wait. He sent us a service stack. Follow," said Proserpina. She swung around from the rim and thumped soundly against the stepping disc. Nothing happened. "Gautier's changed the link." "I know the protocols." Hanuman popped the controls open, freed a hand, and tapped rapidly. "We'll lose Gautier's link. Do you care where the detective and the native went?" "She'll change the settings again. They're lost in the network. Go." Hanuman swung himself down and was elsewhere. Under a hemisphere of artificial sky, a sun burned low, red, and flattened. Veldt stretched out around Hanuman, with a lake and a low forest in the distance. Proserpina flicked in behind him. She gaped at the lowering sun. "Was there a planet-born protector?" "Yes. I don't know details," Hanuman said. "I am suddenly very hungry." Proserpina loped toward the trees. "I surmise," Hanuman said, "that protectors lose their hunger when they have too little to protect. Were you idle for a very long time?" They were running through yellow grain, and Hanuman was falling behind. He recognized the trees ahead. His memories as a breeder were murky. He was old, slowing down, joints starting to hurt. The troop had fought an intruder. Hanuman, fiercest of the males, got close enough to inhale a scent that sparked a rage of hunger. He'd eaten himself stupid, then estivated, then woke like this, in a pocket of forest transplanted deep underground, with its own wandering sun, his own forest to keep him sane, and puzzles to train his newly expanded mind. The trees were fruit trees. Lower plants grew at the edges. Ringworld life was pack life, and all these were edible crops. Proserpina's hands plunged into the dark soil. She tore a yellow root out of the ground and ate, and gave another to Hanuman. Presently she asked, "Where's Toonsmith?" "I can't call him." The pressure suit Proserpina had worked up for him was a quick fix. It didn't fit well, and it didn't have a communication link to Toonsmith. "He'll find us," Hanuman said. "I was trapped on a single map for more than 1,000,000 phalans," she said. "When my pack brethren ceased to supervise the Ringworld landscape, I continued to test for protectors in the repair center. The repair center has remained active, and I have remained passive. I'm the last defense. One day I will be needed. Even now that day may not have come, but we must see. I should explore. Where can you take me? Your interest is in the massing of alien craft near our sun, isn't it?" "Yes." Hanuman rewrote settings. "Come." They were in a vast, dark, ellipsoidal space. Stars glared unimpeded, light-enhanced, in walls and floor and ceiling. Spacecraft were harder to see. Toonsmith had set blinking circles round the ones he'd found. He might have missed others. Thousands of ships, hundreds of thousands of tiny blinking points, probes. Only Proserpina's head turned. 3 long swinging booms ended in chairs equipped with lap keyboards. All 3 were empty. Hanuman asked, "Would you like—" "Shh," she said, and continued to take it all in. Stepping discs. One visible. She couldn't see the one she was standing on. Weapons and cameras. She couldn't see those either. The star projections could mask anything. If Toonsmith attacked, it would be from above, and Hanuman would attack too. She was ready. But that was instinct speaking. Practically speaking, if Toonsmith wanted her life, it was his. She asked, "Do you know these ships?" "Some of them." Hanuman pointed out a few. Puppeteer, Trinnock, Outsider, Kazinti, Arm, Sheathclaws. "Some are only observers," Proserpina said. "Some are arrayed for war. Badly. The Arm would win if they struck there and there." Her voice wandered off. "And wreckage from this ship or this one might strike the Ringworld. That tail design confines antimatter fuel, doesn't it? Has Toonsmith considered destroying all of these fleets?" "Toonsmith considers everything. But I don't know his tools. He must be at work on something. Something besides mere defensive meteor control. I won't know anything until I know what we can fight with. Or run with." Hanuman said, "Run? I speculate." Proserpina walked around the curve of the glowing wall. Under a glare of light were the bones of an ancient protector, laid out with some of his tools. The joints were swollen into knobs. Vertebrae in the back were fused. "They had already begun to mutate," she said. "Do you know that we kill mutants? Do you still do that?" "Of course, if they smell wrong or behave wrong." "This one was very good at what he did. Look at the state of the bones, the scarring from mere age. He must have survived tens of thousands of phalans. Hanuman, should we have loosed our predators?" "No, but these, who are our own shape, have occupied every ecological niche we didn't fill." She looked hard at Hanuman. She'd almost managed to ignore his mutant smell. "I see your point. Not just scavengers like this one, but brachiators like you. Mutations and evolution are good, if only you can stop it now, always now, so that your own kind need not change. Hanuman didn't answer. She was only stating the obvious. But Toonsmith spoke. Your kind, your original pack, did not survive. That's what mutations and evolution are for, Proserpina. Something almost of your shape has multiplied into the tens of trillions. You don't like some of us? When did you ever like all of your neighbors? He was standing atop a chair on a boom just above her head. He could have nailed her in an instant. Too clever. Too quick. Proserpina said, Bet. Even odds will be dead in 19 phalans if I read these patterns right. You've studied them longer. Hello, Toonsmith. Toonsmith leapt down. Hello, Proserpina. Revered ancestor. Are your guests safe? I see this as more urgent than their lives. You have been meddling with our basic design. Yes, but not quickly enough. I need all the help I can get. What design changes have you made? What changes do you contemplate? What would be your approach to dealing with the Fringe War? I might have tried. Can you give me a way to make pictures? Toonsmith set his chair swinging near the elliptical wall. Now the starscape was gone, and the wall was deep blue. Toonsmith waved at the wall. White lines appeared. Proserpina jumped to another chair. She waved shapes to life. Sun, shadow squares, Ringworld. They were white lines and curves, and then there were photographically realistic views. Proserpina's arms moved like a concertmaster's. The sun took on detail. Magnetic fields cradled the interior. The fields changed, squeezed. The sun's south magnetic pole curdled, churned, then sprayed light. I might have tried this, Proserpina said. When we built the Ringworld, we set a superconductor network within the foundation structure. We can manipulate magnetic fields. The sun's south pole jetted X-ray-colored flame. Slowly the sun moved north, leaving the Ringworld behind. Its gravity pulled faint lines on the blue wall, and the Ringworld followed. We use the sun for thrust, up to a few meters per second squared by interworld measurement. Beyond that, streamlines formed. The Ringworld moved on alone. The sun lost. Flux of interstellar matter through the Ringworld can be steered to the axis to undergo fusion. The jet from the sun gives more fuel. A fusion exhaust confined by magnetic fields replaces the sun, bathes the Ringworld in light, and serves as a ramjet, too. The Ringworld survives. We can continue to accelerate. Drawbacks? Deceleration would be difficult, but not impossible. Fields could be adjusted to thrust forward. Tides would shift. Toonsmith waited. When we stopped, there would be no sun. Proserpina shrugged. The picture distorted. It doesn't matter. We can't even begin. The sun grows too hot if we try to accelerate it. The shadow square ring can be pulled almost closed for shielding. But if the shadow squares fell behind or were pulled ahead, landscape would be charred. Worst, it's too slow, Proserpina said. The sun's gravitational pull isn't enough. I can manipulate the sun's magnetic fields to pull harder on the Ringworld, and it still isn't enough. Alien intruders still follow. I can't think of a way to leave them behind. It's the wrong principle, Toonsmith said. You didn't know. You lack information. Did Louis Wu speak of Carlos Wu's medical system, or the spacecraft we stole from the Kzinti? No. I'll give you details when I need to. Meanwhile, those protectors vicious enough to hold the repair center have not always been diligent. They've allowed meteor impacts, ice storms, erosion, and sometimes an exposed sea bottom. That fool bloodsucker left thousands of places where the Ringworld's foundations shows through. I need you and your allies and servants to find these places and shake a dust into them. I have been working with others of my own kind, with the Ringworld-wide network of ghoul species, but I haven't been able to reach enough of these breaches. We move too slowly. What is this dust? What does it do? You need only know I must judge for myself. I don't want an equal partner, Proserpina. The dust spreads itself through Skrith, but first the Skrith must touch it. How can we put more of it in contact with the Ringworld Floor? My servants in the Spill Mountains, Proserpina said, are useless on the flats. They suffocate. They'll spread dust along the Spill Mountain edges, on the rim wall, if you can get the dust to them. They'll travel by balloon from peak to peak. Good. My own Spill Mountain protectors have been doing that. What else? Waterfolk, Proserpina said. We'll use them. We need to reach the spill pipe system that circulates sea-bottom sediment. Flup. Yes, flup. We use that word too. Flup accumulates in the bottoms of the seas. Without our tending, it would stay there. Topsoil all through the Ringworld would be lost under the seas in a few thousand years. We've set in place a circulation system of spill pipes that runs under the skrith floor and up the outside of the rim wall to fall over the edge. It becomes spill mountains. Ultimately, it replenishes the earth. If your dust can be introduced into the sea bottoms, can it spread into the skrith from there? Yes. How long will it take? If we begin now, less than 2 phalans. Chapter 19. Wakening. He ate, and he hid. Lewis crawled among the plants, working his way deep into the jungle. He lived on his belly, reaching out of the shadows to dig for the yellow roots. The hanging garden was too exposed. He couldn't do anything about that. He couldn't leave his food source. Every hominid species on Earth and the Ringworld must have kept at least this one trait. A breeder turning into a protector would hide lest other protectors find him. Shadow and light. Days flickered by. Nothing seemed to be looking for him. He wondered about that. A loose protector ought to be a matter of concern. It suggested that the Ringworld's protectors had other concerns. They were all involved in the fringe war problem, ignoring the usual lethal dominance games. It must be bad. He should be helping. Changing body, restless mind. Why was he eating Tree of Life at an effective age of 20 or so? That had an obvious answer. But the implications were serious. The doc had given him the symptoms, but hadn't really made him an adolescent. Why not? Toonsmith had opened Carlos Wu's experimental autodoc and spread it out like an autopsy patient to solve all its puzzles. He'd kept Louis Wu in there much longer than Louis needed, to test his notions, and for another reason. The doc's nanotechnology had rewritten Louis Wu's genetics, possibly over and over, until he was ready to become a protector at any time Toonsmith chose. If Toonsmith had studied nanotechnology in such detail, by now he'd know that subject better than any mind in known space. What was he doing with it? And that, too, was obvious, given the theft of Longshot. Lewis's mind wandered away, fizzing with inspiration, seeking other puzzles. Where was the Hindmost? Aboard Hot Needle of Inquiry, a ship built like a glass bottle could still be furnished with hidden control rooms. Where was Hot Needle of Inquiry? It didn't matter. Lewis could reach the ship by stepping disk, and that was all that mattered, unless... Was it flight-worthy? He'd have to learn. Why was Toonsmith's nose so large when Proserpina's was almost flat? Did Louis Wu have children or end children among the ships of the Fringe War? Where was Longshot? Toonsmith might be studying the ship where he'd worked on Needle and the autodoc, in the launch room beneath the map of Mons Olympus. The launch room was roomy enough. It was the first place Louis would look, if he ever got over this torpor. It felt like he was thinking very fast, but his mind was like 10,000 butterflies in a field, lighting everywhere, going nowhere. His body? He couldn't tell. He hid, and he ate. Where had Roxanne taken Wembleth? She'd fled from Louis Wu and his protector allies. Of course, she must have burned her bridges behind her, changed settings on the stepping disks, maybe burned out the last one before hiding herself. How would he ever find them? 151 days flickered past. Then it was as if he'd wakened from a doze. He stayed where he was, half buried in dirt and plant stalks. His hands moved over his face and his body, finding a new shape. Swollen joints, vanished testicles, penis shrunken to nothing. His skull had softened, expanded, hardened again, leaving a minor crest of bone. His face was a hard mask, lips fused to gums and ossified. His nose was enlarged. He'd looked like a clown. And his sense of smell had become almost magical. Ha! He'd solved it. The problem of the noses. A human nose forms a kind of hood. It will hold a bubble of air for a swimmer. Apes don't have the hooded nostrils because they don't swim. Humans have evolved halfway in every direction, including the aquatic. Most of their skin is bare, like the smooth skin of a dolphin. Fate really did intend mankind to swim. Breeders lose most of their sense of smell because it would drive them crazy. They would kill any stranger who came near their children, even doctors and teachers. They would protect their children from everything, driving them crazy. Lewis's nose told him that the Penultimate's arcology-sized refuge was empty of enemies. The only life here was burrowers and insect analogues, and an old scent that went straight to his hindbrain. He looked at the watch tattooed on the back of his hand. Swollen knuckles and wrist bones distorted the digital display. It was telling canyon time. He did the math and found that he'd been dawdling for 2 phalans. Far too long. But it was right. He'd counted 151 30-hour days. An old arm record said that Jack Brennan had changed to a protector much faster than that. Something had slowed his metamorphosis. He tried to stand up, already guessing the answer. He couldn't stand straight. He'd been half-healed when he began to eat yellow root. The injuries were embedded in the regrowth pattern. He'd become a protector, but crippled. His knee, leg, hip, and ribs on the left side were twisted out of true. His body was nearly fat-free, the fat burned out of him during too long an estivation. He limped through the hanging garden, learning how to move all over again. A protector who couldn't fight. He reached for something badger-like and caught its leg only because it was so slow. He ate it in haste and judged it was enough. A few ramps below was the scorched and half-melted service stack. He limped down and had a look. It had cooled, of course. He tried to pop the controls open, but melted metal had fused it shut. He climbed painfully onto the stepping disc. Nothing happened. His fist slapped the rim hard. Mars! He twisted and reached up to slap both hands against the inverted stepping disc before he could fall away. A moment later, he was in a handstand in a field of high grass. He rolled to his feet quick. Where was Toonsmith? And found himself under a blue hemisphere, in the Tree of Life garden where he'd killed Tila Brown. Toonsmith? Nowhere. He popped the stepping disc controls open and began to play. First things first. There was a mile-long craft on the great ocean. Hidden Patriarch had brought Kazinti to conquer the map of Earth centuries ago, and on that ship was a stepping disc. Lewis didn't remember its code, but he found it. Hidden Patriarch. He flicked in wire tents, ready to die or fight. Nothing came at him. He could see a bronze fractal spiderweb looking at him from a rusted iron wall, one of the hindmost's web eyes. Otherwise, the location didn't seem to be guarded. He'd left Hidden Patriarch almost beneath the Ringworld starboard rim wall. Such a view could reduce a man to the size of a proton. Mountains as big as Everest lined its base, green with riotous life. Spill mountains were all sea-bottom muck, all fertilizer. The librarians hadn't moved the ship. The Hindmost said they'd been returned home. Hidden Patriarch might well be empty. Lewis popped the controls, taking this disk out of the network. Now, he was unreachable. For a few moments now, Lewis only thought. His memories were muzzy, a long lifetime of breeder memories. His memories of this last hour were diamond clear. Long ago, it seemed, he'd studied a map of the Hindmost's stepping disk system. Now he reached back into those memories to find settings and placements for various locations. They were mostly lost, but what he needed was a disk only recently put into service. Thought and memory gave him the code by which the Hindmost designated stepping disks. Wouldn't Toonsmith keep that system? It would give Lewis a handful of settings to try. He'd better have a pressure suit. He popped aboard Hot Needle of Inquiry and yelled, "Hindmost voice! It's Lewis!" Despite changes in his throat structure, he made himself sound like Lewis Wu. "Don't move. You are not Lewis Wu," said a flat voice like the Hindmost's. Lewis didn't move. He was in the crew cabin. For an instant, he considered familiar food, a shower, and a change of clothes, but it just didn't matter. He said, "Tell the Hindmost Lewis Wu has become a protector. I need to talk to him." "Lewis, I warned you," said the same voice. "I knew. Don't tell me where you are. I've come for a pressure suit. Have you been watching the Fringe War? Has anything happened?" "An antimatter missile destroyed one of the ramjets on the rim wall," the puppeteer's voice said. 28 Ringworld days ago. The explosion was tremendous. Not just antimatter, but kilotons of confined plasma under fusion. Spill mountains melted. I couldn't learn what faction did that. I thought chaos would follow. I made ready to depart, but nothing happened. Those attitude jets always were too vulnerable. Toonsmith must have set up something else by now. Lewis's mind ranged ahead of his words. The Ringworld builders never did want rim wall ramjets as anything more than a temporary fix and a safety feature. They built the superconductor grid to move the system magnetically, push against the sun. Toonsmith controls that. You're guessing. I guess good. I'm a protector. Free me, Hindmost, and I'll get off your property. What's it like? The Hindmost said. I feel confined. I'm crippled, Lewis said. I can't fight and can't run. I can think faster than I ever did before. I see more answers. That's confining, too, in a way. If I see the right answer every time, there's no choices. Toonsmith has a plan. I won't interfere unless he threatens my children, but I should talk to him. It's just that there are things I have to do first. What about you? Do you have a plan? Run away when I see a chance. Good. Do you remember where Toonsmith worked on Needle? Do you have web-eye cameras in there? Beneath Mons Olympus. Is Longshot there? Is it functional? He took the ship apart and put it back together. He hasn't tested it since. What about Carlos Wu's autodock? It hasn't been touched. It's still spread out across the floor? Yes. Watch for me to cause a distraction. Then get the autodock aboard Longshot in working condition. Can you do it? The scream of demented orchestra. Why would I even consider committing burglary on a protector's turf? But you'll have a protector on your side. Hindmost, we are under a deadline. Toonsmith will not consider your convenience. He will act as soon as he can, because he can't predict when the Fringe War will go to hell. If we can't get off the Ringworld soon, you'll lose your home forever. And so will I. And worse. Into the silence that followed, Lewis said, You're thinking you could hold me prisoner until you turn me over to Toonsmith. Buy something with that. Shall I tell you why you can't do that? Do you remember 3 chairs in the Meteor Defense Room on booms? I remember. Toonsmith only needs 1. The Hindmost understood. He was as quick as some protectors. Triumvirate. He let me see that on purpose. It's a message, a promise. Toonsmith, Proserpina, and me. He extrapolated a surviving pack protector, and he knew he could feed me Tree of Life. He didn't expect me to be running loose. He probably won't mind finding me crippled like an ancient Greek slave. He needs my input. He can't guess what the Fringe War will do as well as I can. See, you can sell me to Toonsmith, but you'll have to deal with me afterward. You're free to move about the ship, the Hindmost said. Lewis let himself slump into his more natural twisted pose. Give me access to the stepping disc master controls. I need to rewrite some instructions. To make yourself hard to find? I can help. Me and a couple of others. I don't need help. After he finished reprogramming the stepping disc system, Lewis flicked into Needle's cargo bay. He extruded a pressure suit. It didn't fit him well in his twisted condition, but it would do. He took some gear, a rope, mag specs, a flashlight laser. He tapped at stepping disc controls and flicked out. He was in orbit. He'd thought that might happen. The settings he wanted were the most recently deployed, and some of those would match orbiting service stacks. He spent a few moments looking down at the Ringworld's face. This was a region he'd never seen in detail, partway between the great oceans. There were ochre deserts and tiny pockmarks of impact craters, and 3 little knots of cloud, ice storms. Toonsmith wasn't making repairs unless he had to. Given what he was doing, Toonsmith might be glad to find places where the landscape was ripped down to the scrip. Aircraft and spacecraft, he saw none. That was better than his predictions. By now, the Fringe War might have worked its way down to the surface. Lewis still had time. But he would have made this side jaunt despite the Fringe War. A protector didn't often have choices. He tapped in another setting, still in orbit, but elsewhere. An arm camera the size of a gnat was looking at him from 2 meters away. That tore it. Now they had a verified protector sighting. Or would the pressure suit in his twisted shape hide his nature for long enough? He tapped and flicked out quick. Night wasn't particularly dark on the Ringworld. Nothing was here but sand and scrub and Toonsmith's service stack, and the calm surface of a sea. Lewis prowled about for a bit, but the sand wouldn't hold footprints. But it held a trace of scent. They'd flicked in here, but they hadn't stayed long. They had a fly cycle to play with. Lewis walked around the island, using mag specs to study the distant shore. A fly cycle ought to stand out. Nothing. Try again. Nowhere. He flicked in and was trapped in branches and thorns. He looked about him. He felt about him before he tried to move. The thorns didn't do much harm to his leathery skin. Behind his hard-shelled face, his mind grinned. Toonsmith had sent a service stack to rendezvous with Lewis's fly cycle. Half a year ago, Roxanne, riding the fly cycle, might have moved several times before she gave up. Toonsmith's programming would hold. The service stack would follow the fly cycle. For all Roxanne knew, it might be covered in sensors and cameras. Finally, she must have run it into a jungle and let thorn plants grow over the fly cycle and service stack both. Lewis did some careful cutting with the flashlight laser. The brush started to burn around him. Not a good thing. He crawled down through the thorns, around the edge of the stepping disc, picking up scratches, cutting more brush as he went, popped the rim and turned off the stepping disc, and lofted the stack of float plates before the fire could roast him. The forest ran a fair distance, following a river, and he'd been in the middle of it. Now he was above it, with a fine view. Where would a pair of strangers go after abandoning their transportation? Not far. Wembleth would lead Roxanne to the nearest center of civilization. He knew strangers were welcome everywhere. Follow the river downstream, and they'd find something. What Lewis found was a convergence of 2 rivers and a small village. He drifted toward the conical houses. Somewhere a voice shouted, "Was nisset?" And Lewis thought, "Stet." A fire was growing in the forest, a pillar of smoke to gather attention, right where Roxanne and Wembleth had left their vehicles. Looking toward the fire, they'd see a stack of float plates limned against smoke. And what then? Would they hide or flee? Hide. They couldn't run faster than a service stack. Lewis sniffed. Population of 1,000 to 1,500. Smelling like meat-eaters. Not many elders. Lots of parasites, but little disease, and... there. He set the stack down in the village square. Locals gathered. They were short, brawny, wolfish-looking men and women, eyes faced front from deep sockets. Small, sharp jaws protruded a little. An elder tried to speak to him. Lewis couldn't understand the language, but he tried to placate the man with body language. When that didn't work, he nipped the elder's nose, then knocked him down. A brief shoving match and the man was groveling. Fair enough. Lewis followed the scent. The source had changed houses, but it would have been stronger if they'd moved through open air. Were there tunnels under the village? A young man popped out of a doorway with Roxanne's sonic in his hand. The buzz just brushed him before Lewis's laser beam touched the metal butt. Carefully. The man dropped the sonic and ran inside. He wasn't one of the wolf people. He was only a few centimeters shorter than Lewis, curly brown hair around the face and head, bare skin elsewhere. He was clearly human. Lewis's nose knew him. "Wembleth!" Lewis limped after him. "I just want to talk." He moved inside, afraid they'd outrun him, but he was limping faster than they could move. His hand caught metal swinging toward his head, turned, and had a wrist and metal bar. "Roxanne!" The fight went out of her. She stared at him in fathomless terror. "What are you?" "Don't you believe in Vashnisht?" She didn't react. "Not funny?" "I'm Lewis Wu," he said. "Your sonic left me twisted, but otherwise, I'm a protector. You were lucky. You would have eaten Tree of Life if we'd gone where you pointed me." "Lewis," he sniffed. She was carrying a child of his own blood. She could kill him before he harmed her now. He said, "Do you know? I'm pregnant. It happens." Roxanne looked him in the eye. "You said you were fertile." "It's Wembleth's child. I can smell." "Stet, why were you fertile?" "Most men use up their birthrights. Didn't Lewis Wu?" "Roxanne, every life is unlikely." Her smile was a mere flicker. "And why am I fertile? You sure didn't arrange that." Lewis said, "Someone jiggered your med specs. You all used the same dock aboard Grey Nurse, didn't you? Someone wanted to get you pregnant, so he turned off your sterility patch." It was the most rational answer. Roxanne said, "Coroner first, Zena Hendersdatter. She thinks I took Oliver away from her." She had her aplomb back. "So protectors make mistakes?" "There's never enough data. It's why protectors second-guess each other. Roxanne, I just want to talk, and then I'll be gone." "Wembleth, don't hurt her." Wembleth's head and arms poked out of a hole in the earthen floor. He'd been there for some time. His beard was brown and somewhat curly, tipped with white. Booster Spice had made him young, and in that state he looked something like Tila Brown, and quite a lot like a young Lewis Wu. He had a crossbow. "You don't have to come closer," Lewis said. He let go of Roxanne, who backed away. He held still, wondering if Wembleth would fire, wondering if he could catch a crossbow bolt. "You've been practicing interworld speech?" "Yeah. Roxanne wants to join the arm fleet." "How?" Lewis wondered. If he'd seen a way, he'd have had to block it. "Roxanne," he asked, "where did you leave Snail Darter's library?" "I took it aboard Grey Nurse," she said. "Why?" "My children. Their end children. 1 or 2 might have joined the arm fleet. I have to see the roster. There'd be a current copy in every ship in the fleet." She laughed. "There are tens of thousands of men and women in the armed ships. Are you going to scan them all?" "Yeah." She shrugged. "Maybe Proserpina picked it up." "You'll have to leave here," Lewis said. "I brought the service stack. I'll reprogram it so it'll stop following the fly cycle. It's very important that you can't be found. I got this close to you by just following the programming in the stepping discs. I followed your scent from the forest, Wembleth." "With a nose like that, I'm not surprised," Wembleth said rudely. Lewis touched his enlarged nose. "Do you know that you're my son?" Wembleth snorted in disbelief. "I would have thought you might be mine, but you're older than you looked." "You're younger. I never saw a human being who hadn't used modern medical techniques. No depillators, no tannin pills, never a dental program. I thought you were another species." "But Tila Brown was your mother," Lewis said. Roxanne shook her head. "She'd have had a 5-year patch. She must have decided she wanted my child. She'd have to have had her sterility treatment reversed before we left Earth. It would have taken both of her birthrights. She never told me," Wembleth said. "Wait, you mean it? You're my father?" He seemed horrified. "Yeah." "Why did you leave us?" "Tila left me. I thought then that she left me for Seeker." "But what did you do?" "I didn't protect her. How could he, against her own luck? She went into an ice storm and we lost her. When we found her again, she was with Seeker. She'd have been carrying you when I left them near the great ocean, and as for what she did after that, I'd be guessing." "You are Vashnisht," Wembleth said. "You're good at guessing. I've never understood. Why did Mother leave us?" Lewis knew he should be going. Every second might be precious. Once upon a time, Proserpina's people had cleaned the Ringworld system of every menacing rock. Now it was infested with ships. But in the presence of his son and growing grandchild, Lewis was inclined to stay, and Wembleth needed reassurance. He said, "I left Tila near the great ocean. There weren't any stepping discs on the Ringworld then. Seeker, the man she left me for, he might have known how to use the transport that runs along the rim wall. It's a magnetic levitation system, Roxanne. They found something to get them there. There's enough builder technology lying around. They took the maglev system all the way around to the other ocean. You'd call that crazy unless they were running from something fearsome. Not from me, I think, but maybe it was what she thought I'd bring. The Fringe War. Tila might have been afraid of puppeteers. Nessus meddled in her life, pretty well destroyed it, and she didn't want that to happen again. She knew any of us would look where we last saw her. So they found a place halfway around the Ark, and she settled down and made a life with Seeker and you. I hope she was happy." "Mother was happy," Wembleth said, "but restless, too. She never had any more children." "Of course not. Seeker wasn't her species. She and Seeker, my father," with a bit of a glare, "took turns exploring. I never knew what they were looking for. One of them had to stay with me. They did more of that after I was older. I was near 80 Phalans when she disappeared." "And never came back?" "Never did," Wembleth said. "She found Tree of Life." Tila's luck, Lewis thought. Poor Tila. If anything, it was her genes that were lucky. He said, "I don't know just how it happened, but that tuber grows on every one of these maps of the Pack World, and most maps once held a protector prisoner. A few prisoners must have found some way to infect roots with Tree of Life virus, just as Proserpina did. I think Tila found the Penultimate's garden. It would have got Seeker, too, if she hadn't been exploring alone. She woke up as a protector. Wembleth, she wouldn't ever leave you unless it was to protect you from some greater danger." Wembleth scowled. "No, really. She saw what we all saw. She must have guessed what was under the map of Mars. Roxanne, it's a huge volume, an area to match all the land masses of Earth and 40 miles high. You can't miss it. It's the repair center for the whole Ringworld." Tila could see that most of the rim wall ramjets were missing. Somebody had to get into the repair center to try to stabilize the Ringworld before it brushed its sun. She'd wanted power, too, Lewis thought. Futz. She was a protector. He said, "She rode the rim wall maglev system, and then anything that could reach the map of Mars and the great ocean," his mind running ahead of his mouth. "Maybe she went to the map of Earth first, to see how the archaic pack were faring, and picked up Hidden Patriarch there. That's how the ship got to Mars." Roxanne said, "Say what?" "It doesn't matter. What happened next was that Tila tried to murder Bram." Roxanne said, "Bram?" And Wembleth said, "Murder? My mother?" Lewis said, "There was a protector already inside the repair center. Tila didn't know about Bram, but she knew that if there was anyone on site, he wasn't doing his job. He was letting the rim wall attitude jets be stolen. He'd have to be replaced. Wembleth, I talked to Bram. I got his version of what happened. Bram wasn't the brightest of protectors. He never figured out this next part. Tila was a protector. She did what she had to do. She took an older man off one of the other maps, probably, and disguised herself. She went with him into the map of Mars as a pair of breeders. They went exploring through the repair center. By the time they found the Tree of Life garden, Tila must have seen enough, or smelled him. Somewhere there was a protector. She let the man eat Tree of Life, and she ate too. The man died. Tila pretended to go into a coma. She might have lain motionless for several turns. Bram was supposed to come and examine her to find out what she was, then kill her before she could wake up as a protector. She would have taken him by surprise and killed him. But Bram didn't come. He must have decided to let her wake. She had to go to Plan B. She left the map of Mars without ever letting Bram know she knew about him. She set about repairing the rim wall jets, and then She contrived to get herself killed. How? Lewis, how? Wembleth demanded. He was still holding the crossbow. She had attacked Lewis and his companions, and contrived to lose the fight. Lewis had killed her himself. He said, "Bram had us at his mercy. We were hostages for as long as Tila was alive. She'd have been his servant, and he was incompetent. She had to die to save the Ringworld, and she did. But," Lewis wrote him down, "what matters now is that I would do anything for you. In practice, what I have to do is lose you again. It's indescribably important that the ruling protectors, Toonsmith and Proserpina, be unable to find you." "What would they do? Kill us? Question us?" "They'd protect you." Wembleth set the crossbow down. His hands were shaking. "Was nicht! Stet! I like these people. But we can move again." "Must you know where?" "I must not," Lewis said firmly. He went outside. Wolf People youths were clambering over the service stack. Lewis shooed them away. He reprogrammed the stepping disc controls and the float controls, too. Wembleth and Roxani had followed him out. "I'm going to flick through," he told them. "After I'm gone, change the setting. Then tap the crosshatch button, here, and flick through. Then go wherever you like." "Can't we be traced?" "I've fixed that, Roxani. You're ghosts as long as you tap the crosshatch before you flick out. Even so, Toonsmith will solve that pretty quick. So bounce around for no more than half a day. Give me that much. Then stop flicking around and get away from the service stack." Lewis flicked out. Chapter 20. Telling a Tale. Launch room. Lewis only needed an instant here. He wanted to see the workspace, Longshot, and the nanotech autodock. Carlos Wu's rebuilt autodock was spread around the stepping disc he'd flicked onto. Tools lay about. He could guess their intent, most of them. Cables and rainbow threads of laser light led to a score of instrument stacks. This maze would take minutes to disentangle, an hour or more for the hindmost. Longshot loomed, a bubble a mile tall. At first sight, it looked partly disassembled. A curved hatch as big as a fairgrounds gaped near the bottom. Equipment was piled about, and there was lightweight packing stuff everywhere. Look again. That stuff wasn't intrinsic to any likely hyperdrive system. Here was a General Products No. 2 ship, a lifeboat. Those were tanks. Those inflatable habitats for ground and orbit, and a deuterium refinery fitted to suck up seawater. Some of it was mere misdirection. Distorted hull fittings turned out to be a holoprojector left running. Toonsmith had cleaned out cargo and packaging to get at the works, done his investigations, and rebuilt the ship. Close that hatch, and Lewis couldn't instantly see how it would exit the cavern. The linear cannon roared like the end of a world. Lightning ran through the hole in the floor, up and out through Mons Olympus. In the silence that followed, Lewis heard Proserpina's shout, "They'll notice!" in Ghoulish. They were over by the hole, looking down along the linear cannon. Proserpina, Toonsmith, and two little protectors, either of whom might be Hanuman. Toonsmith bellowed, "They know I'm here! They'll guess I'm active. The ones with brains must have deduced what's under the map of Mars by now. Some may even rest easier because I'm closing holes in the Ringworld Floor. Risk? The missiles most of these factions have been using, one antimatter explosion wouldn't tear up much of the repair center. An enemy couldn't know he'd hurt me, and he'd anger me, and I might find him. I admit there's a risk. I'm stalling. I don't want the Arm and the rest of them wondering what the Mars Protector is up to. So this is what I'm up to. Closing holes. Keeps me out of mischief." They wouldn't send him. Lewis was in a pressure suit. Lewis couldn't smell anything either, so he kept looking around. He saw a few hanging people protectors. They weren't near him. He saw a web-eye camera sprayed on the dock's intensive care cavity. He waved at it. "Hi, Hindmost," and wondered if Toonsmith was linked into the same cameras. "Need the holes?" "I'm through with them. We're almost—" Their voices dropped as their hearing came back. Lewis wasn't going to learn more this way. He saw them cover their ears, so Lewis covered his. As lightning roared up the linear cannon, Lewis picked up a grippy and flung it at Proserpina's head 60 meters away. Proserpina caught it and sent it whizzing back at him. Almost. It would hit the service wall, shatter, and shower him with slivers. Lewis danced around the service wall, caught the grippy as it struck, and flung it slantwise at the floor, to ricochet at Proserpina, who caught and returned it. Suddenly, other objects were in motion, tools, and a random chunk of concrete, and a long dead animal as big as Lewis. The animal disintegrated in his hand. Lewis caught the rest and returned them. He turned a spigot on a tank, and was behind the service wall again, popped up, and returned the grippy and a block of lava tuff, then threw himself behind the puff of featherweight packing plastic that had emerged from the tank. He kicked it upward, and was behind the tank while they looked for him there. The grippy burst through the foam plastic, shattering it. But there were too many things moving now, and elements in his torso and hip were trying to tear themselves apart. He caught what missiles he could, juggled them, and presently set them down. He limped toward the protectors. Proserpina said, "Funny man." "What makes you feel so safe?" Toonsmith demanded. "You left me a chair. You fiddled with my metabolism." Toonsmith said, "Lewis, everything has happened out of sequence. You ate early and finished your change late. An arms ship exploded early. We could have taken our sweet time extrapolating the behavior of all these factions in the Fringe War. Now, talk to me. What will they do?" "A sanity check first." "Whose?" "Have you solved how Longshot works?" "Yes." "And embedded the principle in a quintillion nanotech devices, made from a much-altered experimental autodoc? The numbers—" "And run nanodust into the superconducting network under the Ringworld so that its structure can be altered?" "Yes, with help from Proserpina and our associates." "Proserpina, are you with this?" "Yes, Lewis. There weren't enough holes in the landscape, so we had to drill in spots." "Is it working?" Toonsmith said, "I think so." "Stet. I'm sane, and so are you. Or else we're all crazy. Is the system ready to go?" "It may be, if my power storage holds. I can't include the shadow squares or the sun. At best, I can only run for a little more than 2 days. But, Lewis, I'm not sure the nanosystems have finished infecting the entire grid. I need to know how much time we've got. What will the Fringe War do?" Lewis's mind was dancing down a new path. You can build a new day and night system. Toonsmith, why not build a real Dyson sphere? 10 million miles diameter with the sun at the center and the ring world around it. Make it thin like a solar sail so light pressure will inflate it. Give it windows to let daylight through to the ring world. The rest of the material is a photoelectric transformer. You'll be collecting most of the power of a sun. Proserpina said, "You're fresh, Lewis." In ghoulish speech, that implied meat not ready to eat. Unacceptable immaturity. Protectors can be scatterbrains. You must solve one problem at a time. We're still looking at the Fringe War fleet. When will they strike? There's another matter. Toonsmith bellowed, "No! Already some faction has destroyed one of my attitude jets. Who? What motive? Was it a deliberate provocation?" "Show me the event. Meteor defense room." They flicked out. He absolutely couldn't signal the hindmost. The puppeteer would have to move now. Meteor defense. Proserpina and Toonsmith took their chairs in a jump. Twisted Lewis had to climb to reach the third chair. He looked for where stepping discs ought to be. The one he'd come through was clearly marked. A hanging people protector, Hanuman, flicked through an unmarked sight and awaited orders. Others might be concealed there or there. Bet on 3 or 4, no more. Why were the chairs on these booms so massive? The wall displayed the Ringworld system as if viewed from the sun. The Ringworld was a mere outline, white threads against starscape. "I need a pointer," Lewis said, and found touch points on a knob. "Stet. These are outsider ships, right? 2. Do you see more?" "No. We're not really of interest to anything that different. These," he highlighted lenses and spheres, "are Kazinti, and these are ARM.
long levers studded with lesser ships. I don't see the Sheathclaws ship. It went away. Probably ordered off. Or they might have run from Kzinti. Kzinti used telepaths as slaves. What are you wondering about? Interactions, Proserpina said. He needed a way to use up some time, then send the protectors off on some sort of distraction. Lewis drew a net of lines linking various ships and added vector arrows. See? Distance and velocity and gravity. You need to take it all into consideration, so it's complicated. Proserpina snapped. It is not. It's only different. We did this all the way from the galactic core to the Ringworld site. They've arranged a standoff, but it's unstable here. Yeah, and this balance won't hold if some dissident faction, say the One Race contingent, is actually running this ship, or... I don't see how it held this long. I don't see how it could hold much longer, Toonsmith said. But you know them all, Lewis. It won't hold. You're missing the effect of the outsiders. They're more powerful than the other factions, and everybody knows it. Just being here, they've made it all more stable until now. Everybody's been wondering what the outsiders will do. What the outsiders will do is nothing, and the whole Fringe War is gradually coming to know that. He was seeing it now. The disintegrating patterns, strength built up here, bluff here. 2 bar-shaped armed ships poised to destroy one great Kazin lens. 31 ships edged up around one outsider ship in hope of protection that would vanish like dawn frost on the moon. Futz. The balance just wasn't there. Toonsmith, this whole house of cards could come down at any second. Don't wait. How fast can you get us moving? Half a day with luck. Lewis turned, shocked. Why so long? I need to run all the power in the Shadow Square system into the superconductor grid. If I did that too early, it would leak. Can't you get magneto-hydrodynamic power from the rim ramjets? What a good idea! It would have required a certain amount of redesigning, say 20 to 30 days and 1,000 Spill Mountain protectors. I need half a day, then go, and no more Fringe War. Start now, Lewis said. Patiently, Toonsmith said, You've only just arrived. We don't even know, you don't even know, who attacked us 28 days ago. Where's the danger coming from? Can I just kill it? The superconductor net has been rewiring itself for only 2 phalans, crystallizing into its new configuration. Even if the change is complete, I need to test it. Sometimes you just have to gamble, Lewis thought. But Toonsmith wouldn't act fast enough without more pressure. Show me how it happened, he said. The sky changed. Ships moved. Stars didn't. The Ringworld went solid. A frame zoomed on one of the attitude jets, a gauzy, glittering net molded magnetically into a hyperboloid of rotation with a line of white fire running down the axis. Suddenly it was bright, dimming. The motor was gone, and a piece was bitten out of the rim wall. Along its foot, spill mountains were burning. Is this all you've got? Various frequencies. Replay. Hydrogen alpha light. Lewis waved it off. It's too overt for puppeteers, too restrained for Kzinti. Maybe a Kzinti dissident. There are armed dissidents, too. We could ask Roxanne, or anyone who'd like to see both sides reduced a little. I've never been sure about Trinox, or puppeteers. Not much help, Toonsmith agreed. Tell me what you know about Tila Brown. Proserpina asked. Who? An insane puppeteer scheme, Toonsmith said. She was a victim. General Products, the merchant arm of Pearson's puppeteers in human space, set up a birthright lottery on Earth. The attempt was to breed for lucky humans. In practice, what they got was a few statistical flukes, like Tila Brown. She... Lewis, did you have a child with Tila Brown? Lewis said nothing. Where is your child? Lewis said nothing. Among protectors, a poker face is easy. Body language is hard. He waited until he saw motion. Proserpina left her chair in a long jump. Toonsmith jumped in a different direction. Hanuman looked uncertain. He remained at the visible stepping disc, the far one. As soon as the protectors were committed, Lewis jumped toward Toonsmith's chair.
One of these chairs had to be a stepping disk. It was a natural hiding place. Two would be redundant, though all three had been made too thick and too wide, and Toonsmith would have claimed the right one. But other stepping disks in this room had to be guarded, if Lewis was right. And he was, because Hanuman instantly launched himself toward the same chair. Hanuman got there first. The chair started to swing aside, but Lewis was there. Hanuman caught Lewis with a powerful kick, but Lewis had the mass. He slammed Hanuman into the stepping disk and reached around the dazed hominid to pop the rim and turn the disk on. They both flicked out. Heel of the hand, a blow to Hanuman's head. Hanuman went limp. Lewis pushed, sent him flying. Grinding pain in his hip. Hanuman's kick had broken something. They were underground, somewhere beneath Mars. He popped the disk's rim and tapped controls, fast. Lewis flicked in, popped the rim. If Toonsmith tracked him to this sandy, barren island, or Hanuman signaled him a minute or two from now, he'd find Lewis's footprints, hours old. He might even find scent traces of Wembleth and Roxanne. And if Tila's genes were lucky, Wembleth and Roxanne and their child would be well out of Toonsmith's reach by now. But every surviving gene pattern is insanely lucky, and Tila's luck didn't matter a tange to Toonsmith. What mattered was this. Lewis Wu could never give a dispassionate, trustworthy answer to Toonsmith's questions while he could shade his answers to favor his bloodline. One more move. Lewis tapped controls, then hit # and flicked out. In the crew quarters aboard Hot Needle of Inquiry, Lewis rapidly typed up a blue cheese and mushroom omelet and a salad. He stripped off his pressure suit, then his clothes. He dialed up a falling jumper and put it on. He turned on the shower just long enough to wet the bag. He half expected to hear the puppeteer's voice, but it didn't come. He flicked into the cargo bay. A fly cycle would have been too big, but he typed up a flying belt modified for magnetic lift. He ate most of his salad and omelet while he waited. A hairy 4 minutes for the flying belt to be built. Put it on, flicked back to crew quarters. Now, where would a puppeteer hide a stepping disk? An escape hatch had to be here. The hindmost might find himself trapped in crew quarters by a man in a kazin. The toilet seat? Too small. The shower? The shower ceiling. It was the right size. The code would be puppeteer music. Lewis could never sing it. Maybe he could hack it, but first, he set his hands against the shower ceiling and said, "Hindmost's voice, put me through." He was in the control room. He used the stepping disk there. Neither Hanuman nor Lewis were where the first flick had taken them. The second flick put Toonsmith and Proserpina on a barren island. They found Hanuman groggy, trying to sit up. Proserpina examined him. He didn't seem badly hurt. Toonsmith asked, "How are you?" "Injured, not badly. He held my life and released it," Hanuman said. "That shows good self-control. Proserpina, see if you can find traces of your escaped guests. Hanuman, rest." Toonsmith went to work on the stepping disk controls. "I find their scent," Proserpina called. "Phalan's old, in rut." "This changes all," Hanuman said. "I must warn my people." "Your people are tree-dwellers. How can they hide from what must come?" "Stet, I know what to do." "Do it after we're gone," Toonsmith said. "Then rejoin us in Meteor Defense." He and Proserpina flicked out. Launch room. Little hanging people protectors were all lying prone about the cavern below Mons Olympus. The hindmost was working on a laser project. "How are you doing?" Lewis called. "I'm still disconnecting instruments. It's hard to tell where it's safe." Lewis began disconnecting laser and cable attachments, pacifying Toonsmith's instruments where necessary. He wished he could move faster. Something with sharp edges was loose in his hip. The flesh was badly swollen. "You're not safe on the Ringworld," he said. "How are you going to move the dock components?" "I hadn't decided." "I was hoping you'd think of something." "Stet, this next part is risky." Lewis finished disconnecting sensors. The dock's components were still connected to each other. Lewis left them that way. "I'll be gone at least an hour. Get this stuff ready to be lifted with magnetic fields. Leave the roof open. Wait. What are you about to do? No time. Where are the protectors we're robbing? What can I accomplish when death may find me in a moment? Tell me what you've done! Better if he knew. And Lewis had already cost himself an hour at least. Give the hindmost a minute. He said, I tried to tell Toonsmith that the Fringe War is about to blow up. Eee! A raucous chord of dismay. Just as I'm telling you. If you tuck your heads under you, you will die in that position. Do you believe me? Yeah. I let Toonsmith guess I had a child. Yes, a boy with Tila's genes. Congratulations, they survived. Your breeding program is still in force. What of later inbreeding? Oh, hindmost. There must have been other ships crashed on the Ringworld. Wembleth's children will find mates. Stet. I flicked out to a few places, ended where Toonsmith can find traces of Wembleth. Then I used my block on the stepping disc and went to Needle. It won't take Toonsmith long to get around the block. When he does, he'll find out I went to Hot Needle of Inquiry, took my sweet time there, and didn't leave. I must still be aboard. I went to get Wembleth, right? It follows that we're trying to leave the Ringworld. The Fringe War balance must be ready to fall apart right now. No protector would otherwise risk his child's life this way, in a ship that can be shot down by Fringe War ships, or blocked as easily as Toonsmith can block Needle. If Toonsmith and Proserpina followed that line of logic, then they're getting ready to end the Fringe War, and they will not disturb us here, as long as you keep these protectors asleep, and take care to shut down these cameras. Can do? Trust me, the hindmost said. Lewis took a moment to think that over. The hindmost knew how to open the roof into Mons Olympus. Longshot was too big to launch using the linear cannon, so the ship would rise slowly on fusion jets, making too good a target. The hindmost wouldn't have the nerve, and it was far too dangerous anyway. So he wouldn't launch without Lewis. Lewis could trust him, and that settled that. Lewis flicked out. Meteor defense. We never did locate the ship, Toonsmith said. Can you block his takeoff? Yes, and I can search near space for any armed ship coming for him. He can't possibly escape me. He must be mad. A failed transition to protector can warp a breeder's brain. Sudden understanding can do that too. Mad with fear? But is he afraid of the Fringe War, or of what we'll do? Proserpina's eyes half closed. She looked a little like Hanuman in that pose. She said, he didn't expect to delay us long. He'd have just enough time to get clear, if we begin now and ignore Lewis Wu and his free mother-child. Toonsmith looked up at the crowded sky. Begin, he commanded. Hanuman flicked in on a ridge of bare scrith. He looked down across miles and miles of forest, reviewing his options. Lewis Wu was the protector who had no children on the Ringworld, unless he'd had a child by Tila Brown. Lewis Protector could have no interest in Tila, who was dead, unless she'd left a child, and that child would be Lewis Wu's. The chain of logic was so straightforward that even a hanging people protector could follow it. Toonsmith had seen it in a moment, and in that moment Lewis Wu had gone to rescue his child and get him to safety. It followed that the Ringworld's death was likely and immediate. Toonsmith would act. And what now? Hanuman's people were tree-dwellers. They didn't have minds. They couldn't follow instructions even if he had any to give. How was he to hide them from the sky? Wish for a rainstorm? Find and fetch Tila Brown's lucky child, bring the creature here, then wish for a rainstorm? Hanuman decided. He detached a float plate from the depleted service stack. He stayed above the forest, enjoying the sense of thousands of his people below the canopy. Brothers, sisters, and children. He did not dip down to see them. There wouldn't be time. Toonsmith would move immediately. Where a treetop blocked the sun, already Hanuman could see a glitter to the shadow squares. Power was being beamed down. He settled his disc on rattled earth. A few burrowing people emerged. He spoke to them. You must stay underground for 2 days. For you, this is easy. Do not watch the sky. Spread the word as far as you can, but be underground before shadow hides the sun. There will be lights beyond your experience. Do not look at the sky until the light fades. Afterward, the sky will be very dark. Go spin in port to where you will find hanging people. Help them. They are mine, and they will have gone mad. Chapter 21. In Flight. Penultimate's Palace. Lewis flicked in and rolled off the burnt stack of float plates. Nothing fired on him. The flying belt took him out and down. He skimmed above the yellow lawn, wondering at the black markings. One pattern must be the Penultimate's name or portrait. There, traces of a cartoon, very simplified. A style weirdly reminiscent of William Rotsler. The other would be speech. He had guesswork for a Rosetta Stone. What would a protector say to an invader? That might be a pictograph pun. A word you could read as enter or extinct, greetings or epitaph. Could you extrapolate a language from that? Nah. Lewis flew low, enjoying the skill it took to weave between trees. Maybe they'd conceal him if Proserpina came looking for him on her own turf. Nah, she had his scent. Hard turns and high G's, and a brief freedom from intellectual problems. Proserpina's sunfish ship rested among the trees near Proserpina's base. Lesser trees had grown up through the gridwork. Lewis set the flying belt behind a thick trunk, stripped off his falling jumper, and left that too. He made his way forward on foot. See the naked, limping breeder? Here was the arm dock from Grey Nurse. Lewis wondered what the diagnostic readings would say about him. Mutated? Not human? Dying? He walked past it without a pause. No time. He stopped by Snail Daughter's library. No time. But protectors didn't always have a choice. He'd watched Klaus and Roxane work this device. It wasn't hard to persuade it to summon up a roster for the Fringe Warfleet. There were dozens of Wu, and 6 Harmony. His first daughter had married a Harmony. An ID number sequence would identify his line of descent. A grandson and his daughter had joined the Navy decades ago. Wes Carlton Wu was a flight captain aboard Koala, a lurker ship, with Tanya Wu as purser. Another quick pass found no other blood relatives, and time was shrinking. Lewis approached the sunfish ship. Think like a pack. A protector might kill any breeder who smelled wrong, to leave more space for her own breeders. But you're Proserpina. Accommodation has been your survival for 1,000,000 years. You don't want to hurt a breeder. It might be some powerful enemy's child. There were no steps up to the cabin. Lewis climbed up like a hanging person. It was roomy inside. There were hand grips everywhere, and foot grips. Just how prehensile were Proserpina's toes? And sensors and touchpads and toggles and levers, randomly placed. There was a horseshoe of couch, but only one control chair, and it would not fit Lewis. He'd have to change it, but he'd better give some thought to convincing the ship he was Proserpina. Lewis was disappointed in the Hindmost. He had steered the destiny of a species whose tools and learning beggared mankind's. Why couldn't he move a few kilotons of medical equipment? It would have saved Lewis considerable trouble in 2 or 3 hours' time. Maybe the experimentalist faction on the Fleet of Worlds was more like New Orleans' traditional Fool King. Set them going, but watch them. Turn them off when they do something excessively expensive or dangerous. Sometimes they'll do something worthwhile. He was getting distracted. Thou shalt have no Proserpinas before me. She'd have set defenses to prevent a protector from manipulating the ship. Unless... Would Proserpina really set a death trap for someone like Toonsmith, acknowledged as brighter and more dangerous than Proserpina herself? Retaliation could be terminal. And what about protector slaves? This chair looked like it had been altered to fit a hanging person, then adjusted for Proserpina again. Hey, she must have let Hanuman fly it. Futz. The ship wasn't defended. She was the defense. Who would dare steal Proserpina's ship? And that was the point. Risk, for Louis Wu, was do nothing. He adjusted the chair and sat down, strapped himself in, and lifted. Trees had grown into the ship's metal lacework. They tore loose. Louis lofted the ship above the atmosphere, then turned toward the rim wall. Was the sun starting to roil? He'd burn his eyes out if he looked hard. There must be a way to dim the glass, right? And Toonsmith would have the meteor defense going. Louis zigzagged his path a bit and studied the controls. Here? It didn't just darken the view. It was light amplification, too. He turned it very dark and looked up. A solar prominence was reaching out and out. Louis jogged the ship at high Gs. The ground flared below him. He could see the beam tracking and avoid it, even guided a little to miss a populated spill mountain. And then he was off the Ringworld and dropping, easing back and under the Ringworld Floor. He had to follow the arc halfway around, 300 million miles. Now the non-trivial danger was alien ships. Louis zigged along the magnet grid, accelerating hard, hearing a tock-tock of multi-molecule-sized cameras hitting the skin of the ship. The Fringe War would be after him soon enough. Something flashed on the Ringworld's underside. Louis zagged almost into another flash. Maybe he'd started a war himself. Toonsmith's meteor reweaving system had closed Fist of God. Louis came up around the rim instead. He made for the map of Mars, a little over 500,000 miles away. The sun was roiling again. A spark struck upward, a launch from Mons Olympus. Louis slid the sunfish ship beneath the path of the meteor package just for a moment. Toonsmith wouldn't have set the meteor defense to fire on those. He slowed, descended through the crater, and set the ship to hover. He crawled halfway out of the cabin and shouted down, "Hindmost! Close it!" The crater's lid began to close. Louis began to play with the sunfish ship's controls. The dock's intensive care cavity rose, twirled in the air, and settled a bit jerkily into the bay in Longshot. Then the service wall, trailing loose cables. Then other, smaller components. Then the lifeboat. Then a tank Louis had identified earlier. The puppeteer was shouting something. "Tied down!" Louis settled the tank in with the rest of the dock. He brought the sunfish ship down and got out. The hindmost came trotting up. He asked, "How will you tie these components against shock of takeoff?" Toonsmith was using a tank of foam plastic. "Let's set it going and close the ship up, then board." The tank was spraying foam plastic as Louis closed the lid on it. He'd taken the pilot's seat without comment. Hey, it was built for humans. The hindmost asked, "Shouldn't we open the crater again?" "Hindmost, let's try something else." He activated the hyperdrive. The cavern disappeared. The Q-2 ship launched itself straight down into a boil of colors. Map of Earth. Shortly after nightfall, Acolyte begged audience with Chimie. One of the guards said, "Play elsewhere, child. Your father is busy," and grinned. "I bear a message from Toonsmith." "An odd name?" "Chimie will know it. Toonsmith who lives under the map of Mars." The guard was bored, and he toyed with Acolyte a bit longer. Then he went into the tent. When he came out, he asked, "How did he come, this message?" "There were flashes of light from the mountains to starboard." Acolyte was allowed entrance. He groveled before his father, who asked, "Is this the Toonsmith who wants to give me the map of Earth? I've heard nothing since you delivered his message." "He says you may take the map yourself, after the other prides have gone mad." It had gone quiet. Chimie's courtiers were paying attention. Chimie asked, "Mad?" and studied his son, whose subservience seemed laid over a whiplash eagerness. "Let Chimie, then." "Toonsmith instructs us to hide ourselves from the sky for 2 full days. We must be under a roof or tent, all of us, even females and kits. We should sleep if we can. We must all be under cover or blindfolded before shadow reveals the sun." "So soon? How shall I manage that?" Acolyte dared to grin. "What would Louis Wu say?" "That's why I get the big money." "What is to happen to the sky?" "That was not told. You have seen ships leaving tracks of light across the sky. You have heard talk of the Fringe War. I watched it in Toonsmith's meteor defense room. It is told that Toonsmith will end the war." Chimie nodded. "Are you ready to run?"
It is well.
His voice rose to a bellow.
All in my hearing, you are each an emissary to my far provinces. Divide the contents of my kitchen to feed yourselves. Go where I send you. Carry a blindfold ready to use. You will know when to use it. Fools will go blind or mad. You are each more valuable than those you will speak to, and you will be under cover before the Shadow Square passes. 2 days hidden, or answer to me. The rest of us may conquer the math of Earth, if we so choose.
The boy Kazarp was gazing open-mouthed at the sky. Shadow had covered the sun, but the shadow squares were glittering in a way he'd never seen. Presently he raised his instrument and began to play. Over the music he heard a stealthy shift in posture, too close for any stranger, and he said, "I knew you were there. Don't turn around. I am become Vashnisht." His father had disappeared phalanx ago, and now this, a thing out of fantasy, awesome and terrible. Kazarp didn't turn. "Father? Does Mother know?" "You must tell her. Tell her gently. Then tell her she must hide from the sky for 2 days, and you too, for fear of going mad. Spread the word. A burrow would be better than a roof. Afterward, there is a world of mad folk to care for, and far more feasting than our folk will ever want. Will you stay? Not now. I will visit when I can." Longshot's cabin was at the bottom of the sphere, between 4 fusion drive nostrils. In hyperdrive, Longshot flew ass backward into the unknown. Lewis launched straight down, into and through the Ringworld Floor, feeling a touch of drag from the superdense script, and out into space. He was moving away from the sun and straight into the thickest gathering of fringe warships. Not that that mattered. Those ships were all in Einstein space, this close to a large mass. Lewis was flying blind, of course, through hyperspace. What he hoped was that this faster ship would outrun the Eaters. The puppeteer was wound into a tight knot. He wouldn't be of much help. How fast would Longshot move near this great a mass? He'd wondered if it would even exceed light speed. Toonsmith might have worked out the Q2 system's behavior, but Lewis didn't have enough clues. He'd learn soon enough. When the crystal sphere that was the mass detector began working, he'd be outside the singularity. 11 hours later, Lewis knew that even protectors could grow tired. He could ignore that, and hunger, and thirst, and pain in guts and joints, headache and sinus ache, that properly belong only to an aging savage. It didn't matter. He'd got clear of the Ringworld. Of 30 trillion Ringworld hominids, a fat percentage would survive. Wembleth and Roxanne and their child were lost in noise. If Toonsmith worked out what they truly were, he wouldn't even search. With luck, though, he'd think Lewis had taken Wembleth to the stars. Winning could compensate for a lot of pain. The window was the floor, and it would darken, light amplify, record and display recordings or zoom. Lewis watched flow patterns of colored light and a dark comma zipping past. He saw the view change. The window wasn't there. His eyes slid around it. Lewis looked at the mass detector. There should have been lines of light crawling toward him. Nothing showed. It was just doped crystal. Lewis hit the cutoff. He saw showers of stars. The universe was wide and beautiful below his feet. He was in Einstein space. It would have pleased him to sell Longshot to some band of freebooters in human space, or form his own. Now that looked unlikely. Lewis set the window to zoom, then darkened it a little against the zodiacal glare. The ring world eclipsed the sun except for a tiny sliver of light. 6 light hours from Ringworld system. He measured it. The sun wouldn't light up Longshot very much, but putting the ship in the Ringworld's shadow would leave it black as space. He hadn't used fusion motors at all. Nobody would find him via neutrino flux. The rest of the electromagnetic spectrum might reveal him to the fringe war if they happened to look, Lewis thought they'd be too busy for that. They'd hunt for Proserpina's sunfish ship until something more interesting happened. Real soon now. The rec room above was as tiny as the cabin below, but there was a game room wall, food dispenser, and a shower bag. He noticed also the hatch in the ceiling. That was new. It led into a maze of man-wide access tubes he could see through the wall. They were hard to follow, a neat puzzle, but one led to the storage room where he had stowed the lifeboat and autodock. Good. He took time for a shower. Hey, if he missed the event, Longshot would catch the lightwave further out. Nothing had changed when he'd dried himself. He sank his fingers in the hindmost's mane and dodged a hind leg kick. Almost. "Wake," he said. "Did I hurt you?" "Doesn't matter." "Why are we at rest?" "I want to watch something. Also, I can't use the mass detector." "Eee!" the hindmost whistled. "It's a psionics device. You'll have to fly the ship yourself. But we're loose. Everyone I love is safe, the Fringe War won't be looking for us, and the way lies clear to Canyon." "To Canyon?" "Well, or the Fleet of Worlds, if you like. I just assumed you'd brought your mate and children with you when you left the fleet." "Of course." "If we can work out details, there's something I need." "You're bluffing, Lewis, as you did once before. You're dying, aren't you?" "Yeah. I was too twisted up when Tree of Life started to change me. I'm dying, Stet, but not bluffing. Everything's worked out fine. But I'd be pleased if we could get Carlos Wu's autodock running again." "That would take, considerable trouble. Hard physical labor. What can I offer you?" "Longshot moves too fast. Collision with some star is nearly certain. I don't have the nerve to fly us to home." "Not Canyon?" "Home," said the puppeteer. "I didn't think I could hide us on Canyon. Too small. Home is very like Earth, Lewis, and has a wonderful history." "Home it is," Lewis said agreeably. "Hey." The magnified sun glared, etching the control room with sharp-edged shadows. The puppeteer turned one head, then both. The pupils irised nearly shut. His voice was a monotone. The hindmost was upset. "Where is the Ringworld?" "Yeah." "Yeah?" "Yeah." Toonsmith used nanotechnology to change the entire superconductor grid to the configuration he found in Longshot. He's off like a bunny under Quantum 2 hyperdrive, and he took the Ringworld with him. "How far?" "What?" But this was the only ship that could catch it. A little more than 2 30-hour days at Quantum 2 hyperdrive. A light year in 5-4 minutes. 3,000 light years before Toonsmith runs out of power. That's way out of human space. Telescopes won't see anything for 100 generations. You might catch that much mass shifting around with a gravity wave detector. What were you going to do? Chase it down? "The wealth," mourned the hindmost. "All gone. I lost my place as hindmost, chasing the Ringworld's wealth of knowledge. And those you spoke of, those you love, Lewis, what of them?" "I'll never find them." "Hindmost, that's the point. Now let's fix that autodock before something intimate tears loose inside me." "I think we can ignore the tidal effect," Toonsmith said. "Don't you?" Proserpina's fingers danced. The wall display, which showed nothing, a kind of curdled gray everywhere, went black. White hieroglyphs danced across it in a packed mathematical system millions of phalans old. The sun's gravity pulled up and a bit inward along a very narrow angle when the Ringworld had a sun. "With the sun gone," she said, "all the seas will tend to flow toward the rim walls. We're in flight for 2 days? Stet, that's negligible. What I'm worried about," hieroglyphs danced again, "is the approach." The sky had gone crazy. Roxane and Wembleth wriggled out of the tent, Roxane a little clumsy, and stared into a light show that would have won awards. Wembleth asked, "What is happening?" "I swear I have no idea. Some super-secret weapon. But I hope it isn't Kazinti. I don't see any ships at all unless— What was that?" A little black comma fell wiggling across the sky, starboard to port. It left a pockmark near the top of the rim wall, visible through mag specs. "I don't know," Wembleth said. "A ship bigger than Longshot? No species I know makes one. It's changing again, Roxanne." For an instant the colors faded, and then the whole sky was gone, and they were both blind. It was hard to remember that there had once been sight. "It's the blind spot," she said. Roxanne had been trained. She looked at her feet. Yes, there they were. "Futz! I can't believe it. We're in Futzy hyperdrive. Look down. Lower your—" Wembleth was wandering off, still blind. Roxanne followed him, and, still without looking up, felt her way up his body and tilted his head down. "Let's get into the tent," she said. They lived in the pressure tent for 2 days. When they had a sky again, it was stars glaring on black. "This is going to drive a lot of your people crazy," Roxanne said. "The Ringworld was never this dark. The headlights on the fly-cycle are going to be priceless." "I never saw a star so bright," Wembleth said. "It's a whole new age, Roxanne. You said there are ball worlds around most stars? They could be our children's inheritance." One bright star was growing brighter above the portward rim wall. The sky had returned to the meteor defense wall display. Proserpina said, "We'll have to find us a sun, Stet, and shift the whole Ringworld sideways to get to it. The mag fields are useless without something to push against, so we'll be using just the attitude jets. Line up with the sun, fall toward it, use the fields to stop ourselves. The seas will shift, Toonsmith." "I know. I found a yellow-white star with nearly our own velocity. There, the bright one. Do you see it?" "Yes. Zoom." The star expanded and darkened. "Increased X-ray output in this region," she said. "We'll need to boost the ozone layer until we can build a shadow square system." "Yes. I'm more worried about tides." "Yes. There will still be stress on the seas and oceans. I thought of letting them freeze, but we can't. Of course not. But we can use magnetic effects on the sun itself. Look, I found a way to skew our path so the star comes straight down the axis. We'll ring the sun. We'll bob a few times, stabilizing ourselves. That sends the seas back and forth, not just all in one direction, which would be disastrous." White hieroglyphs danced across the starscape. "It would work," Proserpina said. "We'll lose much of our population, even some species." "I know. I have a request. Tell me if it's feasible." "See if you can describe it." "Leave the sun bobbing back and forth along the Ringworld axis. We'll get tides. We'll get seasons, changing weather." "What? Like a ball world?" Toonsmith laughed. "Like your world, the pack world? What about breeders? Won't they go crazier yet?" "Anyone who kept his mind through these last 2 days will get used to anything," Proserpina said. Chapter 22. Breeder. Louis Wu woke aflame with new life. Cautious in freefall, he waited for the coffin lid to move aside. A hologram Hindmost was looking down at him. Louis wriggled out. "Nothing hurts." "Good." "I was used to it." "Oh, futz, I've lost my mind." "Louis, didn't you know the machine would rebuild you as a breeder?" "Yeah, but my head feels futzy, full of cotton. I never felt so much myself as when I could think like a protector. We could have rebuilt the dock." No. Fist against coffin lid. "I remember that much. I have to be a breeder or dead. If I'm a protector, I will track down Wembleth and Roxanne, and Toonsmith and Proserpina will follow me." "But they would certainly protect your bloodline." "They would, yes. But if Wembleth is loose on the Ringworld, his luck—" "Hey, you don't believe in Tila Brown's luck." "I didn't. But when I was a protector, it's not good science, Stet, because it's not falsifiable. But look at the pattern. He stole my woman, Stet. She fell into his lap. The only woman in reach who could make Wembleth young again, and bear his children, too. He's the only survivor of a village that died of asphyxiation, and he'd be dead if rescue hadn't fallen on him from interstellar space." "Louis, Tila wasn't lucky." "Stet, and Wembleth lost all his friends and ended up a hunted refugee. What if it's the genes that are lucky? Tila's genes want to reproduce. You can always argue either way. It could still be all moonbeams. Anything that doesn't make predictions that can be disproved isn't science. Maybe Tila was only a statistical fluke until we found her. After that, whatever happens to her, you can always explain it as luckier than something else that might have happened. Read Candide. I'll look it up. Unfalsifiable. If it's wrong, you can't prove it. When I was a protector, I didn't disbelieve. Maybe Tila's children are the Ringworld's luck. If their location is uncertain, they protect the whole Ringworld. Basic quantum mechanics. And it's going to need that. They've all gone out into the universe at 1.25 minutes per light year. Lewis. What? We haven't moved since you went into the dock. 2 months ago, Earth time. We're a warm spot in the sky. Sooner or later, the Fringe War will notice us. What else has that heterogeneous mob got for entertainment but to track us down and take our ship? Right. Lewis climbed back through the maze of access tubes, getting lost once, guided by the puppeteer behind him. He set himself in the pilot's chair and jumped to hyperdrive. Radial lines indicating stars edged out of the mass detector, and Lewis turned long shot toward home. End of Ringworld's Children by Larry Niven. Larryniven. Read by Alec Volz in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, November 2004. A tour book published by Tom Doherty Associates, LLC, 175 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York 10010, www.tor.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.